Yo, and we are live, man. Yo, this is Set with Set and Kimi, and I'm back with another one for y'all. Today we got a good episode lined up, man. We got Trump lined up with Trump teaming up with David Ramsey to talk about politics and, well, really economics, my bad. We're going to go ahead and watch that debate again and go ahead and give you the full run through, the fact checks that all the other people gave out, like CBS. Let's see here. We also got we got JD Vance, and we got a Walz rally. And any suggestions y'all want to go ahead and send in, let's get to it.
Financial trouble, sometimes with financial victories, stuff we've taught them to do, the basic grandma's common sense stuff.
Right.
And that audience that's going to be watching this they're not concerned with a lot of things, but they are concerned with $8 eggs, $5 gas, 7% interest rates. And
everybody do see David Ramsey like the old truth teller of finance. It's like we all make fun of him, and when we say, well, you can't follow his strategy no more, you can't go along with that way. Well, let's see what he got to say about the current economic situation.
Roof, the energy numbers, inflation was good, and then they went back to Trump where they're trying to equal it, and it kept it bad as opposed to horrific. And it's been really bad, and the energy has been very expensive, but nothing like it could have been. So they went back to Trump-type things. But we would have been now 3 to 4 times more. We would have been dominating the entire world on energy. We have more than anybody else, as you've heard me say, but as you also know.
Right.
We have, I call it liquid gold.
Yeah, and if you don't know, yes, Biden did cut oil drilling so we can focus on this Green Deal or this green energy initiative that doesn't help nobody, and that only raise, energy prices. Look what happened over there in the UK. So, yeah. And it's kind of crazy how he kind of killed the Keystone pipeline, but he allowed the Nord Stream pipeline, which is pretty much being taken over by Russia right now.
Gold. We have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else, actually by far. We would have dominated. We would have been taking care of Europe. We would have been taking care of Asia. We would have been taking care, Anwar in Alaska is the biggest find anywhere in the world. It could be as big as Saudi Arabia. And I got it, Ron.
Yes, and the reason why Alaska is there's a lot of federal land on Alaska. And that's what they was talking about during the debate. These places, these federal lands that are under the government that can be accessed for these minerals that would drive our costs down. Well, energy costs at least. Yeah, and there's a lot of it in Alaska.
Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it. I got it. It was done, ready to start. And when these people came in, they turned it off. They terminated it. Nobody could believe it.
I don't know if people realize that 10 to 15% of the entire economy is energy,
right,
and it weaves its tentacles through everything else. So $5 gas affects the bread truck who's delivering the bread, and that affects the cost of the bread then. And so, getting that plentiful,
right,
changes everything.
So I have a little thing that I've been saying lately because I think it's easily achievable. We pay very high energy costs, and especially now, but we're paying very, very high. I believe I'll be able to get energy down to 50%, 50% of what it is right now within a period of less than a year.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's going to happen fast, okay? It's going to happen fast.
Well, what are you going to do to do that? What causes that?
They're going to drill. They're going to frack. They're going to do things that they have tremendous additional...
So taking the regs off. Taking the regulations off.
We have to. They put them back on. They put regulations back on that areas that have no environmental real meaning, they don't let them drill. They're taking leases away, government leases that you're hearing about. I think we can get energy costs down to half of what if we do that.
That's pretty dramatic.
Everything, all of those inflated prices are going to come down with it.
Yeah, and if you like me in Ohio and everybody else, I've been asking around. Everybody's light bill going up. I mean, if it hasn't, it at least went up a good 25%. And we ain't talking about it doubling, but god damn it, they did add an extra 75. So, hey, take that as you will. But I'm kind of hearing that around Ohio, and I'm hearing that around the country as well. It's pretty crazy.
I think the other piece of that, and I know he was part of your administration, and
a lot of rich people. It doesn't mean that you put these extra savings from tax breaks in your pocket. It means you reinvest into your company to make it bigger. A lot of people are more concerned about making their company bigger than just America can be competitive. Because if you're looking at all these other countries and their corporate tax, You can see why people are jumping ship and going to Mexico, going to Ireland and places like that. That corporate tax pretty low, and us going to 15 still couldn't beat some of them. But we got the best economy in the world with a corporate tax of 15%. That's gonna be pretty enticing to a lot of companies. It's gonna bring us a lot of.
Our viewers know about us. We work with tens of thousands of small business people. And so coaching them, 54% of the gross domestic product is businesses 500 people or less.
Yeah.
Almost everyone in America, over half, almost 60% of the people work for a small business. And I know small businesses are where jobs come from, not from government. So politicians don't create jobs, small businesses do.
The small business
kind of pisses people like me off when the politicians say they're ones making the jobs. We're the ones making the jobs. But when you guys in government can take your hands off of small business and allow us to do our thing, we're able to employ people and change things. So how can you help small businesses?
Well, the best way is just letting them do what they have to do, but we still have to give them a playing field. If we don't give them a level playing field, they will die. And that's what happened before. That's why China came in. That's why.
It's crazy because I don't understand why everybody has this misconception about tariffs. It's only when Trump started talking about tariffs, everybody started lying, going like, oh, well, if you say that you could impose tariffs, then you don't know about economics. I'm like, bro, do you not understand that you've been living under these tariffs that Trump's in place for the past 4 years, 8 years really, under Trump and Biden? Like, do you not understand that, right? Like, we've been living under these tariffs and you think it's a bad idea? I mean, some of these tariffs are funding some of these initiatives that the government put in place. Some of these programs. Like, so when y'all say that, oh, well, tariffs don't help nobody, it's like, then you don't understand that a tariff is a financial tool that the government uses.
They came in, and they came in at a level like nobody's ever seen, and we did nothing about it. So the word tariff to me is a very beautiful word because it can save our country, truly. And yet, I think because of graft, because of a lot of consulting payments and other things that given by other countries, we have so much fighting with politicians on using it. I saved our steel industries by putting tariffs on steel that China came in and dumped. And you know what they do? They dump and dump and dump. Everybody goes out of business. Then they buy those businesses very cheap, and then they raise the prices to higher than they ever were. That's one of the many benefits that they have if they want to do it. But by putting tariffs on, as an example, in the furniture business in North Carolina, it was so vibrant, and they stole our business. And they charge us, if you wanted to build a furniture place, if you want to sell your furniture in China, they won't take it. But if you want to build a plant in China to make furniture in China using their labor, they open it. We're doing the same thing. But a lot of people are, oh, well, we don't want to have tariffs. The country was at the richest point in its history in the 1890s. It was all tariffs. If you looked at William McKinley as an example, he was a big tariff president. They had committees that were put in charge of what to do with the money we would take.
And it's crazy because, like, under these tariffs, America saw a boom. Yeah, we did pretty well under Trump. The economy was doing great under Trump. So that everybody could keep on saying that, oh, tariffs this, tariffs that. Little do they know they were doing great under tariffs. Yeah. Same tariffs that are supposed to pass down these costs is, well, that's crazy wait, hold on. We were paying lower back then with these tariffs. Now that Biden done put his little finesse on some of these tariffs, now we're paying more. It's like, you got to understand, when tariffs can be a good or a bad thing depending who uses them. And when Trump used them, we saw a rise in the economy. When Biden used them, we saw a significant fall in the economy. It just depends who used them. So I don't know, maybe y'all may be a little scared from when Biden used these tariffs, but when Trump used them, we were good.
Taking in so much money. And McKinley would say, well,
actually, he used tariffs from China to fund American farmers.
Of my brother, I think if I did, I probably.
Yeah, I would to believe, bro. If you can't practice moderation, just abstain. Like a dead ass. If you cannot practice moderation, just abstain. It's not important. You don't need it in your life. It's not critical to your health. It's cool to have fun or socialize with it. But if you cannot have it in moderation, just abstain and just help your life. To save your life right there.
Would have a problem, personality type, right? But I never had it less. I have no longing for it. I have friends that are on the wagon, as they say, and I watch them watching trays go by. The tray is going by. Oh, it's like they have, it's a thing that they can't get over with. Same with smoking. It's tough. I've seen guys just grab somebody's cigarette. They haven't had one in a long time. And to them, it's like the greatest sensation. If you've never smoked, you just don't have that problem. So I tell people for their children, no drugs, no alcohol, and no cigarettes.
And we got 1,500 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure you double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corners and make sure to like the video and let's spread the conversation. Appreciate y'all. Let's go.
They obviously work really, really hard. How'd you teach them work ethic?
They have to like what they do. If they don't like what they do, they do. My kids like what they do. And I would say genetically, I'm a believer in genetics. I like it. I'm good at doing certain things. And, racehorses, like 2 slow racehorses don't produce a Kentucky Derby winner, right? That's not the way it is. But you have to have an ability at something. And if you don't have the ability, don't do it. But most importantly, do something you like, whether it's your parents or not. Your parents want you to go into a business or they want you to go into a store with them if they have a store. I would say that you have to love what you do. If you don't love what you do, it's not going to work. I've never seen it. If you don't want to get up in the morning and go to work. Now, a lot of people say...
Now, I may lose some viewers for saying this, but yeah, trust me, the Trump derangement is strong in the chat because of that debate last night. They need to attack somebody to solidify or to feel comfortable with their decision. Because y'all know Walz. Ooh, man. You seen Walz on there looking like a madman? That boy was shaking, man. Oh, man. If that's y'all vice president, boy, good luck.
With all the people that come after you, do you really love getting up in the morning? You understand that, right? I'm attacked at left and right, but I do because we make so much progress. We're doing great on the campaign, as you probably see. We're leading in the campaign now and doing well. We beat Biden, and we were up so far on him, and then they said, that's like a fight. You're in a fight, and they changed the fighter in the middle of the, right? In the middle of the fight, they changed the fighter. And now we're beating her very badly. I'd be so interesting to see her in your show because I don't believe that she would be able to answer any questions on what you discuss better than anybody else.
Well, I'm happy to have her if she'd come.
I'm sure she would be. I'm sure she'd love to come. Yeah. She wouldn't come.
So I hear you going.
Man, shout out to Kamala doing such a bad job on immigration. If she wasn't doing such a bad job on immigration or Biden, really, then, Trump wouldn't be here today. He would not be here today.
90-degree angle. If I was a little off.
So for those of y'all that are mad that he survived, which is wild, by the way, but for those of y'all who, lack substance and wish he was gone, well, blame Kamala and her immigration policies. Because of that, that's why my man is. I always said I could have forgave Biden maybe for leaving all those weapons there in Afghanistan if no soldiers would have got hurt or died. I mean, you know what? If he'd have told us, you know what? Look, it's either soldiers get hurt and die or we get the equipment. Not soldiers got hurt and died and we didn't get all the equipment, G. And we just left. I mean, complete F up. Bro, I'd have been okay with just no soldiers dying, but we left billions of dollars over there. I'm like, all right, you can't get everything you want. But the fact that he effed up on both, he couldn't give us no good out of that situation. And then he don't even want to go to the goddamn funeral of the soldiers he got killed. I mean, come on now, dog. Is that really the leadership we wanted? Honestly, that's some of the leadership y'all was about to vote for. Until the debate, until then, y'all was lying to everybody talking about he was sharp as a thumbtack.
Space now. We wouldn't be. Know. We were in third place by far, and now we're way in first place. And it's very important. Militarily, it's very important.
President Trump, thanks for taking time.
Thank you very much.
Your team told us you got a speech here in a few minutes.
I do.
We were still able to squeeze this in, and I appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out with us a little bit.
It's a great honor. I've watched you for many years. I shouldn't say that but I can say it from both of us. I watched you for many years and a real pro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. That was actually a good one. Let's get on to this JD Vance. Fresh off the dub, man. Shout out JD. I think we can all agree that JD won that debate. just the fact that he wasn't sitting there staring into the camera crazy as hell. The boy got possessed.
Michigan. Well, it is great to be in the great state of Michigan once again. It is great to be at an incredible manufacturing firm, Visioneering, and it is great to be in the state that I think is going to be pivotal to giving us 270 electoral votes and making Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Now, it's hard to believe, but we've only got 33 days until the election. Now, that's a good news, bad news situation, because that means we've got a very limited amount of time to make our case to the American people that Donald Trump ought to be reelected president. But the good news is that means only 33 more days for Kamala Harris to gaslight and lie to the American people, and that's a pretty good thing. Now, we of course had a debate last night, a vice presidential debate. I thought it went pretty well. Now, it's funny because, we did this debate, and then I talked to the president afterwards, and we talked a little bit about, what actually happened, and, some of the points that I made, some of the points that Governor Walz made, and he made this observation. He said that Tim Walz said that he was friends with school shooters twice.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And that's something I actually didn't notice, that Tim Walz had said that on the debate stage. And I said, did he really say that, sir? And he said, I'm telling you, man, go and watch the clips. He said he was friends with school shooters twice. And I said that was probably only the third or fourth dumbest comment Tim Walz made that night then. Because look, I got to be honest, I feel a little bad for Governor Walz.
Yeah.
And the reason I feel bad for him is because he has to defend the indefensible.
Yeah, which is a very tough stance. I mean, trying to defend Kamala, he was given one of the toughest jobs in the world right there. And then his body language didn't help him out either. So I think we can all agree there. But if you can find one way that Walz won without sounding delusional, let me know.
And that is the record of Kamala Harris. And think about this. For the past 8 weeks, Kamala Harris, who never won a Democrat primary vote, has gone around the country saying that she is on day one going to tackle the affordability crisis that's making it hard for you to afford groceries, housing, and everything else. She says on day one, we're going to make energy prices lower for American consumers. And on day one, she says, we're going to tackle the instability and conflict all over the world.
Oh, and don't worry, after we go through Vance and Walz, we're going to look at that debate again. We all going to look at it again. Because I played it straight through, but this time we can be able to fully analyze it, and you're going to get our full opinions on it. Trust me, because there was a lot of crazy things said.
Well, Kamala Harris, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? Why don't you get to work instead of just talking about...
On God, Anthony. On God.
Instead of just talking about what you're going to do, why don't you actually do it? Here's the thing. I'm running to be your next vice president of the United States, and I'm incredibly honored to stand here and ask you for your vote and ask you for your hard work. But if we win, and I believe that we are going to win in 33 days, my friends, I feel very confident about it. But when we win, the American people will have given me an awesome responsibility to represent them on the world stage, to advocate for Donald Trump's policies, to work with Congress to get things done for the American people. I get sick of having a vice president of the United States for 3.5 years pretend that she bears no responsibility for all of the policies that have made this country weaker, less prosperous, and less secure. And part of our responsibility, part of our job, my friends, over the next 33 days is to remind Michiganders and everybody else that, yes, Kamala Harris is at fault for the Inflation Explosion Act. Yes, Kamala Harris is at fault for the explosion in federal spending that drove inflation through the roof. Yes, Kamala Harris is responsible as the border czar for the wide open border. Kamala Harris has...
Now, they did try to fact check JD on that after the debate, of course, but they try to say, oh, well, Kamala Harris never appointed the border czar. That was still under border control and all this good stuff. But there is video proof of Biden appointing Kamala Harris the border czar. Video proof of it. So it was kind of crazy that they were trying to fact check him on, oh, well, he called her the border czar and Kamala was never the border czar. I'm like, nah, she had full reign of the border. Let's be real. She even admitted to giving the border agents overtime. So, like, where's the confusion here? Like, oh, well, it's in the news. They try to create confusion.
Has been in power. She caused problems. We're not going to entrust her to solve the very problems that she created. We're going to entrust Donald Trump with the presidency of the United States. Now let's talk a little bit about manufacturing, because I know we got a lot of employees and a lot of family members who work with Visioneering, a great American aerospace company. We believe, Donald Trump and I believe, that one of the biggest mistakes our leaders made is that they decided over 40 years that we didn't need to make our own stuff anymore. Ooh. And this company stands as a proud and stark contrast to that, because right here in Visioneering, you've got 350 American workers that are making great American products. We're proud of you. We're going to fight for you, and we're going to build on that great track record.
And shout out my man Anthony Lines, man. I appreciate the support, bro. Let me go ahead and get your shout out real quick, because hey, man, we love all our supporters here at S.E.T. and Key Media. And you caught me a bit slow on the startup. Appreciate that, big dog. Let me go ahead and read that message for you. Anthony Law says, bro, Vance swept the floor with Walz. I'm pretty sure even Walz is voting for Trump. It's like Vance after last night. I mean, bro, yeah, the way... first of all, it was body language alone. Vance won, in my opinion, off body language. Even Dr. Phil was calling out, like, yeah, what's up with bro's body language? When he first came out, like, chill Vance, and then you got Walz just staring into the camera just like he's possessed or something. Like, I don't know, like he's waiting for the demons of the left to possess his soul and help him debate or something like that. And it was like I thought he was about to freeze. But he kept it going through, though, and I was impressed with that. But the nervousness on this man's face did not leave that entire night. Appreciate you, Anthony, man. Appreciate that.
You know, my papa was a union steel worker for almost 40 years. And the steel mill that employed my papa had almost 10,000 jobs at one point. Now it's got about 2,000 jobs. Damn. And the steel mill, we're the lucky ones. Because a lot of those great American steel producers, they didn't just shed 8,000 jobs. They went out of business altogether. And why did they do it? They did it because other countries used literal slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers.
And shout out, man, Antonia Martino. Hey, nice. And appreciate you for the support. It was refreshing to see a civil debate for once. And you know what? I did like that as well. It wasn't too much mudslinging or anything like that. So appreciate the support, man. Let me go ahead and... Yeah, I actually do appreciate the fact that there wasn't too much mudslinging, not too much name calling. Everybody kept on to their policies, well, most of the time. You know, Walz couldn't help himself but at least to attack Trump a good 3 times. But it was only 3. I was expecting like 10 attacks on Trump. So, yeah, it was a pretty civil debate. Both of them went back and forth, had a cordial debate. Nobody really raised their voice or was being belligerent to the other side. So, yeah, I do congratulate them and respect that they had a great debate and a civil one.
And destroy our industries.
That Vance won.
And Donald Trump, if we stand for anything, we stand for an end to that practice. We're going to build more in America. We're going to manufacture more in America. We're going to make more in America, and we're going to do it with American workers and build American prosperity in the process. That is our promise. That is Donald Trump's solemn promise.
Going on, Chad?
Now, here's the thing. Of course, Visioneering is a great aerospace company, but we got a lot of other proud industries in the state of Michigan and a lot of proud industries that are not thriving thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Now, where did we go in this country where you've got Kamala Harris who wants to tax working people so that rich people, she wants to subsidize rich people to buy electric vehicles made in China? Is that a good idea? Absolutely. It's not a good idea. Now, here's the thing. My papa, like I said, was a union steel worker, and he was a little gruff from time to time. I love my papa. But you know what? He had a word for the kind of policies that Kamala Harris is pursuing, where we're going to tax American workers and then send their jobs overseas. One word, and that was bullshit. Doesn't make an ounce of sense. And it's not just American workers and Michigan workers in particular. I mean, look, we've got the proudest auto industry in the entire world built right here in the state of Michigan. As a Buckeye, it's hard for me to admit that, my friends. It is hard for me to admit how good Michigan workers are at making automobiles.
We won't even pronounce the M
over here. But why are we trying to tell Americans that they've got to drive electric vehicles made in China? Why don't we send this message? This is America. Drive whatever the hell you want to, because we believe in freedom and we believe in choice in the United States.
I always did think that mandate was just a little crazy. It's like, hold on, let's just leave these electric vehicles as a luxury item. Let's not mandate it on people. And then let's be real, not a lot of us don't like the way these electric cars are so like, yeah, that's not it. We want the, we like that. Yes, we need to hear the roar in the engine.
Actually, most of these cars are like silent. Like you can't even hear them. You just hear the wind.
Man, you got that right car. You got that right car. But, well, all electric vehicles sound like it's a...
Nah, bro. You ever been in a Tesla, bro? That mug is actually pretty silent.
That's
like you just hear the wind, kind of. You don't even hear like the buzzing of it. You would think there'd be like a buzzing of a battery, but
nah. I heard it in one of them little Ravion trucks or whatever it called.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Ah, man, that's what I was getting it from. Man, Walz dropped tampons over Baghdad. Man, shout out Vladstein, bro.
Oh, but
man. And shout out Alex for the $20 super chat, man. You just wanted to show some love, and it's your first super chat on the stream.
Appreciate that honor, my boy.
Oh God,
thanks
you
for
honor
support.
us. You honor us.
States of America. And look, if we pursue those policies that say, yeah, if you want to drive an electric vehicle, by all means, drive an electric vehicle. But if you want to drive a Michigan-built gas-powered car,
Mopar or no car.
And we're going to support your choice to do whatever you want to do, and we're going to build prosperity for Michigan workers in the process. But thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, this is a person who loves to pretend that she stands for American workers. Well, nobody stood as strongly and as proudly for American workers than Donald J. Trump. He did it for 4 years, and he's going to do it again. So just in the last few years under Kamala Harris's leadership, I'm going to read this to make sure I get my facts right. Stellantis announced that it was going to lay off 2,500 Michigan auto workers who make the Ram 1500 Classic. Ooh. What a disgrace that is. A great American automobile, and those jobs are going to get destroyed and either replaced with factory jobs in Mexico or completely eliminated altogether, because Kamala Harris doesn't want to empower Americans to buy Michigan-made automobiles.
And shout out Anthony Lines, man. The no tax on tips will also apply to YouTube and the donations y'all receive. Hey. Really? Huh.
I mean, I guess we would be considered tip workers.
Oh, man. You know what's so crazy? I always YouTube takes their
30% off the top.
Man, so
yeah, shoot. But they fuck with you when you go through them.
On God, though. On God. Hey, yeah, keep doing super chats. YouTube mess with us that way. Like, trust me, we would love the cash app option, but to be honest, YouTube don't mess with you that much.
When you low-key negate the traffic.
Oh, God. Don't play with YouTube, man. But appreciate that, Anthony Lines. And, bro, I also make the funny joke of, bro, like, anybody who makes tips, even strippers, should be for Trump.
Strippers for Trump.
Bro, strippers for Trump at this point as well. Like, what? No tax on tips?
Oh, yeah, man.
Come on now.
Last year.
Plus a child tax credit. Man, we know most of y'all single mothers now. Come on. You know you need the double whammy there. Okay, I'm playing.
You got to throw that in there.
I'm sorry, I'm playing.
1,300 Michigan workers at 2 separate facilities. And Ford is currently rolling back a lot of its EV production because a lot of Americans don't want to buy EVs. They want to buy the cars that they want to buy. Now, why are we doing this?
That's what I'm saying. You ain't taking some of these boys' V8s. Like, a lot of these people, Mopar or no car. Like I know a lot of y'all with the Challengers, the Dodges, the Hellcats, the Chargers. Like, yeah, you ain't taking these boys V8.
Workers, why are we doing this to our own industry? Why are we doing this to our own country? Because Kamala Harris has decided that she's going to pursue policies that make her donors, her green scam donors, rich, and she's going to impoverish a generation of Michigan auto workers. I say, hell no. Let's empower and enrich Michigan auto workers with the leadership of Donald Trump. Now, look, this is not just about,
no.
2,500 jobs, my friends. That's not just a number. Think about that. That is 2,500 American families that have a family supporting wage, and that disappears thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. That's 2,500 moms and dads. They're going to have financial stress they didn't have before because of Kamala Harris's policies.
Flex that V8,
that's
bro.
2,500 families. They're going to be worried about putting food on the table or paying heating bills, because we all know it gets pretty cold up here in the middle of a Michigan winter. That is 2,500 families made to suffer, not because of an act of God, not because of something that happened accidentally, but because our own leadership failed to do its job. And if this election is about anything, it is about getting back to some common sense economic principles that put American citizens, American workers, and American consumers first. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Every single day, that's why we exist. It's to serve you, not to destroy your jobs like Kamala Harris. Now, of course, remember, the promise that was made, and Tim Walz made this argument last night. And one of these things that really, really annoyed the hell out of me is he said, well, look, here's this economist who says that Donald Trump's plans are going to lead to higher inflation. Well, first of all, Tim, Donald Trump was already president for 4 years. We got rising take-home pay and lower inflation, so I don't think those economists know what the hell they're talking about. But even if you ignore the evidence of what Donald Trump did in office, look, what these economists are saying is that if we ship our entire industrial base off to countries like China, it's going to make American workers richer somehow. It's going to make our goods cheaper somehow. Well, we've been living through the inflation of the last 3.5 years, and we know that when we make our country less self-reliant, when we pursue the policies that Kamala Harris says that we ought to pursue, it makes Americans poorer. It drives up the cost of food and of housing. It makes our country less prosperous, and it makes our nation more dependent on people who don't like us to make the critical stuff that we need. We got to get rid of that. Stop listening to the economists and start listening to common sense in this country. But think about this. They said, here's the deal. Tim Walz has the audacity, and Kamala Harris has the audacity to say that, well, if Donald Trump's policies are enacted, that's going to lead to higher prices for American consumers. Tim, we already ran this experiment once. Donald Trump's economic policies worked for American families. They worked for American consumers. But here's the thing. Think about this. If a Chinese company wants to hire a literal slave laborer making $4 a day, and they want to import the goods made by that slave laborer, then it's going to make Americans poor. Because, of course, we shouldn't expect American middle-class workers to work for a slave wage in China. We ought to expect our middle-class workers to be able to support a family on those wages, and that's what we're going to fight for every single day. So here's what you got to do. To prevent those companies and those countries from undercutting the wages of American workers, you got to be willing to impose tariffs. Fight back.
It's kind of like sexy, like especially like on a Mercedes, on a BMW. You know, them boys know how to make a car over there.
And shout out Marshall Land Game. He said, "Hey, show some of these people how Kamala Harris is the border czar." And I'm gonna go ahead and try to find that clip where Biden went in and appointed her. It was funny. It was
trying to say she didn't have that title.
Bro, no, they try to bring it up as a fact check. It was wild. They said, yeah, well, they tried to fact check saying Kamala Harris wasn't the border czar. I was like, bro, come on now.
What was the whole purpose of her visiting the border and low-key like being like, oh, so what's the issue kind of thing?
Yeah, she literally said how she implemented overtime for the border.
Yeah.
So wait, she damn near snitched on herself about that.
Right.
Back against the theft of the American middle class, penalize those companies that are shipping jobs overseas, and give a tax cut to American workers. That's how you build prosperity for this country, and that's what we're going to fight for. And let's just recap what Kamala Harris's policies have actually done. The average Michigan family is spending over $1,000 per month to pay for what they could have bought 3.5 years ago. That's $12,000 a year, a hidden tax of $12,000 a year just to be able to buy what you could have bought 3.5 years ago. That's not pro-working people. Kamala Harris has presided over policies that have seen the cost of housing go up by over 50%. That is not pro-working families. She's seen policies that have seen the cost of eggs go up by more than double. Gallon of milk is now about $4 in the state of Michigan. Groceries are up 25%. Kamala Harris's leadership has been tried, and it has been found wanting. And Americans, we want to get back to common sense. We want to be able to afford a nice living, a nice house for our families. And to do that, we have got to elect the common sense leadership of Donald J. Trump. And that's exactly what everybody in this room is going to do. Now I want to talk about just something else that, you know, credit card delinquencies are about 9% right now. That means a lot of American families are sacrificing. They're not paying their credit card debts so they can afford groceries or they can afford the mortgage. What a disgrace and what a sad commentary it is on Kamala Harris's economic policies that you've got hardworking people who are doing everything that they can to provide for their families, and they're falling further behind. Not because they're not doing their job, but because Kamala Harris isn't doing hers. So and ma'am, you're right. Kamala Harris doesn't care about this because she doesn't understand, because she doesn't talk to anybody. She's afraid of interviews. So she doesn't talk to people, and she doesn't realize that her economic policies are making it harder on American families. And you all know my story. I talked about it a little bit last night. But I was raised by...
And they want to hop on Trump's ass for concepts of a plan. She really doesn't expound when she says, oh, I want to enrich the middle class. I'm trying to expand the middle class, opportunity economy. She really doesn't give too much detail when she says that. It just, it sounds good.
Actually, she does. She does. It's kind of funny. Well, oh, yeah, come on. What you going to do about the economy? Well, I was raised in a middle class family.
God. How could I forget?
My neighbor owned a small business. And because I'm saying all this stuff, that means I know the best for the economy.
How could I forget? You ain't lying.
By a grandmother who sometimes would refuse to turn on the heating at night when times got especially tough. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes forego paying for her own medicines so that she could put food on the table in our family. And I remember feeling, even though money was tight, that thanks to my grandmother, I never really lacked for anything. But American grandparents and American parents shouldn't have to make those sacrifices to begin with.
That's probably the most...
If you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a good life for your family. And that's what Donald Trump and I are going to fight for every single day for the next 4 years. And I want to talk about one more issue. We're going to, of course, take a few questions from the reporters, but I want to talk about one more issue. Because the American media, and especially Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they don't want to talk about how this illegal immigration crisis is a theft of the American dream from American citizens.
Oh, yeah. Another good video is Kamala's 34 Lies. Yeah, we got you, dog. I got a couple of them for you, actually. Let me see if I can go ahead and...
Appreciate that, Marshall.
Let me see. Let me go ahead and knock that one out for you, release. Because I actually do have the Biden.
Kamala's borders are.
Yeah, Kamala borders are. Well, where Biden pretty much appointed her as borders are.
Yeah, make sure to go follow our X account. Can be a little bit more based over there. Funny memes.
Shout out to the funny memes. Oh man, shout out to the funny memes. But yeah, let's go over these lies that Kamala's told him. Boom, boom, boom.
January 6th, as though Donald Trump only told The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
that is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know. And
I love
take
that clip for those of y'all who
for not
believe that
having
Nancy
the-
Pelosi had no involvement in January 6th, wasn't culpable. She admitted it right there. Like, oh, well, they didn't know, but I should have known. I should have prepared.
Like, I should have had people out there like, well, like, this is on me. And she's admitting that.
Right.
But, you know, she'll come out in public and claim this video never existed.
Man.
Just prepare for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it. Not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19, Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20, Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events, and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do that.
specifically
He's like, let's
do
go.
it? Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Well,
peace.
then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists
Who
and
would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud
Boys.
Boys,
funny about that
stand
white
back
supremacist
and
and
stand
Proud Boys
by.
thing.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their
Bro,
leader,
that is a
Enrique
crazy clip.
Tarrio,
Literally
is
asked the moderator or the interviewer, like, who do you want me to condemn? Like, say a name. Like, oh, Proud Boys. Proud Boys,
No,
stand back.
down. Like, cause like, dog,
I condemn all these these radicalistic groups. Like, I condemn all of them. Like, I ain't trying to empower any of them. Like, point them out. I'll condemn them.
Because it's crazy that any radical group, they're just trying to attach to Trump's name, when even some of these radical groups don't even agree with everything Trump's doing.
That's very true. A lot of them, even nowadays, are starting to denounce Trump like he's not radical enough for him, I guess.
He's not far right enough.
They actually have Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number 22,
Crazy.
the non-biased moderators
Black
claim that
passing.
Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 24. Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one.
How many times do you have to condemn
This is just
white
absolutely
nationalists?
false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill, baby, drill.
You know, it's funny. He said that jokingly too. Like, who do you want me to condemn? Who do you want me to condemn? He's damn near saying, like, bro, just say anybody at this point. Because you're putting everybody on me. Just give me a name you just want me to condemn at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were...
This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally.
People are going to cry. He said one day, though. He said there should be no days of dictatorship. Oh, boy, y'all.
Hold on.
Y'all cannot take a joke.
Purposely taking
and the other is energy.
Context.
We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did.
25. Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote, you can do whatever you want and you can go into Ukraine, end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim, none whatsoever. Lie number 26. Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un exchanged, quote, love letters. This one is just kind of elementary and a little silly. So the actual truth with this is, yes, Donald Trump made a joke about this years back in 2018 during a rally, claiming that him and Kim Jong-un used to be at each other's throats, and then they started exchanging letters, and then they fell in love.
I was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love. Okay? No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love. But you know what? Now they'll say, Donald Trump said they fell in love. How horrible. How horrible is that?
He literally cited that they were going to take this out of context while making the joke.
Said in jest, but Harris was
you can't
trying
make it up.
It's like, bro, it's so funny how y'all are literally doing exactly what Trump said y'all were going to do.
It's so predictable.
Take the joke and take it out of context, run with it. Even I just said that y'all were going to do this. And look at y'all. Look at y'all in the chat, man. Bro,
he said this.
He said one day we don't even need it for a second. It's like, bro, it's a joke. God damn.
To insinuate that it's because both of them are dictators and they bonded over being dictators again. That's simply not true. In fact, there was a point in time where it was getting very tense between the United States and North Korea, but then Trump broke peace and became the very first U.S. president to ever set foot on North Korean soil, which I think is a good thing. I don't know about you guys, but I tend to lean towards peace. Lie number 27, Harris claims that Putin and other dictators are rooting for Donald Trump to get back in office, but the funniest thing is...
And all right, man, shout out Marshall Land Gamer, man. Appreciate the support. You want to...
Yeah, I got you. He says, we need to stop the war in Ukraine as well. That's what Trump wants to do. It wouldn't be good if the Ukrainian military set off the dead hand system. Man.
Possibility.
Very true.
Is that Putin actually came out and recently endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are no active duty troops in any combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This is false. I'm going to be looking at my notes here. There are currently active duty U.S. troops deployed to Iraq and Syria who have been under frequent attack by Iran-backed militia forces over the past year.
And we showed a funny short of when the soldiers were pretty much looking at the debate, and Harris was lying, pretty much saying, oh, there is no troops anywhere in the battlefield situation. And then the troops are just like, whoa, well, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's like, yeah, she'll lie to y'all straight in y'all face, and for some reason y'all don't want to do no research on it, though.
There are also thousands of active duty U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East.
It's cool to look up Trump and see if he's lying, but take the same due diligence towards Harris.
drone strikes. And just earlier this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed on the border of Syria by Iran-backed forces. Lie number 29, she claims that Donald Trump called for the death of the Central Park Five. So again, I've already debunked this. Go look for my video called Epic Debunking that I mentioned earlier. I go much more in depth there, but again, I will just briefly say there is absolutely no proof that Donald Trump called for their execution. Did Donald Trump think they were guilty? Yes. Does he still think that they're guilty even though they were legally exonerated? Yes. Does that mean that he actively called for their execution? No, it does not. Read the article in its entirety. Don't listen to other people tell you what it says. Read what it says. Lie number 30. She claims that her and Joe Biden capped the cost of insulin at $35. Again, I've already debunked this and covered it before, but I'll cover it briefly once more. Donald Trump was the one to cap the cost of insulin at $35.
And Walz mentioned this last night.
$35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free. So for everybody who's getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid of our $35 cap on insulin.
Wow, get rid of what he put in place is crazy. It's crazy.
It's kind of like how they blame him for the Iran situation. Like, oh, well, they got money because he removed a program that kept them broke. Like, whoa. If you know anything about the timeline, Iran low-key had money. Trump got in. He low-key broke. He low-key stifled their money.
Yeah.
And then after he got out, that's when they low-key came to prominence again. Kind of got some racks.
Man,
so
billions.
Man, if they blame Trump for that, I'm not really sure. Honestly, you got to blame the current administration if they got money now.
Bro, anything the current administration do, they blame on Trump somehow, some way.
Man,
it's like, bro, when you can't defend yourself, just blame Trump.
Scapegoat that man.
Harris claims that she is fine with private insurance, but her comments in the past would suggest that that is a flat-out lie.
Follow up on that, and correct me if I'm wrong. To reiterate, you support the Medicare for All bill. I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Nope.
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
And finally, at lie number 32, she claims that her and Joe Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
Old system
this is simply not true. The BLS shows that
that healthcare plan was her healthcare plan is BS. They would say, "What's Trump's healthcare plan?" Like, oh, what did he do? What did he do? Well, if you actually look up what Trump did for healthcare, he did a lot to Obamacare.
He actually bolstered it,
Yeah, he actually bolstered it, and he took out that, individual mandate?
Yeah.
That actually boosted the economy in terms of the insurance and all that, and everybody had free reign to choose what insurance they want to go with at lower premiums.
Yep, and then for those of y'all that believe that Trump wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, he actually has said himself multiple times in public forum, like, I'm going to keep that in place until I find something better.
Yeah. Ain't
nobody got to worry about going without health insurance, health care. Like, I got y'all. They just want to throw that around because they know that y'all eat it up, honestly, pretty easily.
Yeah.
Make it seem like this man want to take people health care. He trying to bolster this shit. He trying to get Social Security, no tax. Like, bro, he cares about people and they access to these services.
92,000 of those manufacturing jobs were recovered from COVID. Donald Trump alone created 414,000 of those manufacturing jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration only created 173,000 new manufacturing jobs. And when you factor in all of her bullshit lies, Kamala Harris had absolutely nothing to go on in her debate performance, aside from trying to mislead the gullible public who doesn't follow this stuff as closely as a small subsection of us do. Take everything that this woman says with a grain of salt.
A grain of salt, but y'all take it at face value. Oh, Lord. Where are we at in today's times? Where are we at, Key?
Well, everybody gets their information from social media, and that means they're probably seeing a 30-second clip or a headline versus doing their due diligence.
And we see this in small communities. We see this in big cities all over our country. When you let in 25 million people, you know what that does?
Really?
That stresses municipal budgets. So a lot of cities and towns can't afford to provide for their own citizens because they're focused on providing for people who shouldn't be here. You know, hospital wait times, because illegal aliens use hospital emergency rooms primarily. So hospital wait times have gone up in the state of Michigan. They're close to 3 hours for American citizens who want to go into the hospital and see a doctor. We've got so many problems. Housing. You know, when you
And Marshall Land Gaming's like, let's just not say the facts. Let's show the charts too, man. Don't worry. I'm gonna throw that later in there. I got you, big dog.
Shout out Marshall and Gamer, bro.
Man, he was wants to show the facts, and I love it. He's like, I got you, dog. I got you.
let in 25 million illegal aliens, and they compete with Americans for scarce homes. That drives up the cost of housing, and that is a major cost of the housing crisis. I had the debate moderator attempt to fact check me last night. She said, what's your evidence that illegal immigration promotes and increases housing cost increase? And I said, well, first of all, common sense. When you let in millions of people who shouldn't be here, you got to house them somewhere, and those are houses that ought by right go to American citizens. Donald Trump and I are going to fight for that every single day. American homes for American people.
Sense. And like I made the argument, a lot of this shit just doesn't pass the eye test. They want to tell us crime is down. They want to tell us these immigrants aren't competing for the same houses and jobs that we have to already compete for in a scarce market. I'm just like, yo, go outside. A lot of y'all believe in narrative or whatever mainstream left-leaning media is telling y'all without just kind of going outside, doing the analytical data, the anecdotal data. Like, what do you see?
I'm be real with you. The only way you cannot see this if you're like just leaving your parents' house where you never really have to look at groceries, a light bill, or anything. You have nothing to compare it to. Now, somebody who living on their own 4 years ago and lived on their own
gotta
now,
pay their own bills.
Yeah, like
maybe work in these entry-level job fields.
We understand the difference. But somebody just leaving their parents' house who never had to pay a bill, see a bill, or anything. Maybe they're the ones who's voting for Kamala talking about, oh, everything was good back in the day and all that good stuff. What you mean we were good? Yeah, you never have to pay a bill.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of that same privilege is people who are well off. They don't really have to they don't really experience the issue because they don't have to see it firsthand. Like I said, the people that will be experiencing this is people who are needing cheaper or affordable housing, right? Those are the people who are seeing the hit, and people who are working these entry-level jobs. Black jobs, as Trump named them. Those are the people who are going to be seeing this and have that experience.
Man.
But there's also, to talk about Tim Walz's economist that he loves to cite, our own Federal Reserve has commissioned a study that shows that when you let in a lot of illegal aliens, it jacks up the price of housing. So how about this simple principle? Kamala Harris wants to give amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. She wants to bankrupt Medicare by giving Medicare to illegal aliens. Do we want that? She wants to bankrupt Social Security by giving Social Security to illegal aliens. Do we want that? Here's the Donald Trump plan, and here's the Donald Trump message to illegal aliens in this country.
She wanted to give inmates gender-affirming care
because you're going home. That's what we're going to do.
Sign up for the LGBTQ.
And you heard this a little bit last night. You hear a lot of talk about compassion when the issue of illegal immigration comes up. Well, let's talk about compassion. Because I'm the father of 3 beautiful young kids. I don't think that it's compassionate to empower the Mexican drug cartels to engage in sex trafficking along our southern border. That's not compassionate. I don't believe that it's compassionate to flood American cities and towns with fentanyl that is killing our citizens by the tens of thousands.
I don't think it was too compassionate when Kamala was in California pushing a truancy act that pretty much jailed any parent whose kid was out of school for 10 days plus. Which, didn't account for people who had sick kids or people's kids who were just recklessly skipping school without their notice, unbeknownst to the parents. Yes, she locked up a parent over that.
And to that point that Vance just made, I think this fentanyl crisis is a bigger issue than a lot of us might realize. It's crazy how that's kind of infiltrated our country and lo and behold presented itself to be a major issue. Now, Ohio has kind of always been the center of an opioid crisis, but this is just the newest adaptation of a mainstream drug that's like taking a hit on a lot of people. Like, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the rapper Rich Homie Cron. Like, he just died from a fentanyl overdose. So it don't matter if you rich or poor. Like, this fentanyl is in all of our stuff.
Man, and shout out Marshall Land Gamer because you ain't lying about that, Keeper.
Man. You think if you had some money, you'd be able to escape it. Like, nah. Like, even the rich people are kind of at the same. We all get our drugs from the same market, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But shout out Martian Gamer. He says Kamala cares more about these immigrants than she does the American people, and it shows. Facts, bro.
I don't believe that it is compassionate to allow our southern border to become a drug trafficking and business zone for some of the most evil and terrible people in the world. You know what's compassionate? Closing that border down and putting the interests of American citizens first.
You want to know one way I can prove that Kamala Harris just cares about these immigrants more than anybody else?
Oh, please. I love when we come with the facts, bro.
I mean, she's damn near willing to call them, like, you know, she's damn near willing to say, well, if you call them illegal immigrants, that's wrong.
Immigrant is not a crime.
Well, or it's not a crime.
It is wrong to somehow suggest that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not
Why don't you have proper documentation?
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant
I think she believes the more she says it, the more believable it is.
Really? An undocumented immigrant.
How many times can you say
that?
An
undocumented immigrant is not a criminal, and we have to correct course in this conversation. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct. It is wrong.
I mean,
to somehow suggest.
I mean, come on, guys. Come on.
Statements like that from the border czar.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy.
That is literally the antithesis of why we're at where we're at. Because our weak leadership believes that undocumented immigration is not a crime.
Oh, man.
She said it right there.
Yeah, but let's talk about the crime in California and why it became that way through her Prop 47 and Prop 57.
Absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important.
And shout out to Representative Republican Kevin Kiley, 3rd District of California, here to expose Kamala for us. Appreciate you.
Prop 47 and 57. Listen up, y'all. Listen up.
As the DA of San Francisco, and then as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General, Prop 47, and I'll also touch on what's called Prop 57, she was at the center of this by giving them favorable descriptions on the ballot, which is worth more than any amount of money when you're able to write the wording of the proposition in a way that will lead voters to think it does something different than what it actually does. So Prop 47, which has been behind the explosion of retail theft and open-air drug markets and fentanyl deaths to a large extent in California, just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 50.
Gotcha. And shout out Marshall Land Gamer, man. We appreciate the support.
Well, but are we just going to ignore all the criminals that are coming here and committing crimes? Bro, they say, bro, we got a member. Shout out Swagger Muffin. Not to use him as an example, but it's literally an argument a lot of folks try and make on the left is that immigrants come over here and they commit less crime than U.S. born citizens. And the data can be skewed,
unaccounted for sample size,
and misrepresented in so many ways. But you can't tell me, like I said, the eye test, it just doesn't pass the eye test. Like if you're really going outside and looking at what's going on. And a lot of times these crimes are underreported and these people lack proper documentation upon arrest.
Bro, I have a whole video where I debated ChatGPT on the subject. Like, look, if ChatGPT can't defend that stance, then I don't know about you.
And I know, big surprise, right? Undocumented immigrants having poor documentation upon arrest. Big surprise. And they want to take the statistics from that.
And then comparing a larger sample size to a significantly smaller sample size is crazy.
Man.
57, which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early. She deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to non-violent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as non-violent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, drive-by shootings, the list goes on. She said these are non-violent crimes in order to deceive voters into releasing the offenders from prison early. And it's no wonder violent crime in California now far outpaces the rest of the country.
You don't even bother calling the cops anymore.
Man, that is hilarious.
And I got somebody in the comments that I guess doubts the claim that it may or may not be underreported. And just think about it, bro. People don't even bother to call the cops anymore. Some of this crime has become so normalized. We become so jaded to it. Some of this theft, some of these robberies, like, bro, like, even the police response is jaded. They're demoralized dealing with this high increase in crime. Like, and I'm not talking about just Columbus, our city. Shout out 614 Ohio, but ask people in these larger cities, these LAs, these Chicagos, these New Yorks, bro. They're not getting. First of all, they're not getting that timely police response because crime is so exacerbated. As well as, bro, we've just become jaded to it. Like I said, it's not hitting the same.
Oh yeah, okay. And can you read that one out?
Yeah, and shout out Donna Kiss him grits, Dana Kiss him grits. Is it true? Is it a true pleasure to find? Oh, it is a true pleasure to find young people who are informed, well spoken, and sharing the same. So appreciate that.
Hey, appreciate that, man. Now let's go ahead and
I said when
now this is Biden. Biden announces VP President Harris will lead the response to the migration challenge at the southern border. I mean, come on now. Shout out Biden for, putting somebody in charge, but it being Harris, and look where we're at now, guys. I mean, this was 3 years ago. Biden said this 3 years ago, right? Let's take it to
borders at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have.
Now she's talking with Mexico. If you go back in this video, Biden even talks about what she's supposed to be doing at the southern border.
Be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of
bro, you're goofy. If people are getting robbed,
and I can think of nobody who,
bro, come on, bro,
who's better qualified to do this than a former. This is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when
it's not her full response, but she's leading the effort. It's not supposed to be her full responsibility at the southern border, but she's leading the effort, according to Biden.
He or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me. She knows what she's doing, and I hope we can move this along. But so, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling. But there's no one better capable of trying to organize this for us.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And
mask on,
man.
So you can see this appointment came
3 years
probably,
ago.
what, 2020?
Yep, 3 years ago.
2021. Yep. So about 2021, when about a year in the office. So she was appointed to lead the response to the southern border, and I mean, you could imagine that's been her appointment since then.
And what did Biden say? She speaks for me. She ain't got to check in with me.
This all her. From me to you. This
all you.
You good.
It's all you. You don't even need to check in. You got it.
You got it.
But y'all still say she couldn't do nothing.
She ain't the border czar. Y'all just don't like the name.
You know, because these guys, they love to talk about threats to democracy. Well, as Donald Trump will often remind you, he took a bullet for democracy. So I don't think that any person can accuse the guy of doing anything other than fighting every single day to make this country more prosperous and to make the world more peaceful. But when the media talks about threats to democracy, you know what a threat to democracy is? When you have Kamala Harris running for president despite not earning a single vote from Democratic primary voters. That's a threat to democracy. You know what else is a threat to democracy?
Bro, did you not just see the video we played where he literally said, I appoint you to the southern border? Yo.
American companies and big government censors American citizens and deprives them of their voice in the town square. That's a way bigger threat to democracy than anything else going on. And we're going to stop.
Martian game.
We're going to stop it right away. Because look, I genuinely think this is one very big difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I disagree, of course, with Kamala Harris. I disagree with Governor Walz. I disagree with a lot of the folks who support him, but I would die fighting to defend their right to speak their mind, even if I disagree with it. And I think every single person in this room believes that, because we...
Now, Now, everybody who saw that video in the chat, did we also hear where President Biden appointed Kamala head of the southern border to lead operations on the southern border? Like, we all heard that come out of Biden's mouth, right? You know, you ain't got to check in with me. Your word is my word, or her words are my words. Come on now. Don't lie to yourself now.
We believe in free speech.
The ultimate endorsement. Like, she's good. The border is hers.
And as a person who was raised by a couple of working class blue collar Democrats, I want to say to every Democrat who's watching at home, every Democrat who's in this room, you are more than welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party. We're the party of common sense. We got a big tent, and you're welcome in our movement. Because whether you agree or disagree with us about tax policy or regulatory policy, I think a lot of Americans are saying they're sick of the censorship. They're sick of being told what to think and what to say. They're sick of being told that they're not allowed to be friends with people they disagree with politically. And they're sick and tired of being told by their government to shut up. Because we believe in the First Amendment in this country. You have every right to petition your government and tell them they're screwing up. And that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing.
Effing up.
And that's why Bobby Kennedy endorsed Donald Trump. That's why Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Donald Trump, because we believe in persuading our fellow Americans and not silencing them. And that is a big difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You hear these people talk, and Governor Walz mentioned this yesterday. He talked about you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. And you know what that line is from a disgraced Supreme Court opinion. We believe that the solution to bad ideas is to debate them and persuade our fellow Americans. Yeah. Kamala Harris believes the solution to things she disagrees with is to silence you and to shut you up. It's disgraceful, it's anti-American, and we will not stand for it in Donald Trump's political movement. So I want to close before I take some questions from the media, and I just want to remind you that we got to look through Kamala Harris's lies. She talks about all these great plans that she has. And look, some of them she straight up copied from Donald Trump. So some of them I'm like, Kamala Harris, that doesn't sound that bad. You went on DonaldJTrump.com and copied and pasted it. She's going to put on a red MAGA hat, next thing you know. But look, if you've got all these great ideas, Kamala Harris, I've got a message. Why don't you try them right now? Because you're the sitting vice president and you haven't done a damn thing for American workers or the American people.
Everybody actually come on with that question, trust me.
The sitting vice president cannot say on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and your policies caused the affordability crisis. She can't say on day one, we're going to make the borders more secure, because she's been the border czar for years, telling Americans that the border is secure. She ought to do something about it now instead of lying and gaslighting the American people. She talks about restoring American leadership to the world and bringing back peace and stability to the world that has turned to chaos. And when she says that, I say, Kamala, I've got a really good idea for how we can bring peace and stability back to the world. Vote for Donald J. Trump and bring him back to the Oval Office. So to all of you who are here, and all of you that are watching or will see some of the clips of this later on, I just want to tell you that we have the greatest country in the history of the world. We've got flying in here, and trust me, as a Buckeye, it is hard to admit it, you have got one of the most beautiful states in the entire United States of America, especially this time of year. I love being in Michigan.
No, Vance, now watch your words now, man. Come on now.
Yeah, right. Come on, bro. You got to come back to the O, man.
Yeah, eventually.
We don't even say the M. It's Itchigan.
We've got the best natural resources, the best people, the best workers,
right.
the best
Choose your words carefully.
Anywhere in the world. And I know a lot of people feel like the American dream is out of reach. I know a lot of people feel like it's gotten way too expensive to afford food and energy. It's gotten way too expensive to pay the rent. And I just want to tell you, please do not give up on this country. Because as broken as the leadership of this nation is, it's going to change in 33 days, but only if we get out there and work for it. So to... So to every American out there, we're going to bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back affordable groceries. We're going to make housing and rent possible to afford for normal American citizens. We are going to cut the border crap out and close down that border. We're going to bring the American dream back, but only if Donald J. Trump is back in the White House. We got 33 days.
Hey, relax with
Let's
the
make it happen. Let's fight for it. Let's work for it, and we're going to make him the next president. So let's take a few questions from the reporters, and I always like to start with the local reporters first, and then we'll do to the national folks if we got time afterwards.
Senator Vance, first of all, congratulations on last night's debate.
Thank you.
I did get a chance to speak to some voters here before you stepped on stage. I spoke to Jeffrey and Bert, and they said that they loved how the debate was civil and policy focused. But then I also got some opportunity to speak to voters outside of the event, and I got a question from Robert from Pontiac, and it's a two-part question. I hope you can answer it.
Sure.
So the first part is, with issues where Americans are divided, if elected as the next vice president, how will you bring folks together, especially from the other party? And if there is an issue you disagree with Donald Trump, how will you make your voice heard for the people?
Well, so and you said the person who asked that question is named Robert?
Correct.
So my message to Robert on the first question is, look, I think that the reason this country feels so divided is because of failed leadership and nothing else. You talk to, and look, I genuinely believe this with a lot of...
You know what's so funny? People often ask us, okay, well, if when Donald Trump loses, what you gonna do? I mean, like, I really want to ask the liberals, if Donald Trump win, what are y'all gonna do?
That's going to be a bigger hit for y'all than it will be if Kamala wins for us.
I mean, I'm telling you, like, we're ready to take it on the chin, but I feel like y'all, if Trump win, y'all might actually kick off the riot.
Yeah,
for real.
The plan either way for us is to persist. And for y'all, it seems like the world's going to stop spinning if Trump gets in there.
Oh, God.
Like, bruh, some of y'all put too much, it hinged too much of y'all just thought process, y'all just mental capacity on this man. But then again,
if Trump gets elected, there will be people who really think that we just elected a dictator. There will be people who really think that, and who might crash out
America's
on the idea.
Over. The American dream is gone. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. And I'm just like, bro, relax. Go to work.
Oh, God.
Go to sleep so you can wake up for work.
You know, it's funny. Like, bro, Trump protesters, like, bro. They protested on October after the election. Nothing happened. And then January 6th, something happened. Trust me. Like, there can be protests without riots with Trump supporters in there.
What's going on, Power Stroke?
Vote against me and Donald Trump. There are a lot of people out there who are fundamentally good human beings, but the leadership of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, is an absolute disgrace. And here's the way, again, why do we have so much division? And why do we have so much rancor in this country's political debate? It's because Kamala Harris and her allies are trying to silence the American people rather than engage with them. When you try to censor your fellow citizens, when you try to shut them up, you breed division and hatred. Donald Trump and I are going to bring this country back together by encouraging the free exchange of ideas and this idea that our leaders ought to persuade their fellow citizens, not try to shut them up, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do. Open this country up. Open up the dialogue and open up the debate, and that is how you bring American citizens back together in these divided times. But on the second question about what do you do when you disagree with Donald Trump, the answer is, first of all,
shout out Marshall Land Gamer, man. Appreciate the support.
So let's try to remind some of these folks just how good it was when Trump was president. Bro, we can bring up how much we can compare and contrast all day. We've asked the question, has your life been improved in the last 4 years? Or are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And people always find an excuse. a justification, some way to absolve the current administration of the climate that America's in, bro.
But look, everything that went good under Trump, they blamed it on Obama. Everything that went bad under Biden, they blamed on Trump.
They find a way 10 ways till Sunday to spin it on you, bro. And I'm just like, bro, come on now. Like, a global pandemic, and that man still had the economy going. He put stimulus in your account, a couple of them. And ultimately, gas was down. Housing was affordable. Interest rates weren't as absorbent. Inflationary rates were reasonable. Actually, they brag about the inflationary rate now. It's actually comparable to what it was when Trump was in office.
Between that, like, what was it? Between that, like, point something %. Like, it was in that sweet spot.
Yeah, it was marginal. It was very marginal. But, bro, it's right back to where Trump had it, essentially. So, there's really not too much of an argument to make for us to say, like, oh, we're better off now than we were 4 years ago.
Nah.
Like, come on, bro. Like, it just go to the grocery store. Go to the grocery store and go get some gas and come back and tell me how you are now compared to 4 years ago.
Check your light bill real quick and compare it to last year or something.
Man.
Donald Trump is at the
we can
top
all
of
do the data,
Republican ticket.
the
He
knowledge.
will be the next president
Do
of
the
the United
knowledge,
States.
nigga.
I've got two responsibilities.
As Onyx would say.
I've got two responsibilities. The first is to support the president in enacting an agenda that I believe is going to lead to rising take-home pay and lower inflation for American citizens. That's number one. But of course, if I disagree with the president, it is my responsibility to talk to him about it and to offer honest counsel in private. And one of the things that I love about Donald Trump is that he takes advice and feedback from everybody. As much as... You know, it's funny when President, the only conversation that he and I ever had about whether I might become his vice presidential nominee was the Saturday before the convention. If you remember, that was the Saturday where he was shot in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I saw him that morning in Florida.
Shout out Nate H. He says $5. He says 90% of Trump supporters would help a stranger, whereas about half of Biden-Harris supporters would spit on you if you were known. Man, you gotta see some of these videos, bro. Some of these liberals gone mad videos.
Yeah.
Bro, they be trying to steal people's mics. They be trying to scratch them, punch them. Like you said, spit on them.
Bro.
All just for supporting the opposite party.
Say, like, bro, they always paint, like, the Trump supporters as the hateful party, as a party full of racists, but it's the liberals. Like, we've heard more racist comments come out of the liberal party than anything.
An aggressive, vitriolic bunch they are.
Yeah, oh God. Especially if you don't agree with them. Bro, they'll literally probably hit you with the, oh, you're voting for Kamala Harris. Oh, you're one of the good blacks. Okay.
Yeah, facts. Pretty
like,
much.
wow.
Yeah, honestly.
So, I promise you.
If it isn't ad hominem attacks or physical attacks, bro, they coming at you.
Yeah, and I ain't saying there ain't racists on both sides, but those who are aggressive with it, or who can validate it through you just being, well, of opposing political views, they can validate their racism through that.
I've always said I like the overt racism, not the covert racism that the left plays on. They try and act like your buddy. They try and pander to you, but honestly, like I said, it's just kind of covert, underhanded racism. I'd rather you call me the N-word to my face, honestly. As crazy as it might sound.
And then say a whole bunch of kids in New York, like, what was she saying? Like 18 to 24 can't use a computer. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
whoa, hold on a second. Like, what do you mean? Or bringing out Quavo and Meg Thee Stallion, like, here you go. You like this, right?
You know, ass and titties, right?
Like, oh, come on.
Some guy in a see-through shirt, right? Man, that was the most
like,
gayest.
lady, you're 60.
Oh God, that was the gayest.
You should have brought out Kirk Franklin.
Oh God. Or start singing gospels.
Man,
like anything but that.
Nearly took his life. And you know what the president told me? He said that he talked to everybody about who his vice presidential nominee should be. And I think that's one of the great things is he's willing to take feedback. Of course, he makes the final decision, but he's willing to take inputs from everybody. And he even said that he was talking to the Mar-a-Lago gardener about who the vice presidential nominee should be. And I said, well, sir, what the hell did the Mar-a-Lago gardener say? Because this affects my life. I'm very curious what these people you're talking to are saying about this very important decision. But I think that it's one of the great things about his leadership style is he is in charge, he is in command, but he makes decisions after getting as much information as possible, and that's how the country should be led. You know, it actually raised an important question, you know, Robert, and I know, of course, the journalist who's asking this question. Look, One of the things that people in D.C. say about Kamala Harris, and it's Democrats that say this, it's people she served with in the Senate, and it's also Republicans. And of course they say this in private, but they'll say Kamala Harris is very insecure. She doesn't like to be challenged. If you don't like to be challenged and you don't like to engage in open debate, you should be nowhere near the Oval Office of the United States of America.
Is that facts?
Next question.
Really?
Thank you. Charlie Langton from Fox News, WLBJ here.
Hey, Charlie.
I talked to a lot of people here. They also said you were very cordial last night in the debate, and the message got through. But compare your style to Donald Trump's style, where he was a little aggressive. Do you think that Donald...
I don't know about you, Seth, but that's probably the highlight of the debate for me was when
he got
fact checked them.
Yeah,
and he low key got on their ass real quick. Like, hold on. I thought we wasn't doing a fact checking, but if you're gonna do that,
I'm going off.
Yeah,
bro,
and this gotta cut the man's mic.
And this that soft shit that the left be trying, bro. It's like they want you to act soft. They want you to be soft with them while they can go hard on you. It's like, bro, it's I don't want to. Man, bro, it's what bitch niggas do. It's like, come on now. It's like, bro, they wanted Vance to wear the gloves just like Trump did. But Vance took the gloves off, and now, oh, well, don't you think you was being a little harsh with those women up there? That's not really manly for a man to cut a woman off. Nah, they trying to fact check me and play this unfair. Bro, gloves off.
It's like, what's the saying? They throw the rock and then hide their hand.
Yeah, it's like, bro, it's cowardly activity all the time with the left. That's what kills me. It's like, dog, y'all can't go so hard on JD, so hard on Trump, and then when they go hard on y'all want to cry about it. Y'all want to sit there and say, oh, he says derogatory names. Oh, my bad.
Quick shout out to Marshland Gamer, man. $5. He said, let's not forget that most of the people in these violent videos against Trump supporters are mentally ill. Yeah, that does. They do make up a good percentage of the folks over there on the left. I'm not gonna say there ain't some radicals and some silliness on the right, but bro,
I ain't gonna lie, nah, it's the leftist ideology fused with the LGBTQ or the LGBTQIA. Once you fuse those together, yeah, you get a pretty crazy person.
Yeah,
it's a fusion, low key.
Donald Trump's message sometimes is lost because of his aggressive style.
And I see some of y'all disagreeing with us in the chat, man. It's all good. That's what we here for, man. Make sure to super chat any thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, anything you want to engage with us directly on, man. If you want to start a video suggestion or a post suggestion as well, man, feel free to, man. We're here to engage. So $1 or more, we got y'all, man. S.E.T Media.
Hey, let's go.
No, Charlie, look, I think
life is based off of generalizations, my friend.
Trump's message sometimes.
Hey, shout out Reality Check. You done joined the membership program. Appreciate you, boy.
Hey, appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Y'all make sure to go ahead and check out that membership program, man. Call-in shows, priority, special membership posts and content as well, with announcements coming up here soon for members and everybody who intends on joining the program. We appreciate y'all.
Hey, man. Shout out.
Message got through.
Check.
But compare your style to Donald Trump's style, where he was a little aggressive. Do you think that Donald Trump's message sometimes is lost because of his aggressive style?
No, Charlie, look, I
shout out our international viewers.
There is a media caricature out there of Donald Trump that is so different from the man that I've come to know. And I think that, when he called me last night, you know what he said? He asked me how my wife was doing. And he said, you just had a hell of a debate. I'm sure that you were nervous. You had every right to be nervous, but go and have a nice meal with your wife and go and enjoy this moment. Like, that's the Donald Trump that I know. People say,
that's what it's all about.
Now, look, the other thing I love about Donald Trump, and I think it's true of all of us, we can be so devoted to and so grateful to this country and its incredible opportunities, but then also be kind of pissed off that the leadership is failing this great nation. There's no there's no tension in saying, on the one hand, we've got the greatest country in the world, and on the other hand, Kamala Harris is doing everything she can to screw it up. And I love that Donald Trump can do both of those things at the same time. He can go out there and talk to the American people and be warm and engaged. He can talk to a normal American citizen about their struggles in paying for groceries and housing under Kamala Harris's policies. And then he can go on a debate stage and tell Kamala Harris that she ought to stop screwing up and she ought to stop talking about solving the country's problems. She ought to go and actually do it. That's the kind of president we need. That's the kind of leader that we need. And I think his message gets through. Thank you. Next question.
Hey, Senator. Craig Mauger from the Detroit News newspaper here. You were talking about your...
I hate the framing of like, are you pro-Trump? Are you a fanboy? Are you MAGA? I'm just like, bro, we got two options. We got two options, my man. Just because I choose Trump doesn't mean I'm a fanboy. I got his underwear, I got his socks, and I got his hat. I just see him as the better of the two options this time around. I like his policy a little bit more in comparison to Kamala's, and I think he got the best... I think he has the best ideas for America over the next 4 years. I'd like to see him in office, and I'd like to be under his leadership more than I'd like to be under Kamala's, preferably. And that's my stance. You know, it's not crazy. Like I'm MAGA, just off the hip.
You know, it's crazy. Like those who want to talk about, like, you know, oh, they brought Trump in. The government were trying to sue Trump over him not letting in black tenants.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Yeah, he won. Yeah, they couldn't find no proof, no nothing. It was just word of mouth that they were trying to put in there. Actually, Trump even stood on stand and said, bro, there's nobody to my knowledge that is doing that. Like, and y'all can't find an apartment complex. Y'all can't find a location, an employee to tell me who's been doing this. Yeah. So they pretty much just brought the charges down, and they couldn't even prove what they were saying against Trump in the 70s, talking about, oh, he was excluding black tenants and all that, even though, you know, Trump's father is responsible for finding one of the richest black communities in America.
They try and say both him and his father were racist. Oh, his father was a KKK member. They say almost anything, bro.
Bro, that's wild.
Opposition to EV mandates. My question is, do you think the government should have any role in incentivizing, providing financial assistance to battery plants, to electric vehicle plants? Michigan is poised to benefit from some of these investments. Will you allow those to go forward? Will you try to interfere with those? Thank you.
Well, look, I think there's certainly a role, and I believe this, I know Donald Trump believes this, in encouraging innovation, but there's a difference between promoting innovation and sending hundreds of billions of dollars to favored industries that make their products in China. These are two very, very different things.
Shout out.
And here's the problem with a lot of these EV mandates is that this money was supposed to go to American workers, but Kamala Harris's IRS found every way possible to allow that EV subsidy to go to manufacturers in China and not in the United States of America. And here's the other problem with it. It's not just auto jobs that we're worried about here. Think about all the people who make carburetors. Think about all the people who make transmissions. There's an entire supply chain in the auto industry that China dominates when it comes to EVs and America dominates when it comes to gas-powered cars. So before we go and subsidize the EV industry, let's open up the American supply chain for that industry so that American workers and American consumers benefit. All of the minerals, all of the rare earth materials, a lot of the battery technology, a lot of the supply chain for these electric vehicles is made in China. And with the one hand, Kamala Harris wants to make it harder to build that supply chain in the United States of America. And with the other hand, she wants to send money to an industry that's built in China. It's disgraceful, and we got to stop doing it. Invest in America.
Majority of EV, actually damn near all of them actually, all EVs are, well, made outside of the U.S. So us trying to be full-on EV would destroy our auto industry at the end of the day. I mean, I would just say, like, hold on. So you telling me we can't shift from, you know, plug-in electric to free electric, but, and, you know, without destroying an industry, but we can go ahead and switch from gas cars to electric cars and go ahead and destroy that industry that America hinges on, but not the one that would give us, you know, free energy and low-key save the environment. We can't focus on that. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, electric cars over gas cars, I never understood it.
American workers, not in Chinese workers and Chinese firms. And I know we unfortunately have to go to our next stop in the great state of Michigan. So I'll take one more question,
these boys are on the
and then
road.
I'll offer a final observation,
Tour.
and then we'll hit the road.
Hi, Senator.
Shout out.
Hi, Senator. Will Jones from Local 4.
Hey, Will.
I spoke with some elected officials or election officials last week about their concern about people who are trying to undermine our elections. Why didn't you answer the question last night during the debate about who won the 2020 presidential election?
Well, look, here's the simple reason. The media is obsessed with talking about the election of 4 years ago. I'm focused on the election of 33 days from now because I want to throw Kamala Harris out of office and get back to common sense economic policies. But I also think you can believe that America needs to have secure and free elections, but also talk about the fact that just a couple of weeks ago, Democrats in the U.S. Congress blocked a piece of legislation that would have ensured illegal aliens don't vote in our elections. If you believe in American democracy, if you believe in our constitutional republic, you should be trying to strengthen American election integrity and not weaken it. So we're going to talk about election integrity because I believe that every vote ought to count, but only the legally cast votes, and that's why we fight for election integrity, and that's why we care so much about it. Now this actually leads me into my next point, because I want to talk about, look, Democrats, whether they agree with what Donald Trump and I say about some of the criticisms we have, for example, I think that we make it way too easy for people to fraudulently vote in this country. Okay? I think that we should have passed the SAVE Act that would have ensured illegal aliens don't vote in our elections. Apparently, Kamala Harris disagrees because she fought.
Shout out to everybody that's just now pulling up, man. Appreciate everybody chiming in. We got over 2K of y'all in here, so do us a favor. Like the video. You could double tap the screen or you can hit the 3 buttons on the upper right-hand corner, man. Show some support to us, man. We don't ask for too much, but we appreciate everybody chiming in. Like the video. Helps us get pushed in the algorithm and increases the reach. We can get some more folks in here. You ain't got to necessarily like Vance and Trump. Love them, hate them. Let's get some more folks in here. Have some good discourse as we like to have here at S.E.T. Key Media. And let's keep it a fire stream, man. We appreciate y'all. As well as if y'all got any thoughts, questions, disagreements, comments, jokes as well, video suggestions, even poll suggestions, man. Super chat in $1 or more, man. We got y'all.
Appreciate that legislation every step of the way. But the reason why Kamala Harris should actually sign on with our pro-election integrity efforts, things like common sense voter ID, is because it gives the American people confidence in the most important thing that we do when it comes to our government, which is voting. I want every American to have confidence. And by the way, to all of you listening out there, I believe that we are going to have the safest and most secure election in 2024 that we've had because the RNC is fighting for election integrity in a way that it frankly wasn't 4 years ago. So get out there.
No, we had to worry about it.
So I'd encourage folks, get out there and vote. And this brings me to swampthevote.com. And I want to make sure I got this right here. It's swampthevote.com. Go to swampthevote.com. Check your registration. Check your polling location. It'll give you some good information about how to vote and also how to volunteer. Because, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do to ensure common sense election integrity is to promote more poll watchers. We've got more poll watchers in the Republican Party today than we had 4 years ago. If you're interested in helping us out and making sure that every legally cast ballot counts, then you can go to Swamp the Vote and help figure out how to get involved in those efforts. We believe in election integrity. I know all of you do, but election integrity only happens if all of us fight for it. But I got to be honest with you, I think that we're in a better shape in 2024 than we have been in a long time. We've done a lot to make our elections more secure, and what we've got to do, my friends, is get out there and vote. Never give in to the despair that your voice doesn't matter. We've got all kinds of ways to vote. You can vote early, you can vote by mail, you can vote on election day. Look, I don't love that we have election season in this country instead of election day, but it is what it is, and we've got to play by the rules that we've been given. And if we play by those rules over the next 33 days, we are going to win. We are going to send Donald Trump back to the White House, and we're going to save the American dream for all of our citizens. But let me say one final thing here. And I want to point out a couple of people that I didn't mention at the top, but first of all, you guys have got a great Republican chair in the state of Michigan, Pete Hoekstra. Pete, please wave and say hello. We've got an old friend of mine from before either of us were involved in politics, the great Congressman John James. Where's John at? I know he's around here somewhere. John's got a beautiful family, and he's been a great advocate for the state of Michigan. I hope you guys reelect him, and I believe that you will. But let me just say this final thing before we got to hit the road. I have learned over the last 8 weeks more about this country than I could have possibly hoped to learn. And I mentioned this last night, but the thing that has affected me the most is all of the people who come up to me, and some of them are struggling to put food on the table, and they have the generosity of spirit to ask me how I'm doing, or to tell me that they're praying for my wife and kids. And it makes me realize that we have got the greatest country in the world.
Okay, just compassionate side for you.
I don't want us to ever get so frustrated with our leadership that we forget that we've got the best people.
It's like, man, one thing I like about it, and I guess when it comes to the voters, the right help each other, the left eat each other.
Just about.
It's like, dog, you can't even be a moderate without being, or in the middle without honestly being right, because the left don't accept you being a moderate. Like, what you mean you don't fully accept us? If you agree with anything from Trump, then you're basically a Trump supporter. Like, damn, I can't be in the middle. Nope.
The repressive tolerance, full left or die.
Yeah.
Honestly. Any conservative or I would say neutral leaning values, yeah, you can't rock with us.
Ain't that sad?
And then, like you said, they eat their own. So, like, the second they update their policy or their ideology and they go a little bit further to the left, if you don't capitulate, bro, you're cast away.
Man, and at some point, and then it makes it feel like they only do this just to feel like they're better than somebody. It's like, oh, because I'm voting for Kamala, a black woman, I'm better than you because you're voting for a white man. I'm like, wait, what?
Bro, it's like they try to reverse racism. Reverse racism. It like, oh, I'm white and I'm voting for a black woman. I'm so accepting. I'm so I don't know, free thinking, or so progressive. And I'm just like, hold on, but you just voting for it just cause she's black.
Oh, got that little racist, the white man who's voting for Trump because he's white. Like,
hey, bro,
that makes more sense, don't it?
The best jobs, the best workers, the best natural resources. The only thing that I believe is broken about this country is the failed generation of leadership of people like Kamala Harris. So you have not just an important opportunity, we all have an important responsibility to return the people's government back to the American people, to have a president who puts the interests of America's citizens first, to close the border, bring down the cost of groceries, make housing more affordable again, and to make sure that the American people have a government that serves and fights for them.
And shout out Marshall and Gamer, man. Appreciate the support, big dog. Man, let me go ahead and grab that one for you. All right. In all reality, the left don't eat each other. The left just has all their plans hilariously blown up in their faces like some Looney Tunes stuff. Like they like Wile E. Coyote out here.
I see where you coming from. I could agree with that.
It do remind me of like that Wile E. Coyote. Every time he tries to catch Roadrunner, it blows up in his face. Like he ends up getting hurt by his own trap.
Right. I see where you coming from, Marston.
Oh God. I see that is like Kamala though. It's like, I don't know, like avoid, like talk about economics, how bad economics is doing, set the trap for Trump, but it blows up in your face because, well, you and Biden was running this.
And to that point about the left eating themselves, like, really, you can kind of analyze Kamala and how she's changed her policy over the last 4 years or so. Like, she kind of went off, I would say, kind of like neutral left to kind of being like damn near full socialist.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And then she tries to play like she's rational with by plagiarizing policies on Trump.
Yeah, she's literally been forced to change her stance on some things.
33 days. Let's get to work and make it happen. God bless you all. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to, we got to listen to both sides now. Let's get on to Tampon Timmy, man. After this, we're going to go ahead and analyze that debate, bro. Let's get into it.
Well, hello, York. Before I start, I just have to admit, that is the coolest thing I've ever got to do is come off that bus. That was really great. Jerry Ann, thank you. Thank you for coming over to stand with folks who care about the democracy and understanding we can work together for the good of this country. So thank you. And anytime I can be around your Senator John Fetterman, it's a good day. So look, he's doing an incredible job, but I always say this back in Minnesota. He is the only guy in America that can dress down better than me. So I appreciate that. I follow his lead. Look, we got some work to do, but I've also had the privilege when I was in Congress to serve with one of the most honorable, effective senators. You got to send Bob Casey back to the Senate. So you've got to. And I'll tell you, when I don't watch a lot of the pundits or whatever, but I will tell you the one who speaks the truth. And every time I hear her when she's on, I'm like, whoever she's representing is damn lucky. Madeline Dean is doing a hell of a job. So she's amazing. And then A.G. Henry is here, and we were just discussing, as a governor, having an AG that has your back matters more than anything. So really appreciate that. And to Pennsylvanians, of course, it's who you are, and to the EMTs, thank you for the incident we had, for taking care of folks. My wife is always reminding me to stay hydrated, too, so it sounds like folks are okay. But look, I do want to start out on that note, saying for all of us, our hearts, thoughts, and prayers are going out to our neighbors, the folks across the southeast United States. They're still in the midst of a catastrophe from the damage of Hurricane Helene. Families lost homes, and too many loved ones have lost their lives. I know President Biden, Vice President Harris, my fellow governors and state and local officials of the impacted states working round the clock to help and protect their people. Vice President Harris was going to be here today. She's on the ground right now in Georgia, making sure folks are doing what they can do. You've all seen it. These are challenging times for us. They are challenging, but I've always said this, they bring out the very best in who we are as Americans. So as a governor, a former guardsman, I've been activated in the wake of tornadoes, floods, and I understand at this point what things are happening. It's an opportunity to put partisanship aside, commit to providing the resources necessary, make sure these people get their lives and their livelihood.
And I've always said, like, Walz is a good statesman. He can get up there and give a good speech, rally support.
That's what killed me, though.
Guy, you know what I'm saying?
That's what killed me, though. It's like, all right, you're pretty good on rallies. What the hell was that debate about?
Yeah, he just looks shy, and he's admitted, like, I'm not the best debater. I think just the pressure of the moment, the magnitude of it, the lights and cameras of it.
Here's the thing, though. This is what kills me. If you believe that you're on the right side, if you believe that you're truly speaking for justice and all this good stuff, you're truly speaking for the good of the American people, there should be no nervousness in your heart. You should know you're just coming from a place of righteousness to where there is no, fear in your heart or no nervousness. Now, if you feel like you got to defend some BS, there's going to be some nervousness in my heart, bro. It's like when you walk to your mom, you got to tell her why you fucked up in school.
I think that's applied in his rallies. I could low-key give him, not necessarily the pass, but I can give him the understanding of him not being the best debater. And you know what? He didn't do terrible, but he did just look like a little bit shy in the moment. Like, he had to kind of step into it, like you said. Like, first 5 minutes, he looked like a deer in headlights, and then he kind of eased. The nerves kind of eased and set aside.
Yeah, good boy. He came out there all wide-eyed. I was like, boy, is this man about to break down?
Right, you all right? I'm like, damn, what'd they tell you?
Like, they said, bro, if you lose, this is all
on right. This is all holding on your shoulders.
Like, Walz, this is all on you.
Man, go get him, coach.
Back in order. So, I also say it for the folks, and we see, so the news gets out there. For anyone affected this, keep following local law enforcement. Let the first responders and professionals handle this. We can bring the goodness of the American people in is what we're seeing. So thank you all. Go to the Red Cross, do some of those things. But
fine,
we will rebuild. We will get things back.
After hearing y'all speak.
What we do as Americans. So thank you.
I'm going to stick around, boy. Might learn something.
So I know it was a beautiful Tuesday night. Anybody watch the debate last night? Look, not bad for a football coach. Not bad. So.
Okay.
You also saw something interesting. We had a civil but spirited debate. And I did not underestimate Senator Vance as a slick talker. He could. But I also called out there, you can't rewrite history. You can't rewrite history. And trying to mislead us about Donald Trump's record, that's gaslighting. That's gaslighting.
Where do you mislead?
So on the economy, reproductive freedom, housing, gun violence, look, they tried to tell us last night, wow, you should be happy. Donald Trump tried to save Obamacare. Are you kidding me?
Well, actually, he made Obamacare 10 times better, honestly. Yes, he actually did make Obamacare 10 times better. That is actually a fact. Sorry.
He spent his entire presidency trying to eliminate it. But I'll tell you, I think some of you saw this. When you're governor, congressman, you're trying to solve problems, whatever you want a straight answer on something. The moment that really stuck out is I just asked the simplest of all questions that every single American should be able to answer. I asked him if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He refused to answer. We have an EMT, we need someone with water right here, center back, right in front of the media. You have somebody? There we go. There he is. You guys got water? Yeah, you're right. We probably should. That's a good point. Think about it. We got somebody on it? All right. Thank you all. Thank you. But look, I think you can feel the difference because what I was doing last night and the way I understand the job I'm asking the American people to entrust me with and to entrust Kamala Harris with, I was speaking to the American people last night. It felt, especially in that moment to me, that Senator Vance was speaking to an audience of one. Now look, there is a reason Mike Pence was not on that stage with me. And let me just say this. I served with Mike Pence in Congress. We disagreed on most issues. But in Congress and as a vice president, I never criticized Mike Pence's ethics and commitment to this country, and he made the decision for the Constitution. Mike Pence did his duty. He honored his oath, and he chose the Constitution over Donald Trump. Understand, in that 88th minute last night, with that damning non-answer, Senator Vance made it clear he will always make a different choice than Mike Pence made. And as I said then, and I will say now, that should be absolutely disqualifying if you're asking to be the Vice President of the United States.
I mean, whoa, dog. What?
Yeah, that was kind of
that was all right. If you ain't watched the debate, you're probably wondering like, oh wait, Vance really said that? No, Vance never said anything like that.
Yeah,
he never said that. Oh, I would have made a different choice during January 6th or whatever. Now, a lot of people do hate Mike Pence for like not sticking up for his running mate, going like, bro, your running mate expressed a concern and he ran to the other team and just went along with what they were saying. And I mean, come on now, that is a bit backstabbing, but it is what it is. He went
Pence
along.
Wasn't a loyal man. That's the ultimate, the bottom line on the Pence situation.
Yeah, but bottom line though, he did go along with due process. Okay, great.
And just in general, if you kind of look at who's around Trump, there is a lot of bad actors around him. People who are kind of aligned with him in the moment, or people who have malaligned with him. You see people change their stance. So I don't know what it is about Trump. I think it's just the divisiveness of his character that brings people playing along, people saying things and then changing their tone. It's kind of like, Vance changed his tone on him.
Yeah, but nah, bro. Vance never said that he would done something different to Mike Pence. That didn't even come up during the debate.
No, you're exactly right.
That didn't even come up.
Nah, it's just kind of making a point of like, I don't know what it is about Trump that people will align with them, and then after a certain time they'll speak out against him. Some folks will hate Trump up front, and then they'll convert over to Trump.
Bro, here's what kills me. Here's what kills me though. how the heck he fired 20 people and then everybody want to go believe those 20 people who said something bad about him. Like, he fired them, and in government, bro, people get pretty salty when you fire them because they've been in this position so long and never had to do anything. Like, a lot of people don't tell you that about these people we pay with our taxpayer dollars. They don't do nothing for real, and then when they finally do something, they do it wrong. They don't even get fired.
Yes.
That's what Trump was doing. He was out here firing people who weren't doing their job, and then they got mad at him for it.
What's up, Swagger Muffin?
Hey, what's good, Swagger Muffin? Hey.
But our democracy is strong, and we know that campaigns are supposed to be about giving a vision. And last night you saw two very different visions for the future of this country. You also, a couple weeks ago, saw two very different visions of leadership on the debate stage with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Presidents' words mean something. Presidents' words have consequences. When this nation is in some of the most difficult times, we turn and look for that leadership. In the heart of the Great Depression, at that first inaugural, Franklin Delano Roosevelt looked at Americans who were suffering and to reassure them and bring us together said, all we have to fear is fear itself. And it is a quote that echoes through history because it went to who we are. And what he was talking about was rallying together. When communism was on a spread, when the Russian Empire was spreading, Ronald Reagan stood there and said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. And as Donald Trump and Kamala Harris sat on that stage, articulating a vision and showing what type of leadership they had, FDR made his quote, Gorbachev made his quote, Donald Trump yelled, they're eating dogs, they're eating cats. Now look, I'm with you. If this wasn't so damn serious, it would be funny. But character matters. Character matters. And Kamala Harris has it.
No, it's crazy. It was a good idea he didn't bring that up during the debate, though. Because then Vance would only hone down on how the liberal media ignores, the people just to make sure, just to, give you the perception that Kamala was right. It's kind of, I like how he didn't bring that up, but I didn't like how, Vance didn't bring up his stolen valor. But then again, I don't know. I mean, there was some points I feel like they didn't bring up purposefully because they knew how the other one would probably spin it.
Yeah. Strategically avoiding certain questions.
Her vision is about bringing us together and being a president for all Americans. Now, being in this beautiful town, riding in on a bus, again, super cool. I do always recognize this. The privilege of being on this ticket is a privilege of my lifetime. But the real privilege is getting to meet Americans where they live all across this country. And coming back here to Pennsylvania, I have found out Pennsylvania and Minnesota have a lot in common. Super Bowl rings are not one of them. We're 4-0, people. Let me have my moment. Go Vikings. But look, it's deeper than that. These two states have a history. We have fed this nation and we have powered this nation from our two states. And we also share something else that bonds us all together. And it's the reason all of you are here. Thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy life. Thank you to the mom and daughter I'm going to talk to who are here first thing in the morning to come and stand in here to say that this was what it's about. But you're here. You could be anywhere. You could be doing something else. You came here for that simple reason. You love this country. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's wild.
Thank you.
Like, bro, here's so crazy about the Harris and Walz thing, bro. They'll say white dudes for Trump, white dudes for Harris, black dudes for Harris, but they'll even say Republicans for Harris. I'm like, dog, how are you a Republican? You're for Harris. Like, that don't even make sense, G. Like, bro, they came up with slogans that don't even make sense. Can you imagine Trump coming out with a thing called Democrats for Trump? Like, it wouldn't even make sense. But they literally have a sign saying Republicans for Harris.
But you know what's funny? What actually did happen is Walz family members came out with a photo op of them wearing Walz for Trump t-shirts.
That's probably where they got it from.
Hilarious. It's not a fake doctored picture, by the way.
Nope. And his brother's in that picture, by the way. No close. He got some cousins, but yeah, his brother's in there.
Real family members, either way.
Yeah.
They're far removed. I'm like, bro, they're Walz, are they not?
It feels good when we know we're united. That's what this is about. Kamala Harris knows that from her first day as a prosecutor to right now as vice president. Kamala Harris has only one client, the people. The people. She did her job to protect us. She took on the predators. She took on fraudsters trying to rip people out of their houses, and she took on transnational gangs and corporate interest. And the story that needs to be told, and you see it, she did it by reaching across the aisle to find solutions. That matters. It matters. Donald Trump says, I don't like people who don't like me. I got off a bus last time, I believe it was here in Pennsylvania.
Now, I really do think it's the funniest thing. Like, there are a lot of Republicans that support, like, then they're not a Republican. By definition, they're not a Republican. Now, how can you have conservative values and support Kamala Harris on abortion, though?
Nah,
like, bro, you can't be a conservative and support abortion. Like, it don't read, G. It don't read. You can't be a conservative and support LGBTQ.
Bro,
it don't read.
Bro, they saying it was his in-laws, it was his second cousins. Were they not Walz family members?
Bro, yes, they were. Actually, bro, one person there was his blood brother. I mean, how close can you get?
And shout out Martian Gamer chiming in for another $5. He says, I feel like a lot of Kamala Harris campaign slogans are AI generated. Man, that explains why she repeats herself so many times.
Appreciate the support.
Unburdened by what has been. I was raised by a single mother. What's another one? Illegal immigrant or undocumented immigration isn't a crime.
Oh man. It's that Prop 47, nonviolent crimes go to unconscious grave, child trafficking. I mean, like, you didn't want to call her Kamala Epstein at a certain point.
Damn.
I mean,
you're not lying.
Look at that Prop 47 and 57. It was like she made California a safe haven for people like Epstein.
One of the first times off that bus. And there were supporters just like
Appreciate
you. On the other
man.
side, there were supporters that weren't. And I said, I can always tell they had on red hats and they weren't supporters. But Kamala Harris turned to me and looked me in the eye. She said, Tim, never forget, we work just as hard and our policies matter for those people and those people. We're in it together. We're in it together. And let's just be really honest about this, especially for the young folks who are here, because it seems like maybe people had forgotten this. Our politics, and Kamala Harris reminded us, can be done with a sense of joy. It can be done with a sense of happiness. Look, I'm proud. I am proud to be the running mate with this incredible leader. For some of you might have heard it. I grew up in rural Nebraska around family farms, and I know Pennsylvanians do this too. When you're from a small town, there's a game we play. We try and out small town somebody else. So I tell them 400, and they're like, yeah, it's about the same. And then I say, I had 24 kids in my class. But it seemed like about 12 of them were cousins, so that's a little different. But I said what you learn in those towns, and this is what I don't think Donald Trump understands. You learn about the idea of taking care of one another. You understand that? You learn how to help each other. And I was looking around here on this. In my case, I learned how to tune up a 1979 International Harvester. So there you got that. So
Car guy.
I'm glad it wasn't green over there. I'd have felt bad saying this. But look, you know your responsibility is to the common good. It's not about driving, and Kamala Harris says this often too. Leadership is not about who you can push down. It's who you can lift up. It's that simple.
Okay.
So I'll tell you, my neighbors, they saw me. They sent me to Congress. A pretty red district. I think they told me we had one other Democrat since like 1892 in that district, but my constituents sent me there. So my job was to find a solution for them. Worked across the aisle to pass farm bills together to make a difference in people's lives. Worked and became the ranking member on Veterans Affairs, and we expanded veterans benefits. We made sure crop insurance, farm education, beginning farm and rancher, job training. Those are things that people are concerned about. That's the things people are sitting in your communities talking about. They're not sitting around talking about banning books. They're asking how to make child care affordable. And they want an answer that's not just a bunch of things. They want answers. Those are the values that have animated the public service of myself and, of course, of Vice President Harris, too. And
actually, there is something that I do have on Walz.
Please share.
Besides,
share with the chat, Seth.
Besides him getting, hit with the committee, of course, and all that. Oh, wait. Hold on. Who is this?
Under his desk over there.
Oh,
stolen valor.
They said it didn't exist.
I don't know of anybody else that's done what he's done. If he would have went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there. Because that's just the cowardice that I seen portrayed with him. He abandoned us. What the hell kind of leader does that? He just, as soon as the shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
Aaron says Walz' misleading statements about his military service first led him to come forward in the fall of 2018.
So you try to get this message out, but Minnesota's largest newspaper checks it out, says it's 100% true, but yet refuses to print.
When I hung the phone up, I said, what the hell is this, North Korea?
Back in 2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard, avoid the deployment, and run for Congress. Tom Behrens was next in line for the position and was asked to take his place.
I was like, well, for Pete's sake, if this guy quit, and if I say I'm not going to do it, what the hell kind of leadership is that?
Behrens would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Behrens says he first contacted Walz with his concerns, sending these letters to Washington. They all went unanswered.
He bragged that he was a command sergeant, retired command sergeant major. I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House, and all this lie that he was telling. The state of Minnesota came out after 2018, after this was exposed, and they said, well, he can say that he served as a command sergeant major, but he can't say he's a retired one because he's not.
And that's what he was saying. So how about when he also comes out and he calls you guys 19-year-old cooks?
I'd take any...
Are you serious? Walz believe National Guard in fighting with major... Oh, no way.
And yes, say Trump disrespect the vets.
And that's what he was saying. So how about when he also comes out and he calls you guys 19-year-old cooks?
I'd take any 19-year-old cook before I'd go to war with him. I don't know how he could even utter such a statement. It's just absolutely sad. So I wrote, we got to vote him out. We need to vote him out.
And they say Trump disrespects veterans.
Traitor?
Vote him out.
Hold on. They
absolute failure.
Absolute failure. Walz is a traitor, man. That's crazy. And they got this on a building somewhere. Shout out to them. Oh, don't worry. We got a little bit more for you, though. What? We got a little bit more on Walz.
Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Like the video, man. Who else y'all know but S.E.T Media?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Man. Nobody else scared, or everybody else scared to bring y'all this full breakdown, this full thorough analysis, man. S.E.T Media, we got y'all.
Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
I forgot about my bad, Marshland Gamer, bro. My bad, big dog. Shoot, I was trying to get through the video first, man. Come to think of it, it would explain all of Kamala Harris's word salad. And I feel like we got slogan AI generated.
Nah, facts. All I heard, nothing burgers. Chat GPT.
I'm here because the American people deserve to hear the unvarnished truth. Tim Walz's record on crime has left Minnesota in crisis. During his tenure, the state has become a place where criminals run free, where law enforcement is assailed, and where families are without the safety and security they deserve. Here's the question we all must ask. If Tim Walz can't protect his own backyard, how could we possibly trust him to protect the entire nation? In January 2021, my sister, a resident of Minneapolis, called me terrified. Her home had just been in the middle of a shootout involving a violent criminal. A police officer had to rush her out of her home, shielding her from stray bullets. Her home was left pockmarked with bullet holes, an experience far too many Minnesotans are now familiar with. Under Tim Walz, the streets of Minneapolis went from a place to walk your dog to a place to dodge gunfire. Let's go back to the summer of 2020 when the George Floyd protests spiraled into riots. As governor, Tim Walz refused to deploy the National Guard for days, allowing violence to escalate unchecked.
Wow.
While flames engulfed his cities, Walz twiddled his thumbs. By the time he finally acted, Minneapolis suffered over $500 million in damage, and his inaction inspired violence across the country.
And they say
The
Trump
riots
had
were
a late
ultimately the
response to
second
J6
costliest
riots.
in U.S. history.
He let Minnesota burn to the
Those
ground before he
terrible
said
days
anything.
demonstrated that Tim Walz has at least mastered one skill: the art of standing idly by while his state spirals into chaos. Fast forward to today.
Crazy.
Violent crime is Tim Walz's legacy. Homicides have surged by 75%, and gunshot victims have doubled. Carjackings were once so rare in my state that they weren't separately tracked. Now there are hundreds every year. This surge in crime is not just a pile of statistics. It's a harsh reality affecting everyday lives and livelihoods. As the leader of the Minnesota Private Business Council, I've seen the impact firsthand. Businesses are closing left and right due to break-ins, theft, and vandalism. Large parts of Minneapolis and St. Paul, after decades of successful growth and investment, have become ghost towns, substantially driven by violent crime. Once a powerhouse renowned for generating companies like Target and Best Buy and General Mills, Minnesota now boasts the distinction of having the 6th slowest growing economy in the entire nation.
6th slowest growing economy. A guy who's pretty much ran down Minnesota and you wanted to be vice president. Okay, guys. Okay, Kamala Walz. Okay.
Of course, driven meaningfully by its rate of violent crime. Worst of all, Walz has seen all this and sat idly.
No, it's true.
Case in point.
All right. Breaking news. So, Kamala's speech, unburdened by what has been, is also famously quoted by Karl Marx, the inventor of Marxism, moving forward into a future unburdened by what has been.
And I got a read I want to share from y'all from X. Shout out Libservitarian, J. Scott. So to that, Kamala Harris constantly uses the phrase, what can be, unburdened by what has been. But what exactly does it mean, you might ask? It's a well-crafted phrase that makes for an interesting soundbite, but it also has its roots in what? Marxism, like our Marxist theorist father, right? So it's a reference to the French saying, le mort saisit le vif, the dead sees the living, which is a legal principle that says that when somebody who owns lands dies, their heirs immediately become the legal owners of the land. This means there can be no gap in the ownership of the land. Even if some heirs are unknown or not present when the person dies, they will still have a right to the land. The phrase basically means that the past hangs over the present. Karl Marx wrote this in the preface to his first German edition of Capital in 1867. He used the phrase to conclude a comment about the political and social consequences of past production methods, writing, we suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. Le mort saisit le vif. He also wrote, like all the rest of the continental Western Europe, we are tortured not only by the development of capitalistic production, but by the lack of its development. Marx believed that modern distress was compounded by inherited distress from outdated production methods that resulted in social and political conditions that were no longer suitable. Kamala Harris' father, a Marxist economist at Stanford, surely had an impact on his daughter, and she just twisted the phrase she had heard from him to what we hear today. The dead no longer sees the living. We are unburdened by the past. We can be unburdened by what has been.
Yep.
Hope y'all found that interesting.
Yeah. So, yep, that's quoted by Karl Marx.
Walz did nothing about the Minnesota Freedom Fund. The fund, which was endorsed by Kamala Harris, raised $40 million in 2020 to bail out countless violent criminals. including individuals charged with rape, assault, and attempted
I
murder.
was reaching with that one, guys.
One man, George.
And guys, I wish I was reaching. I wish I was reaching, but that's actually what it is.
No, that is like a Marxist quote, like literally from Karl Marx, his ideology, copy and paste.
Straight from the man himself.
Howard, who had been charged with domestic assault, murdered an innocent man named Luis Damian Martinez Ortiz just weeks after being bailed out. Thanks to Kamala Harris's favorite charity and Walz's tacit endorsement, violent offenders have received get-out-of-jail-free cards, and Minnesotans have paid the price with their lives. I have just scratched the surface of Tim Walz's ignoble record. He has refused to stand up to radicals in the Democrat Party who pushed to defund the police. He has refused to stand up to hard-left prosecutors who prosecute police for simply doing their jobs and excuse the criminality of violent criminals. And he has refused to protect our schools by forcing law enforcement out of them. As we consider the possibility of Tim Walz in the White House, we must ask ourselves, do we want a vice president whose legacy is defined by hesitation, cowardice, submission to radicals, and policies that have emboldened criminals, taken lives and scarred families, and broken entire communities?
I've seen that. Yeah,
absolutely not.
X earlier.
Minnesotans deserve better than Tim Walz, and so does America. Thank you.
I mean,
Chairman,
come on
Ranking
now.
Member.
We just pretty much, he just explained how this man failed his entire state. He explained how this man failed his entire state.
And keep that same energy for those of y'all who say Trump had a late delayed reaction on J6. Like, this man waited not hours, but weeks, a month's time to come out and say, okay, I know you guys are protesting, but you kind of burnt half the city down at this point.
Yeah, like, come on. But we can't call that an insurrection for some reason, though.
Man,
like,
summer of love, as they coined it.
Boy.
The thing. I think that's what
Trying
you're
to
here
make it sound
for.
like it
Those
was
are the values
70
those are the values we're taking to the White House. Those
Well,
are the
look it up
values.
yourself. That's what the beauty of it is, my friend, is we don't tell you guys, we don't purport that nothing we say here can be refuted. We encourage you guys to do your own independent research, and we intend to do nothing but expose a different way of looking at shit, maybe enlighten you on some topics or start some dialogue around others. So please go fact check with anything that you've heard us say here at S.E.T Media.
Appreciate that.
And that's something a lot of content creators ain't gonna tell you. They gonna make it seem like they got what they saying is Bible.
You already know that here in Pennsylvania. You felt the pain of the Trump years. Killed 275,000 jobs. Now we're hearing last night that he created all these jobs. You're like, where the hell are those jobs? I never saw them. Well, under Vice President Harris, Pennsylvania's created more than 500,000 jobs during this time. Look, Kamala grew up in that same middle-class family. She knows the economy works best when it's fair. Look, you folks out here know this, and I was trying to make the point last night. We talk about stopping price gouging, and they want to talk, that's some type of communism or whatever. No, here's what I'm trying to understand is, our farmers are making about $4.30 a bushel of corn, but prices went up at the grocery stores, even though when they were getting more than that for corn, prices were lower. Somebody's taking a cut out of that. Somebody's making money out of that. So and Donald Trump says, instead of fixing that, the folks who are taking the money should just get a bigger tax cut. Well, that's not fair. I brought it up last night. I don't understand how our Republican neighbors wouldn't be really mad about this. How all of you pay your taxes, you know what they do. They pay for the firefighters, they pay for the police, they pay for the roads, they pay for the schools. That's what it does. And they should be fair. They should be fair. How is it that he doesn't have to pay taxes 10 out of 15 years? That doesn't make sense. But you know what happens here is, we're talking about these prices and we're doing things. I saw a photo op of Donald Trump a few weeks ago, and he was in a grocery store. And he pulled out money to pay for a woman's grocery store. Look how generous he was on this. I would bet you any amount of money, that's the first time he's been in a grocery store since 1985. I guarantee you that. He never went into that grocery store. He doesn't actually know what the cost of those things are. But as the rest of the world saw, because of his botched handling of COVID
I mean, come on now. You tell me that bro don't read a balance sheet report on his expenses. He don't look at his card and be like, damn, hold on, I spent like 200-300 more groceries this month. What the hell going on? Even if you send somebody out to do it, they usually do it with your money.
What's up, DMW?
Well, hey,
global recession.
To say Trump don't know the cost of like groceries, I'm gonna be real. You'd be surprised how many rich people actually go out there and shop.
Yeah, there's been accounts that we've seen of rich people being like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it's not really affecting me, but I looked at the receipt and I'm like, damn, like I got people who ain't all the way at my level. I'm like, damn, this shit really costs this much now?
Bruh.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had to work ourselves out of that hole. So let's
you don't
remember,
have to be affected by the
it
issue
was
to recognize
Donald
the
Trump that started a trade war with China that his own people said he lost.
That's kind of looking past your privilege.
Slashed
a lot of something a lot of y'all can't do.
And killed thousands of jobs because he thought it was a great idea. Then look, I was part of authoring. I was on the committee when we wrote farm bills. These things are bipartisan. There's a very important piece of that, crop insurance, making sure that our farmers don't go out. He tried to cut those programs. And then he tried to cut grants to rural communities affected by natural disasters, just like the stuff we're seeing in the Southeast. That's not how you handle your neighbors. That's not how you do things right. Trying to cut protections for small farmers against big corporations, that's unfair. And here's the thing, when it comes to farmers and ranchers and how they did under his leadership, his ag secretary said something, and I come from farm country, that is just stunning. And some of you in here, if you're associated with this, you know people, you know agriculture. These guys said, well, the trick is you get bigger or you get out. That's how you destroy family farms. That's how you get consolidation in agriculture, and that's how you end up making it easier that prices get fixed in the end. Diversification is better. Small towns know that. Look, I know this. We know where the votes are. We need to take our values and talk about those in areas that we know. We're not just looking for your vote. We believe the policies are going to improve your lives. We believe these things will help you. Kamala's laid out a plan, and she talks about an opportunity economy.
Shout out Marshall Land Gamer, bro. We appreciate the support, man.
You said it's sad when they have to use emotions to get anywhere in the election, and yeah, that's what they've been doing, playing on your heartstrings and playing to the tune and the beat of your drum, or the tune and the beat of your heart, because that's kind of what they've tried to pull on,
bro. And it's so crazy because I'm looking at this right now, dog, and it's kind of scaring me with this whole FEMA situation. Because, bro, is it true that they're only getting $750?
Speak on it, sir. Go ahead.
All right, so I've been looking through the media right now because I've been hearing something all over Twitter talking about, oh, they're only giving $750 to the victims, but we're out here giving Ukraine, $60 billion, almost $8 trillion at this point. And the problem is that, well, you're telling me we got all this money to give to Ukraine, billions to give to Ukraine, but we can't give nothing to our own people? Like, what happened? Did we gut FEMA to feed Ukraine and now we're just now needing it? Like, what's going on here? Like, why are they? Because I remember when FEMA was giving out 5,000, 50,000. So what's this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And this is just kind of the first look at it. So I'm not sure if that's base, like she's just applying that to anybody who's affected, and then you can apply for more assistance if necessary, or if that's just like, this is all we got in the fund. This is all we got in the tank.
But Twitter's in an uproar over you're only going to be getting $750,
So
FEMA.
So we'll do some deeper background research on that. But yeah, that is kind of the headlines right now. The FEMA is giving out $750 to families and individuals who are affected by Helene.
And that reaches into farming and energy communities, just like the area of
Not us,
Pennsylvania or
y'all.
York
I'm
South.
talking
Things
about
that make
people
a
in
difference.
Southeast America.
You're hoping to buy a home someday? Let's make it easier by getting some down payment affordability and build those 3 million new homes. That child tax credit that can reduce childhood poverty by 1/3 lets you buy a crib or the car seat or the baby clothes. That's what you get. If you're really talking about you're concerned about the children, put your money where your mouth is and help out on that.
Money where your mouth is, huh?
And again, if you're getting squeezed on grocery, prescription drugs, let's take on the price gougers in Big Pharma. Let me just, those of you in here know this. I just met someone talking, those who need insulin. This is not a choice. It's like, oh, maybe I'd like to buy a new TV, or maybe I'd like.
So maybe.
No, you die if you don't get insulin.
Most people are still without power, bro.
It's a necessity.
It's not going to do much.
And Kamala Harris capping insulin at $35 gives people a mind that they can get it, peace of
Maybe
mind.
it's just like
We did it in Minnesota.
Relief.
And you know what it took to get it done?
Because you know it takes a while.
It took a mother who lost her son because he was rationing his insulin once he went off her insurance. And when we're talking about price gouging, again, I'll say that little vial of insulin that's $35, it used to cost, in some cases, up to $800. You know how much it costs to make it? $5. $5 is what they say. So look, let's start doing the things that people are asking for, not the stupid things that are there to distract us. If you've got an idea for a small business, let's cut the red tape. We're willing to help on that. And then give a tax credit. And when we talk about the tax credit, it's been frozen forever at $5,000. Who can start a small business on $5,000 on a tax credit?
For $10, man. Appreciate you, dog. Always trying to support. He says, yeah, but they wouldn't have to pay any compensation to those women in the first place if they didn't let all these rapists and murderers into the country. Hey, they ain't gonna like that, but you're not lying, dog. Man, we went over the statistics of how many confirmed criminals are over here, how many gang members, MS-13, Venezuelan gang members are confirmed to have made it past the border, and it was alarming, bro. I think it was like south of 500,000 confirmed criminals.
Yep. And bro, hella kids, we don't know where they're at because we don't take biological tests on them.
Bro.
We don't do no DNA test, no sample. We don't pluck hair, saliva swab, nothing. We just let them go.
Yeah, I think a lot of y'all don't realize the inherited risk when we take in some of these people with poor or no documentation.
And let me give you a little bit of breaking news. Mayorkas warns if FEMA does not have enough funding to last through the hurricane season. Yes, FEMA does not have enough funds to help these people some wild ass way. Like, ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? We can help Ukraine and Israel all day. But let me go ahead and read it out for you. The Federal Emergency Management Agency cannot sustain funding to last through the hurricane season, according to Homeland Security Secretary. Yes, Mayorkas. Mayorkas noticed we are meeting the immediate needs. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. A bipartisan group of senators indicated Congress may need to pass a supplemental spending bill for recovery efforts this fall. We done spend so much money abroad, we don't even have no much for our people. Now we got to go to Congress to, what, give money to our own people?
Yeah.
So it was all good. We were just sending money off out of, overseas to these foreign countries. But now that we need it to our people, we got to go sit there and sign a bill for it? Oh, hell.
They ain't asked us to sign no, we didn't have to wait and sign no bill. The American people wasn't waiting on them to sign a bill to approve funding to Ukraine or to Israel. Now, I understand we got some Zionists in the chat. I understand we got some pro-Ukrainian people in the chat, but shit.
Step to the side for a little bit. And it's America first at the end of the day.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. They didn't put it on. They didn't put that issue on any of our voter or on our voting ballots when it came to signing over this funding to them. But we gotta wait. American people in need gotta wait for them to go vote on it to get some of this relief.
Man, make you sponsor a war you never wanted, man. They say Donald Trump's a dictator, huh? Like, ain't that crazy?
Shit.
It is what it is. But yes, that's the problem with FEMA right now. And that's why they're only giving out $750 because they ain't got no money. So how the hell FEMA run out of money?
Harris proposed 10 times more at $50,000 tax credit.
And I did make the point on stream yesterday, man. Like, I ain't gonna tell y'all where to align politically, but for those of y'all who are pro-Israel, just like, yeah, Israel deserves to retaliate. Everything they're doing right now is justified. I'm just like, okay, cool. But y'all do know, the more we endorse the more we endorse what Israel does, like, it's just coming out of our pockets, right? All this money, all this weaponry, all this support we give them is just down the line, down the stream, coming out of our pockets.
And all to prove is that Ukraine and Israel cannot protect themselves. They can't. Like,
they're completely subsidized by the United States, bro. Both of these countries, bro. They wouldn't be able to put up a fight.
I don't know where all this Ukraine and Israeli pride coming from, where if we'd have left them alone on their own, they'd have been obliterated by now.
Bro, both Israel and Ukraine are up against bigger opponents and threats.
Like, the best thing you could do is put the American flag before the Israeli flag, because without us, Bro, Israel probably gone right now. Without us, Ukraine would have been taken over right now. We are funding states who cannot only support themselves military-wise.
Like the Houthis, Hezbollah. Y'all might be thinking these some third world countries, bro, but these are well-trained fighters.
Bro, and the only thing that's keeping Israel safe is us. But the thing is, we can't keep our own citizens safe or subsidize or make sure they got what they need. We can't make sure that we're good first before we send over to them. Yeah, okay, guys. Okay.
Yeah, military strategists and experts even admit that, like, ground-to-ground battle, like, Iran would lap Israel in the IDF.
Bro, and we all need to wake up before we have nothing left in our country to help us, man. And I ain't gonna lie, that's a bomb, big dog.
So, yeah, to that point, bro, they need us. Both Israel and Ukraine. They need us. We subsidize what they do, bro. We sanction these motherfuckers, like, completely honest. Like, and, yeah. Did you read that off?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Appreciate you, Marshall.
And when people ask a couple things, how will you pay for that? First of all, those small businesses will generate a lot of revenue and a lot of extra jobs.
Bro? Stop playing.
And secondly, if you call yourself a billionaire like Donald Trump and you've not paid federal tax for 10 of the last 15 years, we'll start collecting from folks like that. That'll make a difference. So. And in rural communities, start
like really, we be next. So that's what they feed y'all. We be next,
bro. That's
really.
That's why they so heavily aligned with Israel. They think they're like they think they're like some buffer.
Oh God,
they think Israel's like some buffer. Like if we support them, then that keeps them from coming over here. Like
that's stupid. I'm gonna be real with you. That's stupid as hell.
Like,
I mean, look, first of all, let's go on to Russia part. Russia don't want it with us because it's mutual destruction. So that cancels out that argument right there. And then if we go all the way into, well, let's go to Israel. I mean, let's be real, dog. If they take out Israel today, God forbid they do something like that, bro, they're not coming over here to America.
Yeah, and I know the Zionists are gonna hate what we're saying because y'all are fucking Zionists.
No, it's okay.
Like it's all good. Like ain't nobody hinging on your beliefs. We just sharing our shit. This is our channel. We just giving y'all food for thought. And shout out Ray. Appreciate your support. We seen you pull up a few times.
Let me go ahead and get.
Yeah, down to Marco for the young lady. Look up the Jelly Blue Ball video. Lady found cloud seeding tech for hurricanes to damage property. Oh shit. There's quartz stores in NC region. Damaged properties bad enough. Corpo will buy out and cash out. Oof. Nice. All right, Jelly Blue Ball video. Okay. We'll add that. You want us to play it or just you want us to inform ourselves on it?
Yeah, because I just don't get why you guys think that, oh, well, if Russia takes it, they're going to expand. I'm like, bro, no, they're not. They don't want no smoke with us, bro. And here's the thing. If the Arab countries knew that America wouldn't pull up for Israel, Israel would be gone right now. I'm going to tell you that right now. Israel would be gone. If they knew that we wouldn't pull up, they knew that, oh, yeah, they're going to stop funding y'all, bro, Israel would have surrendered at that point. They'd have been like, oh, yeah, we ain't even going to risk it.
Yeah, we can't do shit without these, man.
Bro, if we weren't funding Ukraine, Ukraine would have surrendered. Bro, and you know what these Arab countries going to do? Stay their ass right there. You know what Russia's going to do? Stay their ass right there.
Bro, their whole missile defense system, the Iron Dome, was manufactured and given to them by us, bro. Like, yes, the Iron Dome that saves these people from these missiles that Iran has sent over, Hamas has sent over, bro. That's us, our tech. We gave it to them.
And maybe you've been missing, but like, dog, we've always fought each other. When it comes to Russia, China, America, we fought each other economically.
Yeah, it's the Cold War. Yeah. Come on, Cold War.
Through proxy wars and all that. We don't ever fight each other up front. That's just how
that's what we don't want.
Yeah, because
that's
you know what it is.
Don't want.
If we're gonna go
nuclear warfare, nuke for nuke. Goddamn, drop a few bombs so y'all can kind of see where it would lead to. Like, nuke for nuke.
If we get into it with Russia,
goddamn.
Like, come on now. That's where China. I mean, sure, it might not even be no nuke. It might just be a blowing up of our economies due to how much we owe these people. So, yeah, trust me, nobody's going to make no moves if Russia gets Ukraine. Nobody's going to make no moves if, well, I'm going to be real with you, if Israel wipes out the Middle East or if the Middle East wipes out Israel. Nobody's going to make no moves. Everybody's going to stay right where they are.
Connecting.
I don't know who fear-mongered that in your head to get it out of there.
So that we're keeping the money in communities for investments in those jobs in rural communities. If you live in the heartland and you want to start that small business,
like these are like
there's a program
destitute countries. Like all of these countries are lacking in money and socioeconomics. Like some of these countries are extremely wealthy. You gotta think of countries like Iran, Kuwait, even Iraq has like some of these countries are extremely well off. What are y'all referring to?
Like Lebanon too. It's like they're not broke.
Bro, none of these, bro. A lot of these countries got money, bro. Stop thinking that these Middle Eastern countries are third world and these people are just destitute and nah, bro. Nah, bro. They got the money, they got the weaponry, and some of these militia groups are well trained as well.
Yeah, thanks to some of us, our CIA. Thanks to some.
Oh no, they want to say it's Russian training, but yeah, CIA has had their hands over there in training and funding as well. But that may be for our conspiracy folks.
Yeah,
talking about this, people are concerned. Small communities. My small community, when I lived there, was bigger, and it continues to drop down. We have speculators. You heard last night that it's immigrants. They're taking all the housing. How are they getting a loan when we can't in some cases? But the question is, you don't ever question the speculators that buy them? That's what Kamala Harris is talking about, making it free. Making sure that freedom is there and making sure that it's fair. This idea that you can have an economy.
Yeah.
All right, then, no problem.
Shout out Ray. Quick video suggested video.
I'm weak.
Supporter suggested video, I should say. It's right there. Yep.
When we got home from work, I came out into the garden, and there was a very dark yellow sky, which was very unusual in colour, and a very short, sharp hailstorm. And in amongst the hail came this, and we've been trying to find out really what it is and where it's come from, to be quite honest. Only one idea. I think it might be some kind of atmospheric pollution that's been caught up in the hailstones, and it's solidified, jellied out. And
damn.
But
oh no, I get the conspiracy now.
So it is unusual to say the least. It is very jelly-like. Yeah, it's almost impossible to pick up. You have to
That's quartz.
Really, and,
that's what she's saying.
Yes,
like
it
stone?
just falls to pieces. And,
yeah.
But in jelly form?
So
you can see that the spheres have actually shattered.
Weather machine.
In the longer parts of the garden.
So I guess the conspiracy would be weather machine from the government that's damaging the property, and corporations are benefiting through insurance claims. Maybe
like Hawaii.
Yeah, actually, people are selling after they're damaged, of course, and then the corporations are building them up and reselling them.
Man,
I think that'd be the conspiracy claim or the thought process
jelly
behind
balls
that.
fall from the sky during hailstorm. I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the thought process. No, am I following it correctly? But yeah, shout out to Ray, another $5 super chat. He says y'all can watch the vid whenever. Just pulled it up for you. But in my opinion, that's why FEMA don't have the money. People, I promise this is wild. Allegedly, of course, LOL. Same thing happened with Lahaina. Where's Lahaina?
It's a difference. Now, look.
Appreciate the information.
I want to be clear. We've got Republicans in the group here. And we've got them in our families.
Oh, Hawaii. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Look.
Oh, yeah. We right on line. We on the same page.
Much to this country. We need them back again. Because that Republican Party
That's crazy.
used to talk about freedom and fair economy, and they meant it. Turns out Donald Trump's people and their definition of freedom is freedom to invade your doctor's office. Freedom to invade your bedroom. They're super concerned about all of our bedrooms. That's not.
He says, shout out Martian Gamer. My bad, bro. Pull up a video. Bro, you send so many in. But appreciate you, bro. As always, pull up a video of the dead hand system and tell me if any of y'all want smoke with Russia.
Oh man,
we got a quick video.
That's not normal. Probably. That is not normal.
See if I can find it.
You got you, Marshall.
And again, I said this. Well, and again, it said, look, I don't like, as a teacher, I said this, that you should quit, calling people weird. I said, then quit doing weird things, and that's how that works. But with that being said, we're just simply asking this, and I said it. This is where the Republicans in the group, this is core to the Republican Party. The idea of making sure that government was there to provide the services that it should, build the roads, do the schools, provide public safety. A lot of old school Republicans just concerned it got into other things. That's a fair discussion. But the one core of that Republican Party was, and I say this often, I might not make the same choices you make in your life. I might not see it the same way. That's fine to have that difference. But the thing is, we respect those personal differences. Those are yours to
Let's
make.
get that guy
Those
out
are
of
not
here.
me to make.
He said, "Hey, what's up, bro?"
Oh, we got a
My man
perfect
shot by
short
side.
video for the Dead Hand Initiative for you, bro. Trust me, I got you.
What's going on, gang?
We got you. Let me go ahead and pop this one on. Shout out to the jelly quartz falling out the sky because, well.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Zai. The only reason why they struggling with Ukraine is because of America, though. I ain't gonna lie. We funding they ass 100%. America and NATO, like they getting their weaponry and they funding from us like 100%.
Hold on, I'm trying to find this video right here. It's not really pulling up. Shoot, let me see here. Well, let me go back to the video while I try to pull it up because some reason I
You certainly don't want Donald Trump making them. So I started with the have a lot in common. I will guarantee you this isn't just a Minnesota phrase. Mind your own damn business. We'll get along better. Get along better.
Who says that?
You heard a very clear difference on women's reproductive rights last night. And this is not theoretical. When I talk about names in there, these are women that didn't want to have their names in public. They wanted to have their own personal health decisions be private, as they should be. But because of what they've done, they've pushed them into it because they can't get the care. And if you think they're stopping with just 20-state abortion bans, I talk about this, fertility treatments. And the reason I talk about it...
There it is. I finally found it. There you go.
What if NATO decides to attack Russia? As a first step, NATO eliminates top leaders and military generals, decapitating the Russian chain of command. Now if NATO starts a nuclear strike, can Russia retaliate? Yes, it can. It's called the Dead Hand. Developed during the Soviet times and still active, the Dead Hand is a fully automatic nuclear weapons control system. First, sensors installed all around Russia will detect a nuclear attack by seismic activity, air pressure difference, radioactivity, etc. This data is fed to a centralized computer system which would then auto-launch ICBMs from across Russia to predetermined targets. This ensures the mutual assured destruction or MAD principle of a nuclear war. As per US intelligence, the Dead Hand system is normally switched off and is activated during times of crisis.
Now, let's go back to that. Whoa, come on now, don't do me like that, man.
Computer system, which would then auto-launch.
Oh, wait. It really took us all the way back to our own video. That was hilarious.
What if NATO decides to
one more
attack
time
Russia?
for y'all. One more time.
As a first step, NATO eliminates top leaders and military generals, decapitating the Russian chain of command. Now if NATO starts a nuclear strike, can Russia retaliate? Yes, it can. It's called the Dead Hand. Developed during the Soviet times and still active.
Y'all say it's Russian propaganda, but do you want to F around and find out? I mean, do you want to F around and find out? And then if it's real, then what? Then what? That's why we're happy that people like you ain't leading the world.
The Dead
or
Hand
leading
is
a
a
country.
fully automatic nuclear weapons control system. First, sensors installed all
and then
around
when you
Russia
hit 'em,
will detect a nuclear attack by seismic activity, air pressure difference, radioactivity, etc. This data is fed to a centralized computer system which would then auto-launch ICBMs from across Russia to predetermined targets. This ensures the mutual assured destruction or MAD principle of a nuclear war. As per US intelligence, the Dead Hand system is normally switched off and is activated during times of crisis.
All right, then. Now we ain't got to... Let's go ahead and knock that whole thing out. All right, let's go back to Walz.
It's personal. You've all done it. This thing, the families who know this, and again, a lot of these things you don't want to talk about because they are personal, but the hell of going through that, look, you're there, however you want to have your family, you decide you want to have children, and you can't, you want to be able to use the science that's there to be able to make that happen. So if you personally haven't gone through it, I guarantee you have somebody who has. And what I said last night was, if you don't know Amanda Zurowski, if you don't know a Hadley Duvall, the names have talked about these women who went through this. If Donald Trump's reelected, it's only a matter of time, and all of us will know somebody like that. That's the issue. So for Gwen and I, it took us years to have a child, but we had access to health care. We had access to fertility treatments. And because of that, some of you heard me say this.
Everyone has similar tech, and let's not be naive to think that they don't have shit we don't have.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
we got shit they don't have, but they got shit we don't have. I'm talking about Russia and China now.
When we had our daughter,
bro, that's the
we
only
named her
issue,
Hope,
Zai.
'cause it's a powerful
That's the
word.
only issue that they can speak on, bro.
Her and Gus.
That's how they get these motherfuckers.
Her and her brother Gus are our whole world. We talk about them often. But that's what, yeah.
Crazy how killing babies
So-
gonna get them half the votes.
You know, and that's what this election is about, too. But my wife, who's a very practical Midwest Lutheran English teacher, she often says, hope's the most powerful word in the universe, but it's not a plan. Folks, we got to have a plan to make sure that we win this thing. We got to have a plan to make sure we get it done. Because when Vice President Harris talks about freedom, she means your freedom to make your personal health decisions, choice about your families. And this is my appeal to Republicans. When did the Republican Party think it was okay for politicians to make personal choices about your life? That's not okay. And the freedom of our seniors to retire with dignity by strengthening Social Security. We didn't get to talk about it last night. I didn't get to talk about it much last night. But this is how they think about things. Donald Trump called Social Security a Ponzi scheme.
Never
and
said
Senator
that.
Vance said it was the biggest roadblock to fiscal sanity.
Nobody ever said that either.
Look, if you've got $1 billion
this is straight lies
and you're
about
not paying your taxes, I don't think you give a damn if the Social Security check comes or not.
No wonder he was nervous at that debate. He's like, damn, I just can't say blatant lies about this man. I got to speak on the facts the best I can, pretty much.
But if you're like my nearly 90-year-old mom, she depends on that check. It's really important. And we paid into that system.
You sound like that one
It
girl
doesn't
who was
add to the
on
national debt.
Jubilee calling fetuses parasites. If you got any argument like that, I ain't gonna lie, just miss me. I don't even want to debate you, bro.
Oh God, you got it. That's
I don't even want to debate you, bro. Like dead ass.
Like, oh God, like you just have a lack of love for life at that point.
Yeah, you got it.
It's like, oh, is this a clump of cells? Is this a parasite sticking to? I'm like,
yeah, get that baby up out of me. Like, damn. All right, shit. Fuck, you got it.
It's not conscious. It's like, all right, bro. Just anything.
You know, it can't feel any
child
pain.
Sacrifice is okay.
It doesn't have any consciousness. It can't feel any pain. Like, I'm just like, bro, come on, bro.
Like anything to make murder all right. Okay, bro. Just say
they're gonna spin it a million ways, bro.
And China does have a sniper rifle that shoots grenades. That's no joke. And I'm like, hold on, grenades. I mean, like literally though. Hey, that was a nice one. Literally.
Yeah, bro, that was my favorite part of the debate when they hopped on their ass real quick. Like, nah. Since we gonna do that, let me talk my shit real quick.
Guess what? It was the last time they tried him,
bro. They didn't even do nothing else after that. They had to cut that man's mic, but he was cooking though. He was cooking.
And like, oh, well, they can't hear you now. We still heard him, bro. Was cooking. Even when they cut your mic, JD, we heard you. Don't worry.
And I will not apologize for being passionate about this, and I'm going to continue to talk about it. Freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they're going to be shot dead. That's it. I'm a gun owner. I'm a veteran. I'm a gun owner. I'm a hunter. And I found out in the first debate, Kamala's a hunter or a gun owner. She talked about being a gun owner. But look, we keep talking about this. This isn't about the Second Amendment. We can protect the Second Amendment. But our first responsibility is to our kids. First responsibility is kids. And the teachers. Yeah, as we said, after some of these mass shootings, Donald Trump and people said that Americans were traumatized, said we need to get over it. Senator Vance said it's a fact of life down in Georgia. 2 dead students, 2 teachers trying to protect their students dead.
They got to be the worst type of vets. Shout out to the real vets.
Kamala Harris said it doesn't have to be. It does not have to be a fact of life. So look, you know it. This is my line. My Lutheran choir wife would tell me this. I know I'm preaching to the choir. I know you know this. The choir needs to sing. We cannot afford 4 years of Donald Trump. We cannot afford 4 years of Donald Trump.
We can't afford another 4 years of Kamala. Biden 2.0. Shit, Obeezy's 4th term.
So last night, if you were watching that debate, just so you know, you have to agree on the rules, like 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. Honest to goodness, and you heard it, Senator Vance clarified that. He said, when we agreed to this debate, we agreed there'd be no fact checking. He said it. He said it. We did agree to that. And, you know, they say that's meant to be. I would have spent my whole night saying, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. But here's the thing. They helped us out with this. Because no matter what he said, we know what the playbook is. It's a little over 900 pages, and it's called Project 2025. They say, we don't know what that is. Well, really, Senator, you wrote the foreword to the architect, you know, the book. That might have something to do with it, but here's what I said. I know the surest thing.
Here's the problem with Project 2025, though, because I actually do want to see something here. Like, let me see if I'm going to come to the same damn conclusion that I came to last time, because Project 2025 is a bit weird because they always do like to say some crazy like, oh, Trump's naming is it how many times? It's like they're like what 200 and something times, bro. Where you at, PDF, bro? Where you at, boy? We gonna go ahead and pull that one up for you, man. Let's see if we can go ahead and find that mug. Cause if I can't find it, oh, here it is. Thank God, ain't that crazy? So how do you go ahead and I'm gonna set that up here. Where do you search for names on this mug?
I don't. Can you do it the same way you had it on the phone?
You should be able to. I guess not.
Shout out Brandon Norton, $2. He says he should look up supersonic warheads Russia has.
They don't want us to know the truth, Key.
Bro.
They don't want us to know the truth, Key.
You ain't lying.
I guess they don't want us to know the truth.
I think they're hypersonic missiles that Russia has, unless we're talking about two different things. But yeah, those hypersonic missiles, man, advanced tech. I'm not gonna lie. I heard somebody giving the synopsis, giving the explanation of how it worked, and I was like, God damn. Man. I was like, bro, now that's some shit. And I don't even know if we got the right defense for that.
No, I'm going to ask y'all to try to download Project 2025 and type in Biden and Trump's name and tell me how many times each name comes up. And give me the answer in the
Control
chat.
F, Control F. Hey, shout out the chat. Control F. Go back to that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, bad. Shout out. He said Control F, man. Shout out. Control F. Oh, yeah. All right. So
shout out chat.
So we all know Biden's name is in there about how many? Well, Trump's name is in there about 312 times. And the reason we could prove that is because, well,
look how that shit load up.
Just go on ahead and load it up. 312 times. Mm-hmm. Now, look how much times Biden name is in there. Let's see. 375 times Biden's name is mentioned in Project 2025. So how come Biden's name is not in there as much? Or how come we don't say this is Biden's plan as much as it's Trump's plan? I mean, for real? You tell me I can go through this whole time, Biden and Trump administration. Damn, I can go through this whole document. I'm just going to find a whole bunch of Bidens? I'm going to find Biden's name more than Trump in Trump's plan?
And you know what that tells me? It infers that Project 2025 comes from a independent research group known as the Heritage Foundation, a think tank, other known as, and then they have no affiliation with the particular candidate. If they mention in Biden's name more than Trump's, like, wouldn't that, if y'all really going off of how many times they mention this man's name, wouldn't that mean that they're more aligned with Biden? Like, no, they're just mentioning both candidates because Biden was the man when this was drafted.
And funny
right?
though, they mentioned him in the same damn sentence. In the same sentence, they really mentioned him in. Like, you can go through this whole doctrine, right? We're just gonna find Biden's name next to Trump.
They're mentioning these two names for reference, I'm saying.
Man, they don't even mention their name enough for it to be highlighted, to be honest with you. But yes, 375 times. Yes, Biden. I want y'all to remember that next time somebody brings up Project 2025.
And shout out E-Rock, $2 super chat. And this is first on the live, man. So we appreciate that honor, bro. Thank you for sending that in.
You honor us.
He said, how would you personally solve the division? What division particularly? Are you talking about Democrat versus Republican? You talking about black versus white?
Yeah.
We done talked on so much division.
Man.
They printed this thing, they put it out there. It lists exactly what they're going to do, from pregnancy registers to gutting, Head Start, some of those things. But I said,
on God, they have us believe that Project 2025 was straight Trump. But nah, dog.
But here's the deal.
Nah, dog.
This is the power of the democracy.
They lied to us all,
it's important
man.
to know what's out there.
So every time somebody brings, his name's there 312 times, and Biden's name's in there
375.
375, man.
What that mean?
Like, come on now.
Shit.
But that
Tell
stuff
me
doesn't
something.
inspire people. What inspires
Are you
people
lying to me?
is what we're going to do. And in this election, we have a chance to turn the page on those guys. Elect a new generation of leadership and chart the new way forward. All right, you know it.
Let's get the likes up, man. If you in here right now, double tap the screen.
Some counties,
Three buttons at the upper right hand corner, man. Appreciate you.
And don't forget here, October 21st, last day to register in Pennsylvania.
You going for that?
Here's my pro tip to legislators in Pennsylvania.
People.
Do what we do.
Shit, there's a lot of ways to attack that. I mean,
I don't know. You need to be a little bit more direct, because among people is people. That's still damn near saying what we were saying. You talking about race, political views, like where are we going with this one?
Religious views, like we're divided in so many ways, bro.
Because I could say I want all people to be happy and everybody to work in,
tandem.
Yeah, work in tandem. Everybody be equal. Like, yeah. But how we personally solve that? Well,
to generally answer it, I think it starts with us attacking the divisiveness or the divisive rhetoric that's preached down from the top.
Honestly, I think it's about respecting people's differences, respecting
that as well,
diversity, and not trying to put one over the other in some type of supremacy act. So,
come on, it's America. It's a melting pot of culture, tradition,
do it with
and
ideology.
religion.
Yeah, like we try to put ourselves over one another through race, ideology, class. Like if you're rich or poor. So if we take away all that and we try to put each other on the same level, now I know socialism stuff, but as seeing eye to eye as human, not seeing one as better as the other, then yeah, we should be in a good spot after that.
Nah, facts. Brandon Norton, shout out. He said Trump's denounced Project 2025 multiple times.
Yeah,
and even in Project 2025, in their Q&A at the bottom of the webpage, they say we're not affiliated with Trump.
Yeah, now we need Biden to denounce it. Yeah, why'd you name 375 times? Let Biden denounce it as well, okay?
Or should we go over Kamala's Project 2025?
Same day registration. It shouldn't be hard to vote. Shouldn't be hard to vote.
Isn't that in the bookmark?
So here it is.
Nah, I think
this is our time. All gas, no brakes.
It's in my community post,
and look at me. I'm trying to lead by example. We will sleep when we're dead because I'm not sleeping. So. We don't do it because we're partisan. We don't do it because we're Democrats. We do it because we love our country and believe in the promise of America. So you know it. As the next president of the United States says, when we fight, there we go.
And man, shout out Walz. We're about to move into this debate so we can give our own analyzation of the debate, because come on now. It's hard to analyze a debate when you got to, watch it straight through. Let's go ahead and bookmarks. Or to give your true honest opinion, because you might have missed some things. So we're going to go ahead and watch it back. But let's get into Kamala's Project 2025, because I always said, what if we did the same BS we doing to Trump with Kamala with the whole Project 2025? And shout out Trump, because it was personally tweeted from Trump, ironically, for this. Now, let's see. Kamala Harris Project 2025. Citizenships for over 20 million illegals. And I said over because, God damn it, it's over. And ban gas powered cars. Well, they was on the way. Replace police with social workers. Defund the police. Ban fracking. Well, she flip-flopped on it, so I guess. Transgender surgeries for minors. Well, if you ask Gavin Newsom and you ask Tim Walz, yeah, they'll go ahead and say, yeah, we doing that right now. Taxpayer-funded reparations. Yeah, FBA, just let you know that this whole reparations things, nobody's in line with, and it's like a doomsday. So sorry for my FBA crowd. Pack the U.S. Supreme Court. Well, I could see that being part of a plan, but one that's not coming soon. Government and big tech censorship. Well, Twitter files and Mark Zuckerberg saying, pretty much admitting that they did hide information. No, that they've already done it. Cashless bail for violent crimes already being done. God damn. You know what? Kamala Harris is already ahead on her plan.
Yeah.
She's already
47
ahead.
and 57.
Yep, already ahead of it. Federal takeover of all elections. I mean, hey, if she takes this one and they got it in the bag.
I'm weak.
Use tax dollars to fund abortions. Too late. It is too late. Too late. Taxpayer dollars already going towards child sacrifices. Yep, it is too late. She got what she wanted. That little Aztec priest. Now let's go here. Enforce racist affirmative action. Too late. She is part of it. She damn near is it.
Hey, nah, they the party of censorship, my bro.
Man.
Big tech and censorship. That's what they support over there.
And man-made slime. You gotta blame blacks. They vote 90% Democrat.
No, that was funny, and I know you meant to be triggering with that comment, but you kind of right.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. I know you purposely trying to be triggering with that, but hey, listen, when you look at the statistics, I ain't gonna lie,
man,
my people do need to start waking up, and shit, that's what we here for, bro. We'll stand on the front lines of this shit, of this movement.
Bro,
shout out Martian Gamer as well. He says this is proof that Kamala is coasting off the fact that most people are too lazy to do any research. That's a fact, my boy.
Bro, require government.
When they come out right after the debate night and the candidates kind of debunk some of the shit, and they come out right after with a rally and be like, oh, well, it's still this.
Oh, God.
Like, come on,
and
bro.
Require government approval to buy a gun. Well, she's working on that, guys. She's working on it.
Yeah, down to Marco the both of you, bro.
Boy, and that's like me saying that, well, America's really failing because of white men. Like, come on now, G. Imagine how messed up I'll be for saying that. Oh, well, America's failing because of white people. Because y'all have a failure of leadership or that to handle something that y'all created. I mean, we could take it there as well, but I'm not that much of an asshole. So I'm not even gonna take it there like that. All right. Let's go on to the next one. I mean,
hey, blacks vote for Democrat for sure, but they still don't make up the majority of the Democratic voting class.
Yeah, let's be real.
So you gotta throw whites in there too.
I mean, it is majority y'all anyway.
You gotta throw whites in there.
Now, how you gonna blame us when you're majority of the party,
bro?
I mean, come on, bro.
Let's throw whites in there for sure. I see what you're saying.
Actually, let's throw all Americans in there. It's all a bad decision. We all made a bad decision as Americans for the Democrats. So let's all frame us under Americans. Let's stop trying to divide us. There you go. We all made a bad decision. Asian Democrats, black Democrats, white Democrats, Indian Democrats. Don't matter. We all effed up. Okay? Agreed. All right, but let's get into some of the fact checking that they did, though, before we get into the debate.
While the moderators did not fact-check during the vice presidential debate, the CBS News confirmed team investigated the claims made by both Senator Vance and Governor Walz last night. Here with me now with some of those findings is executive editor of CBS News Confirmed, Rona Tarrant. Thanks for joining us. We could probably, I don't know, there's a lot of things we could tick through. We're just going to go through, I think, 3 things. I want to start off with a comment from Vance that covers both the economy and immigration. He claimed that high housing costs were being driven by migrants. Let's play a clip.
You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes.
Was a nationalist.
All right, Rona, what'd you find?
So research shows that a rise in immigration does lead to an increase in demand for housing. That is true. However, the research also shows it's only one factor. The bigger driver of housing demand is actually a shortage. So the estimations are anywhere between 1.5 million to 7 million shortage of housing. And the reason for that is after the Great Recession from 2008 to 2018, there were far fewer homes built in that decade than any other decade since 1960. So it's one factor, but it really is not everything.
Right.
And then Walz also brought up, obviously, immigration as well. And he said that, in the last month, border crossings at the southern border were lower than when Trump left office. That is true, but of course, you have to remember that is down from record highs.
Good point, too. Okay, speaking of Walz, Walz spoke about Project 2025, which has been described as a blueprint for the next conservative president, as put together by the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank. I'm going to play some sound.
Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception. and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
Okay, so I think.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, Ray. $2 says no rush. I sent y'all the video via email, and I appreciate that, girl. We see it.
A lot of people probably haven't actually read Project 2025, and we should point out that Donald Trump has said over and over again that he doesn't know anything about it. He's not.
Appreciate you, Brandon Norton. $2. He says everybody needs to pay attention down ballot. Or down ballot or on the ballot? Either way, bro, I agree. Yeah, we do need people heading into November informed. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
He hasn't read it. He doesn't know anything about it. That being said, what about what Walz said about what's in this?
So Project 2025 does not call for a registry of pregnancies. What it does call for is mandatory reporting about abortions. So right now the CDC does collect some data. It's voluntary. The reporting is voluntary. This calls for mandatory, particularly around abortions where there were some issues. So that is true, but it is not
I like Vance's stance on that. He said, yeah, I know traditionally and historically Republicans have kind of been strictly viewed as pro-life, but he said he understands that he's going to have to change the perception of that for them going forward, and especially for the Trump campaign. Like, nah, we pro-mother, we pro-family, not just pro-life, not just removing options, but we want to expand options for women to maybe have a family through different government programs. Because let's face it, a lot of reasons why people feel like they need to go get these abortions or these medical procedures is because they don't have the financial circumstance to raise said child. So I love Vance's stance on it last night. Like, nah, we want to increase options. We don't want to make people feel like that's their only option, a really inhumane option when you kind of look at the procedure and how it's carried out. Really inhumane. We went over that as well. Like, they shoot the baby up with lidocaine and they shoot the mother up with all these other types of drugs. Like, bro, it's crazy. I digress, though. Point aside is like, yeah, I really loved his stance on that. Like, because, yeah, most people do think Republicans are just like pro-life, like, yeah, fuck pro-choice. And it's like, nah, I think the right is starting to see that they need to kind of update that stance or just have like a wider appeal. So they've kind of amended it to like, nah, we pro family, pro woman.
A registry of pregnancies. In addition, there are some things in this, as Walz said, that may lead to difficulties getting contraception. That is around immoral exemption to contraception for certain people under the ACA, but there is not a registry of pregnancies.
Okay. When mentioning healthcare, Vance responded to claims made by Walz that Donald Trump would repeal Obamacare. Let's take a listen.
Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care.
All right. Well, what do we make of that claim?
Well, this actually mischaracterizes Trump's record on Obamacare. So experts told CBS News he took several steps that actually weakened the healthcare law. In fact, he said himself in 2017, Trump did, that he was willing to let it fail to bring in something better himself. So some examples of what he did. There were cuts to advertising and registry assistance. So this actually led to a reduction in people registering. He also reduced subsidies as well to some insurers as well. So all of these actually led to a weakening of the program, experts told us. So for that reason, that was false.
Interesting. Well, there was a lot of stuff said during the debate. I'm sure you guys are working on all kinds of other things. So I appreciate the time that you gave us here this morning. Thank you, Ronna.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana.
Shout out, man. We're going to move right into the next video. I think this was what Seth had pulled up for y'all. And we got some super chats to read off here real quick. Where we start? Marshland Gamer, shout out, bro, man. Always showing support. One of the mods, man. We appreciate you, dog. Definitely do. Why do you think Trump said we need to fight? The left is always trying to cover up the truth, man. The party of censorship, bro. Party of big tech and censorship. Repressive tolerance, bro. They trying to censor and restrict anything that doesn't align with they side and they ideological view, bro. all leftist
them
ideology
on the fly and in real time.
and no conservative or right-leaning ideology is what a lot of them, especially the ones in prominence, the ones of influence, believe. Shout out Brandon Norton, $2. He said down ballot, House and Senate. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I see what you're saying, bro. Yeah, for sure. Yep. But again, to that point, we definitely need voters heading into November informed as well, too. And that's kind of what we aim to do with these political streams is like bring y'all some information, give y'all our takes. Because we're no pundits, we're no experts on the matter or on the subject, but we're learning too. And I mean, we are applying critical thought to it, and we just trying to share that journey and that process with y'all. Obviously the chat plays a role into that. We get in here, we have good conversation, good discourse, agree to agree on some issues and disagree or find common ground on some issues, I meant to say, and disagree to agree on others. Like, understandably, we ain't going to see everything the same way, but what's most important is that discourse. It leads to a bias or unbiased perspective and ultimately enlightenment.
You're going to start with opioid deaths.
That's right. And I just want to let everyone know the CBS News Confirmed team has done an entire fact check of the entire debate. You can find those fact checks on social media, CBS News, or on our website, CBS News Confirmed team. I'm going to summarize 3 of them because they all touch on immigration, which was heavily debated in this process tonight, and the issues all run through, one way or another, the conversation, national and otherwise, about immigration. Let's start with the first one, dealing with opioid deaths. It came up in the context of immigration. The claim, this was from Governor Walz. Opioid crisis, the good news is in the last 12 months, the nation saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. The CBS News Confirmed team rates that partially true, and here's why. Our country's only been counting opioid deaths officially since 2015, and in 2024, our nation recorded, sadly, more than 77,000 opioid deaths. That was down 7% from the year before. About 3,000 deaths in 2024, slightly larger than that in Ohio. That was not a 30% decrease. That was an 18% decrease. That's why the CBS News Confirmed team rates that assertion as partially true. Let's go to the next one. And this one has been chewed over extensively in the campaign. J.D. Vance, Republican from Ohio, said, Vice President Harris became the appointed border czar. This could be a semantic issue for some people. We rate it, the CBS News Confirmed team, is false, and here is why. That was never Kamala Harris's title. That was never her designated role. Immigration policy.
Thanks, bro. And I love, actually, you know what? And I'll share this with y'all. This is like a personal thought of mine I've been having too. And I love that we're not experts on the matter because you don't have to be an expert. We're all American. We all go through similar experiences out here in the world. We all share a similar perspective. Like, we're not that different. As much as they try and preach this divisiveness and, put us at odds with each other, we're not that different, bro. So for us to get on here and be able to speak on some of these issues that we all experience, bro, that lets me know you don't have to be necessarily an expert to make commentary on what we all see and experience. Like, everybody got eyes. Everybody kind of sees how these politics affect their daily life, how we buy, how we live, how we raise our kids. You don't have to be an expert to comment on this shit, bro. You really don't. And I know people try and make it seem like you do, and that's just to silence your opinion, bro. Everybody's opinion. I mean, some people don't need, so some of us don't need to be sharing our opinion out loud, but everybody's entitled to their opinion for sure.
To the president and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, what Kamala Harris was appointed to do or asked to do was look at the root causes of immigration in the so-called Northern Triangle countries, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. That's why we rate that as false. Let's go to our next one. This is something that J.D. Vance said, again in the context of immigration.
Oh, shit. Housing that is totally bro, I missed that. He says, not even the dictionary is safe from the left. Oh, man, don't they love changing the definitions of words as they see fit? It's like moving the goalposts. Like, as soon as something isn't left enough, they low-key just shift the definition. It's kind of funny. What's going on, Hoity Boity? One of the members, man. Good to see you in here.
Unaffordable because we have brought millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. CBS News Confirmed team rates that as partially true. Clearly, and Senator Vance made reference to a Federal Reserve study that says larger migration to America in the Biden.
Nah, facts, bro. I ain't gonna lie, Shabazz, you ain't lying, bro. How the price damn near double, but the quality went down, bro? You can't make this shit up, bro. Bidenomics right there for my smokers, man. The price of the woods, the price of the Dutches, any of your smoking apparatus, it probably done doubled, man. And the quality done went in the shitter. I'm talking about ever since COVID, you ain't been able to get no good smoking apparatus. So like it's crazy out here for my smokers.
Administration is one factor in housing stock shortage, but that was a long-running issue dating back to the Great Recession. Americans
stoners for
have
Trump.
been creating more new home stock at a lower rate than at any time since 1960. It is a complex problem. That's why the CBS News confirmed.
Bro, gotta
team
damn near go
rates
through
that
two just to
assertion
get a
from
good
Senator Vance
one, bro.
as partially true. John and Cecilia, back
bro,
to you.
that's why I low-key I switched over to Raws, my boy, for that exact reason. I'll be like, bro, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack of good woods nowadays, you know. But anyways, shout out Jennifer Foster. She says $10, by the way, appreciate that. She says how Walz wouldn't say stand behind his abortion bill made me mad. I was born at 7 months in 1979. My parents were 17 and 20. You've never heard ready. Times were hard, but they made yeah. And that's what a lot of folks need to do is step up to the plate. A lot of folks need to step up to the plate, and I feel like abortion is there as a contraceptive, and it shouldn't be. We got like what over 50 other forms of contraceptives, some even male-based. So abortion doesn't need to be there as some type of built-in option to defer to once you've made poor reproductive decision. Like, and honestly, that's what a lot of people are using it for. And they made a mistake, sleeping with somebody they know they shouldn't have, one night stand, what have you. And then now they running up into clinic trying to get that lidocaine inserted into their fetus. And yeah, like I said, it's a very inhumane process when you kind of sit and look at it. I'm going to try and pull up this video of a lady who called into the abortion clinic, said she was 34 weeks, and they said, oh, that's no problem. It's actually best to get it done. It's actually best to just get it done for real. I can't remember exactly what she said, but it pretty much hinted or pretty much was saying that abortion can be done at any stage and it's best to just get it done. And I'm just like, wow, now we got to make better decisions. That's what we really need to be pushing on society. Like, why should these girls just be able to abort these kids like when they really just need better decision? And a lot of what they don't tell you, a stat that I love to say on this abortion, on the abortion topic, is people that are going into these clinics, they're going in more than once. So yeah, there's a high percentage of folks who are going in to receive these procedures that are going in more than once. Further proving the point that people are just making poor reproductive rights or poor reproductive choices, and using it as a form of like last ditch contraceptive. Like, oh, I tried it. I tried to work it out with him. I thought I was going to work it out with him. He left up out my life, even though I knew he wasn't shit the night I slept with him. Now 4, 5, 6 months in, I'm trying to get this baby yanked. And it's wild.
And let's be real. Some of y'all are just aborting kids just so you can go back and make the same irresponsible decision.
Bro.
Let's be real. And last fact check.
Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz just wrapped up their vice presidential debate, effectively getting the last word in this race for the White House before an audience this large. Unless, of course, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris agree to debate again before Election Day. Fingers crossed. We've made...
Fingers crossed, though. Hey, fingers crossed.
And people be like, oh, you shouldn't be telling people what they do with their body. Like, nah, have sex. But just understand if it come with a baby. And, bro, once we remove that option, trust me, people are going to make so much smarter, more smart reproductive choices.
Bro,
I'm telling you.
The problem with abortion is it fails this key point about life. Take responsibility for your actions.
Oh, shit. And I've seen something like this. And I'm glad you brought it up. Shout out Sherry Rena. First super chat on the live, and we appreciate that honor here at S.E.T Media. $5. She says the NIH has proven the 7-week-old unborn child will experience extreme pain during the abortion. For those of y'all that say it's a clump of cells, it's just a fetus.
But they don't care about the.
It doesn't have any consciousness.
Pain.
It can't feel pain.
The only pain they fear about is the pain that they won't be able to go out and party no more. They won't be able to open their legs freely no more. Like, they don't care about the pain of a child. If they cared about children pain, then they wouldn't be out here opening their legs whenever they wanted to. If they cared about, me opening my leg, because my legs recklessly can lead to a 7-week-old unborn child's, like, agonizing death. oh, maybe if we fed that, like, yes, you being irresponsible with your legs could lead to the agonizing death of a child.
Bro, you saying that, I see a take in the chat. You saying that we need more access to contraceptives. Like, you saying that like they don't hand out, they literally hand out condoms to kids. But we've got condoms in our health class.
Yeah.
Was showed how to apply a condom and everything, bro. I don't know if they still do that nowadays. Maybe they got away from that. I hope they didn't, but bro, condoms, the most widely accepted form of contraceptives, they literally hand these out to kids. Now, as they should. Not to nothing funny.
People say, grape? No, of course not grape, but
grape, danger to the mother self, and incest.
But this is where you gotta learn to respect other people's opinions. If they say that the child is separate from the crime, so just because she got grape don't mean the child's a rapist, does it? Does the child only have to suffer for the crime of its father or anything like that? That's an argument that the Christians propose or that the pro-abortion propose. And I just
sounds like some Charlie Kirk shit.
Yeah, but it's a real position though, I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So here's where you just learn to respect people's position and just leave it to the states. Like, all right, cool. Like, if you want to live in a state that operates like that, I wouldn't live there. But, hey, God be with y'all. If you want to live in a state with pro-abortion, I may not want to be with that. But, hey, God be with y'all. Just know that you're going to have to answer to somebody at the end of this all. And for some of y'all pro-abortion, or from y'all pro-abortions, pray to God that God don't exist at this point. Because ain't no way.
Right, calling the Care Clinic in Bethesda, Maryland.
Thank you for calling Care. How can I help you?
I am looking to have an abortion.
How far along are you?
I'm 34 right now. I am in a pretty desperate situation. My boyfriend is kind of out of the picture now, so I don't really have any support.
An abortion at any stage is actually much safer than delivering a term pregnancy. It's a 4 to 5 day procedure. We do some basic lab work on you and start to dilate your cervix. After that, we do what we call the fetal injection. A needle is inserted through the abdomen and into the fetal heart where lidocaine is injected.
Y'all hear that? Piercing the heart. Like, God damn.
After that, we inject a medication called digoxin and another
what's up, Steph?
Called KCL into the fetal heart, which will slow and then stop the fetal heartbeat. And then on that 4th day, depending on how your cervix is dilated, we'll break your water, and then we'll give you a medication called misoprostol. Misoprostol will sort of induce contraction and increase the dilation of your cervix. You're going to have contraction and cramping, and then we'll assist you in sort of pushing in the induction and then remove all of the products of conception. You're definitely going to feel discomfort and cramping.
The products of conception? You mean the baby, right? It's like they'll say this is the problem with some of y'all. Oh, it's just a clump of cells. It's like a parasite on the body, bro. Y'all are willing to say anything, but you won't say what it actually is. It's a human life, bro. They literally said that. Oh, a human baby, a life is a product of contraception. I mean, talk about dehumanizing. Like, damn it, we already dehumanized whole races of people, whole religions and all that. Now we're dehumanizing babies? Like, what's next?
And a lot of pressure, but we do give you fentanyl and Versed during the procedure. We specialize in later trimester care. Our doctor is very well versed in what he's doing, and he's very good.
So I'm not like a rare situation. Y'all help women this late in pregnancy all the time?
All the time.
And shout out Renee, bro. Hey, shout out Renee. Appreciate you, Ray.
Just Ray. Yeah, shout out Ray. Appreciate you.
My bad for that one.
I'm weak. Appreciate you, girl. So she says, we are sentient beings. Hedonism is a sign of true liberation. That's just slavery to your impulses. Yeah, facts. No impulse control. Facts. I couldn't agree more. She says, discipline is the ultimate test of enlightenment. Own your sexuality. Abstinence is true. Okay. I can respect that stance for sure, man.
I mean, shoot, man, you need to go ahead and sit down with the little girls of young ladies of America.
And I was just about to say, like, that message is twice as potent just because, like, I ain't trying to be funny, Ray. Appreciate your female support because a lot of these women, these young females need to hear that message. They be feeling like they gotta participate in this sex culture, this sneaky link culture, this sneaky link generation. Yeah, and it's just like, bro, save your value.
I mean, don't be like Cardi B out here having sex with a kid in you. Like, don't be like that now. All right, let's see here.
All right.
This one.
The invitation, Harris has accepted. Tonight's debate was civil. The question of how factual it was is another matter. Let's find out from our fact checker, Daniel Dale, what he thinks. Daniel?
Jake, it certainly wasn't a perfect debate from Governor Walz from a fact checker's perspective, but I think there was more inaccuracy from Senator Vance, and I think Vance had the two biggest whoppers of...
Now, this is CNN, so of course they're going to say that, oh, there's more inaccuracy on Vance's side. Of course.
The night, both of them actually in what he left out rather than what he said. Listen to his claims about Trump's post-election behavior in 2020 and early 2021.
He said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. He peacefully gave over power on January the 20th.
This is a pretty wild rewriting of history. Trump peacefully gave over power on January the 20th. Sure.
I mean, what? Did he swing on anybody? What? Did he, like try to total whole strike or like tie himself to the White House desk? I mean, come on now. He did leave peacefully at the end of the day. Like, bro, they're literally acting like it was Trump out there in front of the Capitol building, going in there himself and doing all that shit.
Like he led the charge.
Yeah, like he was in front of it or something, but he wasn't. So when he said, yeah, he left, civilly, I'm gonna be real with you. That's true. Like, okay, January 6th, y'all may have y'all feelings about that, but when it came January 20th, he got out and Biden went in peacefully.
Trump did not lock himself in the Oval Office, but he left office after trying extremely hard to not give over power. We all know this. He tried to manipulate everyone from the American public to state elections officials, to state legislators, to the Justice Department, to his very own vice president. He helped trigger a deadly riot. And then Vance said Trump called for peaceful...
False. Trump did not trigger a deadly riot. He just, he said protest in peace. In October, here's the thing. Nobody wants to tell you about the October protest that went in front of the Capitol building of Trump supporters because that one didn't get violent. But they want to tell you about January 6th protest because that one ended up getting violent, which was a riot. Like I said, it's a protest turned riot, okay? I ain't going to call it no insurrection because there were no guns involved. It ain't. And come on, bro. If it was an insurrection, they'd have took over the Capitol building, not going in there taking pictures and all this nice stuff.
Nah, facts. He said that's like arresting a singer for a ride at their own concert. Bro, that's what they tried to do to Trav, didn't they? Mm-hmm. Got a whole lawsuit.
Yep. So, yeah, when they try to bring up this whole January 6th thing, it's kind of the only thing they can stand on at a certain point. Because did Trump leave office? Yes. Did he strap himself to a desk? Did he say, I'm not going nowhere? No, he did not say that. If anything, he only brought up concerns about election interference. That's it. That's all he brought concerns up, and that could have been done just peacefully. It's the Democrats that made it a whole big deal. It's like, hold on. So it's okay to question the election, but when Trump does it, it's a problem now. Or just all of a sudden he started an insurrection because he questioned y'all. That makes these people seem 10 times more likely or 10 times more culpable in my eyes.
And to that point about J6, it's actually funny because we covered another black content creator, and he had admitted and shared a letter that he was at one of these gatherings for Trump and his supporters, and normally that's what they did. They had a gathering in the area and then they marched down to the Capitol, peacefully protested, and then people went home. So it just so happened at J6 there were some bad actors amongst the crowd that incited the violence and ultimately made way inside of the Capitol. But that was an event that had happened many times before that in the exact same fashion.
Yeah, so when y'all said, oh, they can't just go out there and protest, well, they did in October. They went out there and peacefully protest. For some reason in January, it turned from a protest to a riot.
And, bro, on some real shit, bro, y'all don't realize how many feds was in that crowd, too. Confirmed. Yes.
Reports being told they were being let in.
Protest on January 6th. Yes, Trump did that once in that January 6th speech after calling supporters to Washington with a promise it would be wild, spending weeks whipping them into a frenzy with lies about the election, Vice President Pence's non-existent power to overturn the result, and then in that same January 6th speech, using combative language.
No, he did have power. His president had to co-sign it. So if Trump calls a fraud on the election, that means his vice president also has to think the same thing. They have to be in alliance. So, and him and the vice president was in an alliance. He felt like it was a fair election. He felt like, yo, something's fishy going on. Stand by me on this one. He said, nah, I'm good. I don't want to stand by you on it. And the problem is, bro, Trump didn't need to hit people on nobody. Like, Trump said how he felt. We all knew what the process was, and we all knew that Pence was going along with it, but Trump wasn't. And if this is your guy, if both of y'all standing on something, y'all should both stand on it. And I'm pretty sure it got the review it needed to. it be true or not. If Mike Pence would have went in there and went, like, co-signed with Trump, it at least got the investigation it deserved.
Facts.
Which far more often than that calming language. Things like, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. You'll never take back our country with weakness, on and on. Now, let's turn to another egregious distortion of history from Senator Vance. This one...
it's crazy. Somebody, that Ashley Babbitt girl. All right, cool. Well, those people at the, what was it? The officers at the Capitol, well, they just died on their duty. It was part of their job, so their fault.
On Obamacare.
Wow. Then.
When Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care.
Casting Donald Trump as the savior of Obamacare, I think, is bananas. Donald Trump tried very hard to repeal...
Yes, and those Capitol Police know what they were showing up for. They know they showed up for a dangerous job, and some of them got hurt. Their fault. What you mean? It's part of the responsibility to show up. Who cares about the one that killed himself? What you mean? It don't matter. It was part of his job to put himself through that stressful situation. His fault. You see how I can dehumanize people just like you can? It's sick, though. It sounds sick, don't it?
Nah, facts.
Obamacare. The only reason it was not repealed in 2017 was because he barely couldn't find enough Republican votes in Congress. And then he tried to undermine Obamacare in various ways. He cut the open enrollment period in half. He slashed funding for advertising for people who help other Americans sign up. He ended a key set of subsidies for insurers. His administration refused to defend some critical provisions of the law in court, instead arguing that they should indeed be invalidated. I could go on. So yes, Trump did keep operating the Obama exchanges. He didn't completely give up on it, but casting him as the savior of Obamacare, I think, Jake, is pretty dishonest.
Daniel, what stood out to you?
I think what most struck me, Anderson, was significant revisionist history from Senator Vance on the subject of Obamacare on January 6th. But I was also struck by the fact that we had a false claim from each candidate on the subject of reproductive rights. So first, let's listen to something that Governor Walz said about the conservative Heritage Foundation think tank's initiative known as Project 2025.
Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
This claim, which Governor Walz has made before, is false. Project 2025's 900-page policy document is online. You can read it. I've read it. Nothing in it proposes to make anyone register their pregnancy with the government. What Project 2025 does propose is that the federal government takes steps to make sure it is getting from every state detailed after the fact anonymous data on abortion and miscarriage. The federal government already gets this data from almost every state on a voluntary basis.
And maybe we can use that data, that analysis for our betterment, right? We can maybe put that data and apply it to government funding to maybe increase spending in programs that help small families, starting families. Because what Vance said on debate night, and this is the point I really love the most, is that he wants to increase options for would-be families, would-be mothers, instead of feeling like that's the only option they have is to go to a clinic. Because a lot of times it is financially motivated, that decision. And, like I said, I love the point that he made is like, let's increase the options. Let's make it safer. Like, let's not make it feel like these people only have one option.
2025 wants to make it mandatory for all states, but there's no pregnancy registration involved in this data collection today. Project 2025 doesn't propose to change that. And in fact, Tim Walz's own state of Minnesota already posts.
Facts. Hey, appreciate you, Marshall. He says, here's some food for thought. Haven't you noticed that every election there's a new kind of sickness everyone has to be afraid of?
Yep.
Facts.
Bro, I did hear from him. It was from Islam. He was trying to say that, pandemic 2025 is coming back. They're going to try to shut us back in there again, but are we going to go for it the same way we did last time? And I don't think we are. As soon as they try to say something about locking out, we may go for the mask again. They may get us with that. But lockdowns, nah, I don't think the American people is going to do that ever again.
Nah, facts, Zah, you ain't lying, bro. And it should be the 3 reasons that I think everybody can agree on is like incest, rape, and danger to the mother's health, or even danger to the fetus health, right? Like if we know the baby's gonna struggle or anything like that, this is my take. I'm throwing that in there.
I'm be real with you. If it ain't one of those 3, the doctor should look you dead in your eyes, man, dap you up and be like, look, sweetheart, you're gonna be a mother, okay? Go ahead and deal with that. It's called, take responsibility for your actions. Now, you ain't being great. The baby ain't a detriment to your life. And this ain't incest, so get out my office. and go be a mother.
Details after the fact, anonymous abortion and miscarriage data online on the state health department website. There is no pregnancy registration in Minnesota, of course. And I should also note that while the governor referred to their Project 2025, it is not an initiative of the Trump-Vance campaign itself, though it is, of course, also true that Trump and Vance have extensive and close ties to it. Now I want to look at a claim that Senator Vance made on his past position on abortion.
Why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard.
This is false. Before Senator Vance joined the Trump campaign and fell behind Trump's professed desire for...
It's funny, people are saying, what about the man? I'm like, no, I'm talking to men too. No, dog, you can't give her that $500, bro. Nope, you ain't her daddy. You ain't her family. This ain't incest. You ain't raped her. It ain't detriment to her life, dog. You better take that $500 and go buy you some diapers and baby clothes, boy. It can mean the same for the men.
State-by-state approach to abortion, Vance did support a national abortion ban. In 2022, when he ran for the U.S. Senate, he said it in an interview.
I say, remove the option, see
I
how
certainly
quick
would
people
like
shape
abortion
up.
to be illegal nationally. No caveats there. He added that he was, quote, sympathetic to the view that a national ban was necessary to stop women from traveling across state lines to obtain abortions. And he also said in his website during that Senate campaign that he was, quote, 100% pro-life, end quote, and that he favored eliminating abortion. These categorical words were on his website until Trump chose him as his running mate. They certainly included no caveats about opposing a federal legislation. And then in the Senate, as recently as late last year, he explicitly pushed a national ban as early as 15 weeks gestation. As a debate moderator said to him, he can try to spin that as just a standard, but it's not like a goal or a target. That was federal legislation, or the idea of it at least, that would have banned abortion at 15 weeks. And again, he was even more categorical, Anderson, before he was elected.
All right, so there was the fact checks. Let's get over to the debate. So here at S.E.T Media, we're going to go ahead and give you a live reaction to the debate, man. Let's get one right into it. If you have any videos you want to send in at the end, or any videos you want us to react to during the debate, of course, we'll be making our pause, giving our points, bringing up, some videos that's going to drive home our points. So if you guys want to do the same, just go ahead and send a super chat in. We got you.
Hey, yeah, we just covered that, Steph. Yeah, shout out Steph. She's chiming in with 5. She says, Harris only gave $750 towards people in need right now, while they gave billions overseas. And what's up with this strike going on recently?
Oh, yeah, the strike of the dock workers, so we can't get some of our exports or imports that are in here.
Yeah, I heard there's numbers upwards of 25K along the coast of workers that are striking right now. I'd have to do a little bit more research into it, but I have seen some of the reports.
Yep, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency cannot sustain funding to last through the hurricane season, according to Homeland Security, Mayorkas. Mayorkas noticed we are meeting the immediate needs. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. Yeah,
not facts. You ain't lying, Zai. Yeah. Whenever it's an issue like that, they like to just point it at us. Like how bro came in here and said, "Well, blacks make up 90%, or 90% of blacks vote Democrats." Like, bro, y'all make up the overwhelming majority of the Democratic vote, though.
Yeah, bro. I see the Democrats ran by y'all.
It's white mugs and Hispanic mugs the same getting abortions. I ain't gonna say that they ain't low key hitting our community hard, but we ain't gonna sit here and pretend like there's only black people in these abortion clinics. Like, stop it.
Come on now.
Stop it.
With just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become vice president of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back. And we are ready to continue to build the future together. We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special. The Vice.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you.
Wouldn't that just escalate things, a preemptive strike?
Yeah.
Now,
I guess to kind of hit them in the research facility before they can fully develop.
Yeah, before they can make this like a 3-on-2, a 3-on-1. Because right now, like I said, it's Israel and it's versus Lebanon. They're first in
let's talk about their fighting forces.
Iran.
It's Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, because that's who's fighting on behalf of these countries. And
yeah, so it's 3-on-1.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, a preemptive strike, you might be right. That might kind of agitate the situation.
And we don't want no. I don't know. I just don't want no more other Arab countries to get any funny ideas. Cause I'm just like, dog, really? You already got 3-on-1, bro. How much else? 3-on-1, and we don't even know how dedicated these people are to finishing the job, or to even going up against Israel. Like, we don't even know. We don't know if they're ever gonna stop.
Not facts.
Thank you for those joining at home
bro,
tonight.
We bomb them. That might
let's keep in mind where this started.
To never
October
stop.
7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family.
I'd say this. I love how he masterfully kind of navigated the question. He was able to kind of give a little bit of background, gave us a quick synopsis on his upbringing and, you know, kind of his career past, and then was able to still turn and answer the question with the last 30 to 60 seconds. Masterful.
My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos.
And which tracks, because Vance is relatively new to politics. I think he's been on the scene like 3-4 years. So a lot of us don't know who he is.
In the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal.
Really?
He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years.
That's a good point. He's like, okay, cool. Let's say that's true, because it probably is. Why didn't you fix it? Like, okay, let's say that we did leave that little thing undone. Let's say we left that undone. Why did you neglect it for 3 years for it to become a problem?
Right.
Like, if it's like, come on now, you want to talk about Trump's leadership Well, then what does that say about yours that you just let a bad situation get terrible? Like, I'm just saying.
Now, funny enough about that point is, like, if you kind of look back into Obama's administration, that was the last time that this Palestinian-Israeli conflict was kind of flaring. Think about it. It flared once Obama was in office. Go look at the timeline. It kind of subsided, tapered off when Trump was in, and then now it's back at its peak in another Democratic Biden-led administration.
So what, does these countries tend to act out when there's Democratic lead?
I say in any time there's weak leadership, these countries are going to act out and do what they do.
Makes sense.
And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you.
Yeah, because it is hard to say that, oh, you enriched Iran when Iran was like low-key broke under. It wasn't doing nothing under you. So it is hard for Walz to make the argument that, oh, well, what you mean? You empowered them. Well, I ain't gonna lie. They're thriving under y'all. So if I somehow empowered them, why didn't you take it away?
It's all right, bro. They don't know we from dating, bro. It's cool, bro. We can't explain it to them. They don't know.
I'm weak.
Let's turn now to Hurricane
Gas was
Helene.
mad cheap in some areas, though.
The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas.
Yeah, we are one of the cleanest, because I ain't gonna lie, like, well, and not just in manufacturing, I'm talking about in like crime-related things too, because, bro, the Chinese triad works directly with their government, the Mexican cartel. Come on now. If you don't know the Mexican cartel working with their government, let's be real. Like, yeah, like, come on. Now, there is a lot of governments that work hand in hand with the black market, but ours, not that much compared to other countries now. And, you know, we are doing some pretty green things. Like, look at China. China don't care about the environment. It don't care.
And shout out Ray, chiming in with another $5 super chat. She says, y'all, or some of y'all don't pay attention in civics class. And it shows, please research the 3 branches. VP is in charge of lawmakers and war deciders.
Thank you. President of the Senate. President of the Senate is literally one of the titles you get as VP. To say she has no power is like, what? Like, you're damn near just giving her a pass. You're trying to give her that power. Well, she just sat by as Biden messed everything up. Well, y'all was about to vote for Biden too, so what does that say? Like, come on now. Y'all was about to vote for Biden too if they didn't push them out.
Nah, you ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying. I would say it's just not as overt as other countries. Like, yeah, the cartels, they damn near run Mexico. The Triad got a lot of influence in the CCP. America, we like to pretend, or we like to have the facade, at least, that they're not working in tandem. Yes, they do at times. Definitely do at times, for sure, admittedly. But yeah, it's not the same. The view of it isn't the same, I would say. Man.
Or doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our...
That's crazy, because you ask the citizens of Minnesota, they're saying that, man, they're going through it. And it's funny, he does make like a crazy point where he says, oh, the climate change, the carbon dioxide, we're seeing record low wheat and all that good stuff. I'm like, does anybody ever told this man how carbon dioxide works? When there's a when there's a lot of carbon dioxide, plant life tends to do really, really, really well. I mean, tremendously well when you have a whole lot of carbon. So to say, oh, well, there's more carbon in the air and we got less plants and record low, I'm like, that don't make sense.
Our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be...
Yeah, solar panels is a scam because, okay, yes, it does give us that solar energy, But when they're done, they're almost impossible to like discard or recycle. So the destruction of these usually end up in a landfill for years on years and just end up being bad on the environment. So solar panels ain't it. Wind farms ain't it. Electric cars, well, due to these kids digging in the lithium mines, it ain't it either. So there's only a really one true way in my eyes to honestly get into a more greener path, and that's to sacrifice the whole electric energy and introduce the hidden technology on free energy. Now, I've done some episodes on it. I'll be glad to bring it up sometime again this week, but yeah, just look into that, like carbon engines, water engines, 0 point energy, and all that good stuff. All stuff that we can introduce to the world that would, well, probably cripple the oil industry. But hey, though, we'll be doing better, right?
Be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest.
Oh, and if you didn't know, yes, Tesla batteries need a lot of lithium. Actually, electric car batteries in general need lithium. And guess who picks lithium? African children who are enslaved to do it. Yep. Child slavery is what makes your EV run, man. Congratulations, man. So you can ghost ride the Tesla. African children got to pick lithium. Yep.
More in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. Right. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer.
So here's the problem with what Walz is saying. If we're doing record numbers in clean energy, or we're doing record numbers in drilling, or whatever he's saying, then why is gas prices so high? Then why is energy prices so high then? Like, something's not adding up then.
Thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
That is a tricky question. If somebody would ask me that, I'd just been like, look, it's either I'm standing 10 tones down or not at all. So if they came over here illegally, we were talking about they came over here maybe like 1-2 years ago and they had a kid here and they came over here illegally, well, I'm sorry, but yeah, them and the kid gotta go. Well, you want to rip them away from their family? And put them in an immigration orphanage that's gonna be sponsored by the people? I mean, by taxpayer dollars? Like, the best thing to do is send them away all in one, man. Look, we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one. Like, you got to go. Everybody got to go. You, family, no matter 3, 4, 5 kids you had at once, don't care. All of them are going. That's how we got to do it. It sounds cut, but it's what needs to be done. We can't sit here and pull on emotional strings, but they're children. Yeah, they'll figure it out, okay? They'll figure it out. In their country. And if we leave them in their country, they'll be so dedicated to figuring it out, they might just do something about it.
You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement.
Man, and shout out to Ray, man. This is so dishonest. Liberal billionaires are cloud seeding, and this doesn't affect what's natural, but I guess Walz needs a talking point. Yeah. Yes, he does. Yeah. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying. They just need a talking point. If it's not January 6th, if it's not, I don't know, he's a dictator, Project 2025. Really, January 6th and Project 2025, the two things they write on the most. Like, if those things would just disappear, I really wonder what they would say. I really wonder. Oh, no, I remember now. E. Jean Carroll, like, everybody believes that, though. Okay. We couldn't believe when Bill Clinton did it. We couldn't believe when Biden did it. Because, yes, look up Tara Reedy. Biden did do some essaying. But some reason we're just supposed to believe this basic-ass E. Jean Carroll. Okay.
Implement Donald Trump's border policies,
Y'all ain't biased.
build
Yep,
the
you're
wall,
right.
re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About a million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor.
And that separation comes in death. That's the worst part. When these immigrants come over here and they separate our families, it's with death. I'll be real with you right there and then. But, you know, if we drag them away from their families, y'all over here crying. It's like, well, look what they've done to ours. And we're going to send them back to their country. They send them back to their country in one, but they've left some people in our countries in shreds.
And I love how people in the media tries to flip the narrative like, oh, we're ripping kids away from their families. We're ripping kids away from their families. What about the undocumented kids who come over here solo? Across the border,
bro. They already heard my stance. I said, bro, send them all back. Cool. Because I don't want to have no orphanage for migrants that we gotta fund them through school, orphaning, feed them, and all that. Nah. Send them back to their country, all of them. I don't care if the little nigga 5, bro. Go bye. You and mama back to the country.
I don't know if I've seen that exact video on the Canadian border, but I have kind of done a little bit of research in the Canadian-U.S. border. We got a lot of entry ports over that U.S.-Canadian border. It's not as much of an issue, but yeah, definitely got some entry points on that U.S.-Canada border.
Do you care to respond to any of those?
In fact, separation. The southern border is so much of an issue, bro. They taking border agents from the northern border and sending them to the southern border to kind of address the overwhelming surge of immigrants that's coming over, bro.
Yeah, not enough border patrol agents for the southern border. It's like, it's too much.
That's why she wants to gloat about making the overtime rate or increasing the overtime rate. And that's kind of just like, I'm just like, bro, like, that's not solving the issue. It's putting a Band-Aid on it, and it's really disingenuous to the people who are working tirelessly on the border, who haven't been empowered by their leadership, by the current administration to actually do their damn job. They showing up as border patrol agents knowing they just letting these folks in. Like, what the hell did I sign up for?
Bro, basically, she put overtime because she knew they were going to be busy.
No, oh God.
He's like, I ain't fixing the problem, but since I ain't fixing the problem, at least I can do is give y'all overtime, right? So y'all can work overtime on a problem that can never be fixed, right?
Shit, bro. I might have to do a little bit of deeper research into that, bro. I've seen they're making a new bridge for the southern border, or for the northern border. I think it's going to be like I think from the video I seen, bro, it's going to be moving out of Ohio or out of Detroit, one of the two, out of Ohio or out of Detroit, over to Canada.
I'm probably going to bring up that one interview that Sean Hannity had with the Border Patrol chief. I mean, I think y'all be pretty good for right now. Let me go ahead and put that one up.
Policy in this country is unfortunately
I'm gonna have to look into that, bro. That's crazy.
Southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things?
Thanks, bro. I did a little bit of research into it. I couldn't remember exactly where or what it was called, but yep. Howard Bridge from Detroit.
And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational
Yeah, bro, and they
gangs
want to talk about that border bill that was shot down. What y'all don't realize is there was literally an excerpt in that bill that allowed for, I think, up to 85,000 immigrants or 8,500, some crazy number. It allowed for a certain number of immigrants to be let in, an expansion of the TPS program. So it's just like, yeah, that's why they shut it down, goofies. Like, y'all want to talk about it was the strongest, most bipartisan border bill. Like, what about the immigrants it literally had written in to it?
Yeah, it's like, bro, y'all gotta stop believing these people at face value when it comes to this like border bill. It's like, though, if y'all look into it, you'll realize that, hey, nah, these people who voted it down were trying to save y'all.
The aid that it had for Ukraine, the aid that it had for Israel, like, bro, that was anything but a strict border bill.
And bro, if I was Donald Trump and I can call people up in the Senate to get any bill stopped or passed, the hell I need to run for president for? What would be the point of risking my life, putting myself out there in the public sphere, if I can just have this power from the back seat or just from my crib or Mar-a-Lago and just let me pick up this phone and call these senators real quick? Hey, yeah, how that bill sounding? Yeah, I like that. Send that through. It's like, bro, if he could do that, what would be the point? That's why it don't make sense when you said, oh, he called them to destroy it and all that or to block it. Nope, not even possible, bro. That just gives somebody too much power. And let's keep it real. Come on now. Y'all really gonna give Trump that much power? The people that hate Trump give Trump the most power. It's kind of crazy. He could become a dictator. I mean, like, dog, how? Like, what's he gonna do? Like, come in there and transform into something, I don't know, to a transformer or something, just take over the world? Like, how is he gonna become a dictator? Make it make sense. What, does he have superpowers or something that we don't know about?
Yesterday, in shocking testimony before the House Homeland Security Committee, a former senior-ranking Border Patrol official, Aaron Heike, alleged that the Biden administration intentionally covered up the border crisis. And in his testimony, Heike explained the lengths that the administration went to lie to the American people, conceal information from the media.
Yeah, I peeped that.
For the first time in my 25 years and under 5 different administrations, whether through neglect or on purpose, I saw a large-scale lapse in our ability to return people to their country of origin. Simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a
into communities that couldn't support them. Damn, that sounds so familiar. What was that city called? Springfield. Yep. Sounds just like Springfield. Ain't that crazy? So yes, Border Patrol agents dumping these migrants into cities that cannot support them, and they know it. And this is the ex-chief. This used to be the chief, the main person you went to.
He was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight cost approximately $150,000. This was the
taxpayer money, y'all. So for those of y'all who be like pro-Israel, pro-Ukraine, pro-immigration, I'm just like, bro, really think about it. Who y'all think's pockets that's hitting for real?
Well, let's be honest, not really theirs because, well, we only pay the bottom 50% of taxpayers pay 2.3% of all taxes, while the top percent pays for that, 43, damn near half. So let's be real. They're kind of saying it because, well, it's not really their money. Now, we do see a bump in taxes, but what's crazy? Have we ever thought that the more problems we get into in the world or the more problems we have in America, it makes it less enticing for these companies to stay here?
Ultimately, we face the grunt of that because if you want to say the corporations and the rich inherit that, I can agree with that, obviously. But I mean, trickle down economics is a thing. If they're getting hit in their pockets, who do you think they're going to pass that off to?
Us.
Come on now.
Well, all losses will always get passed down to us,
bro. The consumers are always going to pay for any increase in tax or any increase in service. Like, bro, it's always going to be us, whether it be a 50-cent increase or $500 increase,
like it or not.
My headquarters became more interested in the fiction being portrayed in the media and not at all concerned with reality. Each time we asked for help in dealing with a new issue, it fell on deaf ears.
All right.
At times in San Diego, we had 2,000 or more aliens sitting in between the fences asking to turn themselves in. I was told to move them out of sight of the media.
All right, here with more, former U.S. Border Patrol San Diego Sector Chief Aaron Heike. So you were told to keep these illegal immigrants out of sight. At the same time, Harris, Biden, Mayorkas, and every other administration official, they were telling the American people that the border is secure and the border is closed. So they basically were telling you to lie to the American people and cover it up on their behalf. Is that an accurate description?
I think it's pretty accurate. They wouldn't allow us to put out any information. It was very frustrating knowing what was going on, knowing that there were large gaps in the border coverage and that there were real threats there that we weren't able to address and that there were real threats entering our country.
And who was telling you to do that?
It came through my headquarters, Border Patrol headquarters.
Orders passed down.
And they also prevented you from reporting the names and the actual.
Bro, sit in jail, sit in our hospitals, bro. It was, bro.
And they get released.
I'm glad you said that, Zach, because, bro, we reacted to this video of this Border Patrol agent. He was on Fresh and Fit. He was talking about, bro, his firsthand account. Like MS-13 gang members jumping over the wall, breaking their legs, sitting up in the hospital with MS-13 tattoos on their hand. And we paying for it with taxpayer money, bro. And like you said, Seth, let out, pencil pushed through the system, little to no documentation. And now we dealing with them somewhere across America, bro.
In a city near you.
Wild as hell.
Actual number of illegal immigrants that had ties to terror. And if that's the case, because we know there are hundreds of people with terror ties in this country, we know that there are people, 11.5 million is now the number of people we know about. And then there, of course, there are the gotaways, but people coming from 180 countries, that would include our top geopolitical foes and countries with terror ties. That would be Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan, and that would include Venezuela. That would include tens and tens of thousands from Russia and China. Am I correct about that?
You are correct. We are not allowed to put any information out on any of the individuals, whether it be the significant increase in number of the significant interest aliens that entered, or any information out that we had large gaps, entire zones across Texas, Arizona, and California that had no agent presence for weeks at a time. was we have no idea what and who entered our country over that time frame, and we weren't allowed to put that information out either.
If you couldn't put out the name and the numbers of people that had known terror ties, what happened to those people? Were they released into our country even though you knew they had known terror ties?
The actual end state for all of those people, I don't know where any of them ended up. But if they had significant terror ties, we would turn them over to the FBI for further questioning, and then they would go over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for final determination. I don't know the ultimate.
Imagine that. So you telling me you having terrorist ties doesn't automatically disqualify you for being in our country? What, like, bro, the fact that you gotta, let's send them to the FBI and then we'll see if they can get approved or not. I'm like, wait, approval? He got terrorist ties. That's automatic disqualification. Goodbye. Oh, wait, you're here illegally? Automatic disqualification. Goodbye. What are we giving these people a chance for?
But as many as there were and as much of it was going on, likely many of them were released into the United States public.
Is it safe to say that you have knowledge that there are people from countries with known terror ties and people that have known terror ties themselves? Is it safe to say that you are pretty confident that they have been released into our country?
I think it's safe to say that they are here for sure. Between those numbers that came through, the inability that agents had to do proper questioning because there were so many people that they had to deal with each day, that they slipped through the cracks and entered into our country, yes.
So would it then be logical to conclude if people with known terror ties from countries with known terror ties that you were told to lie about, would it be logical to conclude that they're likely in this country plotting, planning, and scheming another 9/11 attack or worse? And if in fact that happens, would it be fair to blame Harris and Biden?
Yeah, every time I listen to this, I always want to say, bro, hide your kids, hide your wife, men. Men. We got to protect our kids and our wives at this point. They done let immigrants out here. We don't know where they come from. Terrorist organization, murderer, grape. We don't know. They just put them in our country and they said, good luck to us. Guys, the responsibility to protectors, we know we got to do at this point. I don't know, whatever your girl, daughter, whatever they're going, bro, just try to make sure you give them as much protection or give them as much supervision as possible until this blows over.
And Mayorkas for allowing this to happen, and if Americans die, wouldn't they have blood on their hands?
Well, I think it's one of the things that keeps me up at night. It's one of the things that keeps all the agents that I worked with up at night, knowing that there are those threats that likely did and have come into our country that are here, and that is a much more likely possibility now with the inability to do the Border Patrol mission of national security over the last several years.
That's a good song, bro. Shout out Absol.
Were you forced to release illegal immigrants and pay for flights from your sector in San Diego to Texas? And how much did those flights cost the American taxpayer, and how many flights were there?
The flights started when we were releasing hundreds and sometimes 1,000 more people a day into downtown San Diego. We were given 2 flights a week from San Diego to Texas, about a little over 100 people per day per flight. So twice a week to fly them to Texas to be released.
All at $150K per flight? Nigga, wait, what? And y'all doing this so it's damn near like $300K a day on flights to fly these people in. $300K a day, taxpayer money. Huh? Okay.
When I asked why that was being done, I was told that there was a problem in Texas. There was not a problem in California. We received those flights for about a month, and then they stopped. Once those flights stopped, we continued to release. We had no choice. I was told not to release anymore into San Diego. My reply was that I cannot keep those people. Once a person is determined to be released, is a Fourth Amendment violation to.
All right, so pretty much in a month total, we spent an estimated About what, 9 million? About $9 million on immigrants to be flown over. About $9 million.
Wow.
Hold them in detention.
They
must be released. And so
it's crazy. All these groups that they
must be released, so
prioritize
that
over
would not
citizens.
stop releasing.
What was that stat you shared about the funding for immigrants versus the funding for veterans?
Yeah, there's a $1 billion difference in the funding for immigrants than for veterans. And guess who got the larger sum? Yo, if you were thinking that America were good people and you were thinking veterans, you're wrong. We care about immigrants more. So
they say Walz stands by veterans. They say Kamala stands by veterans. Bro, it was under Kamala and Biden administration that the TPS program was increased.
Yep, and it's about $400 billion. $400 billion literally goes to these immigrants. And how much does it go to veterans? I don't know, probably about $300 billion or so. Maybe a little less because we're shelling out more, but it's around there.
Crazy.
So basically, they put you in a position that you had to violate what the laws of this country are, because last I checked, you're not allowed to enter the country without approval. And then you became, in that sense, they put you in a position where you had to release them into the sanctuary state of California. But Aaron Heike, thank you for being honest with the American people and telling them the truth. It's important they know. And I'll add that when they got here,
and shout out droning in the scenery, man. Mayorkas is a dildo. Was a dildo was a person. If Mayorkas was a dildo would be a person. Mayorkas was a dildo. Hold on, am I reading that right, Key?
If Mayorkas is. Oh man, I see what you said, bro. Yeah. Mayorkas is if a dildo was a person. Okay. A dildo was a person. I see. He's pretty much calling Mayorkas a dildo, a human dildo. Goddamn.
Well, man, the way FEMA working, man, he's been getting screwed some type of way.
Now Kamala supports decriminalizing them, getting them on a path to citizenship after they get free housing, health care, education, and if they want a free sex change operation. And in Minnesota, you get a legal driver's license and you get a free college tuition paid for you. Amazing country we live in. Thank you. We do appreciate your honesty.
I mean,
hey, Sean Hannity here.
Yeah, amazing country we live in right now. Yeah, that, Biden and Kamala ran.
Amazing. That's like they trying to tell us inflation is down, crime is down. Bro, it's just like these stats that you really just try and purport to us like we're not paying attention. Bro. Like I said, it's like, what are you going to believe? Us, the reports, or your lying eyes?
Like, okay.
Human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it.
And I'm going to be real with you, yes. And he kept his promise. Yes, immigration was down. Actually, it hit 2 record lows. Yeah, he fulfilled his promise.
Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that
And here's the thing, though. Why ain't nobody blaming Kamala Harris for us having to do that? Why are you asking me, are you going to start tearing like parents away from children. I mean, like, bro, why aren't y'all blaming Kamala Harris for that having to be an option? Like, why are y'all coming at me like it's my fault? Like, why are you coming at Vance like his fault? I would've been like, yo, why aren't y'all getting mad at her that this even has to be an option?
She enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems.
I don't care how much you hated the administration you taken over for, how much you disagree with them. If you seen that they had policy intact that bolstered the border, an issue that's been known to plague America for how long? Bro, to reverse that decision and reverse those executive orders it's un-American.
Man.
It's un-American. I'm just like, bro.
Hey, Johnny and Cedar said it best. Pro-abortion talking about dehumanizing?
Hey.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It be the people who are pro-abortion talking about you're dehumanizing them. I'm like,
do we need to go through that video again about how the abortion is done at 34 weeks, inserting the baby right into the fetal heart with lidocaine?
I mean, you're stabbing the baby in the heart for real.
Bruh, I was like,
scientifically, like, if you want to just take the scientific BS out of the medical jargon out of it, yeah, I'm taking a needle, I'm stabbing a baby in the heart.
I was like, what type
Period,
of
point blank.
satanic, ritualistic...
I mean,
Satan!
That's what I'm saying. Bring me the child to the altar. It's like, that's how y'all abortion people be, okay?
Satan!
In the United States of America, parents who can't afford health care,
it made my stomach turn. I ain't gonna lie.
It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
Shout out DD Gaming, chiming in $10. Appreciate that, bro. Man. He says, step 1, act like you care about the people. Step 2, blame the rich. Step 3, drain them with the illegals. Step 4, mark blue states like Night City and Cyberpunk.
Oh, I'm fucking.
Oh, man. Oh, man, you ain't lying.
Man.
The Democratic Agenda 2024.
Oh, man.
Shout out Charles, me too. Appreciate you, bro. Chiming in with another $10. He says, JD won this. Are you trying to get him a Donna Marco? Man. Appreciate you, DD. Donna Marco. Appreciate you, Charles. He says, JD won this hands down. Did he see the post going around making fun of his fact check comment? They picked one sentence he said and ran with it. They are such degenerates, bro. They purposely take these dudes out of context just to flip it and fit a narrative, bro.
But I think even during the rally, a reporter was asking, do you think it was right to talk over the... I'm like, hell yeah. They were trying to fact check, bro.
Fuck that, me.
Oh, God. Bro, if you want to break the rules, we could really start talking.
Like I said, it's like, bro, they did it to Trump. He's seen the game. His advisors probably told him, like, bro, if they do that to you, gloves off, bro.
Man,
gloves off.
Real. Like,
don't play nice.
What they did with Trump, bro. We ain't playing nice no more with these people. It's like we try to play nice to them, but come on now, man.
Nah, facts, swag. We can agree fully on that, bro. It shouldn't just be like an option for everybody, because clearly people are making poor reproductive choices, and we're just gonna allow them this option. And like the stat I like to throw out is people that are going to get them, bro. They're going to get more than one in their lifetime, bro. Look up the stats. Look up the stats, dog.
And like, bro, what the Republicans like in coming on to these debate panels on the like liberal side, I ain't gonna lie, dog. It's like asking the devil for a fair deal,
man.
Your time is up, Governor. What about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look,
on that Chrome,
we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, it surprises me on this.
I don't know about that, though.
Talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this.
Why y'all think these abortion clinics are really popular?
That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community.
Why they really fight tooth and nail for abortion clinics.
The Republican governor said
it's an industry behind her. Come on, don't let me start it.
There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president.
That just speaks to the point, like these Border Patrol agents are demoralized. So for Kamala to come in and say, well, yeah, I raised the overtime rate, like, bro, like, that's a Band-Aid on the issue. Like, they're demoralized. They can't even do their job. They have no empowerment.
Bro, they can't protect the citizens that they're sworn to protect.
And I've seen multiple people say it, and the Border Patrol agent that we reacted to on the channel has said it, like, bro, these people showed up, took an oath. They became Border Patrol agents because they wanted to address the issue. When they got weak leadership, it don't matter how many Border Patrol agents, how many countless hours of overtime they work. Bro, it's the policy of the administration.
Can you imagine being one of these Border Patrol agents, dropping these immigrants off in some city, then hearing about some little girl being raped and murdered? Like, what would that do to you at the end of the day?
Or you're a Border Patrol agent and you hear and you do your deep research into the TPS program and you realize these people are being flown over your head in the sanctuary cities.
So whatever you do, man, ain't helping.
Like, bruh.
President empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico. You've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Damn. Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Really? Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill...
Man, and shout out joining in the scenery, man. Stem cell forever. Young and... Young ND? Wait. Stem cell forever, young IND.
Stem cell forever.
Man, but
IDK, but yeah, stem cell research, organ trafficking, adrenochrome. I seen somebody talking about, like, bro, yeah, there's big business behind some of these. And
if you want to make it fun, you can damn near say, they're gonna grow this kid up to be some secret agent that was never put into the system.
Damn.
I mean,
damn.
I mean, it sounds cool. It sounds like a great spy movie, by the way.
Low key.
Hey, nobody take that. That's my idea, man. Damn it. Script coming soon.
Also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot. But Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's
bro, they don't want to talk about shit like that.
And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers,
He's still trying to debunk the narrative that American citizens purport more crime than immigrants.
Yeah.
And there's just so many ways to debunk that. But, bro, like I said, these people lack proper documentation upon entering the country and then upon arrest. They're not really properly identified or documented until imprisonment.
Yep.
And even then, bro, even then.
And there's no way to have an even or a fair enough sample size to compare crime statistics because there's nowhere in America where there's more immigrants than U.S. citizens.
Swagger Muffin, I love that you said that. Adrenochrome is a real compound. You can Google that right now, my friend. It is a real, verifiable compound.
Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We want to
CBP
have.
One app has not been on the books. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Hold on. What was going on with that one? What happened?
An application called the CBP One app.
Oh, hold on. This is
about
where
how we treat other people.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I remember this is where he kind of came in on this one.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants.
Shout out Kevin Mitchell. First super chat on the live, man. We appreciate that honor here at St. Key Media, dog.
You honor us.
Thank you, bro. He says what they're doing is they're fixing the numbers so if they make them legal to be here, then they can say that illegal crossings are down and there's no problem. Bro, we just showed a video that's Kamala said undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. Like, they're trying to drill in the point. So you're exactly right, bro. They're trying to change the narrative.
Like, bro, we say illegal immigrants, they'll tell us, oh, they're asylum seekers.
Right.
Asylum seekers. I'm like, dog.
They're here under the TPS. I'm just like, bro, you let them in. They ain't got proper documentation, whatever you want to call it. Bro, whatever you want to call it at this point.
It's like the laziest immigration system in history.
Who have legal status.
Undocumented migrants is not a crime. Undocumented migrants is not a crime. I was like, God damn.
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think. But
thank you, Senator. Legal status, temporary protected status.
Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
How? When has there ever been an app, a phone app that they can log into and do this through?
I love that point because I've said it multiple times on stream. They want to talk about, oh, we're illegal, they're asylum seekers, they're here under TPS. I'm like, bro, they blurred the lines of illegal versus legal. They've blurred the lines.
And here's the thing, they don't even on these asylum stories, they don't even fact check them. They're saying that there's a problem in their country, but they don't even know. Like, well, we're not fact checking this. It's like, bro, I'm coming from India. There's problems in India. I'm like, I haven't heard nothing going on in India. What about y'all? Why the hell is there so much Indians coming here?
We got Indians, Asians, Africans, everybally coming in from our southern border.
Okay, I can kind of understand.
Everybody comes in over that under that southern border.
And even that, but that's ultimately a problem. Like I said, we just can't save people from their circumstances. Like, we can't do it in America, so why the hell are we doing it for people out there that aren't American?
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that
had to cut that man mic. They was cooking so hard.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And
I mean, that's one of the main purposes of getting a house. Like, yeah, it's foundational to where you're at, but
he's speaking to the middle class.
What type of commie view is that?
Bro, he's speaking to the middle class who views
Socialist.
who views home ownership as exactly that, just ownership, not an opportunity for wealth building and wealth transferring.
I mean, that's supposed to be one of the main reasons you do that for. Like,
nah, bro. A lot of people, like he said, bro. I seen my house as a place to congregate after Sunday mass. Like, a lot of people view it as just that, bro. They don't see it as a wealth transfer opportunity. They don't see it as a wealth building opportunity. They see it as a closed door and a roof.
The people who believe in that are the same people who think Donald Trump is an unsuccessful businessman for 6 bankruptcies. Those are the same people. Must be. Those must be the same people who can call Donald Trump a failure.
They're cut from the same cloth.
Even though he's a billionaire.
Yeah, they're cut from the same cloth, sis.
It's like, y'all don't know success. Y'all don't know nothing about wealth. Y'all don't know nothing. But, of course, you want to speak to the guy who's, I guess, on y'all level.
And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%.
The program was expanded under the Biden
administration. And then making sure
administration.
tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces
bankruptcy don't mean
childhood
$0
poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to
bankruptcy has never meant $0.
I'm gonna be real with you. I can see why certain Kamala supporters or people like him. Like, he's a socialist. Yeah, he's a socialist. He speaks to that. Oh, he's gonna save me from my broke ass lifestyle. It's like I get it. Oh, I'll be able to afford a house.
To save me. The government's supposed to help me out. The government's supposed to propel me, give me some extra bucks.
I'll never own the house because the government gave me the house. But own nothing, be happy, as they always say.
It's just that mindset, that mentality that the government owes him something. They're supposed to propel him. They're supposed to give him some extra help. Versus, I would say, I don't really know what I want to term it, but I would say the more entrepreneurial spirit of just wanting to get this shit by yourself, to pick yourself up from the bootstraps mentality. I know y'all hate the term, but for lack of a better term, it's that versus Tim Walz mindset.
It's 2 things these broke people hate: trickle down economics and pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
Man, because it points it on them.
Yep.
To 50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, your richest home.
Shout out Ray, chiming in $2. She says, liberals always sound nice, but no follow through. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Sounds good in theory. In theory.
But, yeah, never good follow through, though.
He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans.
And great point. Like, that's the one point that they need to just like keep drilling down. All right, y'all saying all this nice stuff now. Why didn't y'all do that in the beginning? No tax on tips, child tax credit, all this good stuff that Trump just now came out with. Y'all could have been done. Why haven't y'all done it? Why are y'all waiting until now? It's like, that's the problem that everybody just seems to just miss. It's like, we just forgive Biden and Harris just for these 3.5 years. And now we're just like, oh, what? We're just going to pretend like they're brand new all of a sudden? They've been in it and ain't did nothing. They ain't did none of this. And now they're talking about it? Like, why would we trust them now?
If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it. And
I mean, can they prove that? Because, like, bro, come on now. He paid taxes. He just pays, like, not that much.
And that's low-key just the advantages of, operating in real estate, being an employer. There's loopholes for folks who...
A home supplier.
Stimulate the economy in that way. So while people might hop on his ass and say, oh, he's finessing, oh, he's a con man, it's just like he said, he joked about it. He's like, nah, I'm just smart. I'm just smart. Like, if you up here playing the game that I play on the level that I play it, bro, if you paying stupid ass tax bills and you low key ain't doing something right. Yeah. Shout out Ray chiming back in with $5, man. You've been showing crazy support tonight, girl. Appreciate you. Everyone keeps saying revisionist for Trump. Y'all have amnesia or something? Everything was better. So successful that CNN had temper tantrums about it. Facts. And it's like, I ask the question all the time on here. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I hear the most stupid personal reason. They be like, yeah, I'm better. I'm like, no. I ain't just talking about you, clearly. I see some people can't see past themselves. I'm talking about America, you, your community, your family. everything we know, everything that encompasses our experience as an American. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And like I said, people can't really give a straightforward answer.
Well, they don't want to, or they want to deny reality. It's like, if I tell you I was better off 4 years ago, then that pretty much goes along with that. I'm in line with Trump. But if I tell you that I wasn't, then I'm siding with Kamala, but I'm also lying to you in your face. It's like, I don't know. It's a tough position.
Bro, that's the way the tax code has been set up forever. Forever. Now, you ain't lying, Zai. You ain't lying, bro. It's not like he doesn't get taxed. He just, bro, it's a way. If you at that level, if you playing a game at that level, it's a way around it, bro. Real estate, employer. Like,
owning land.
There's write-offs, bro.
Bro, hella write-offs when you, especially you're an employer and you own real estate.
And it's only the people who never want to get money or who never want to get rich, who never want to own wealth creating assets that are like, oh, tax the rich, eat the rich. Oh, he needs to pay taxes. Like, no, bro. This is a game that's just the game as we know it. That's just the game as we know it. And shit, we broke it down. Shit. Honestly, for those of y'all who really want to hop on the rich or hop on people like Trump for not paying taxes, bro, they pay what, 98% of the majority of taxes?
Yeah, bro. Like, bro, it's really just the
middle class pays how much, Sean?
The middle class, well, I'm talking about us in the middle class, so we probably pay like 2.3 to 5% of taxes. But when the upper class, bro, they pay like 43%.
Bro, LLC, C Corp, bro.
And I'm talking about the top 1%. We're talking about, that's the 43. The top 5 and 10%, they pay like 20 something this percent. So that means we got the top echelons of society paying about 60% of taxes. So it's fair. It's fair. It's just y'all just want people to shell out more, which honestly is not fair at all, and it's probably gonna cost you your job if you keep trying to push these policies, or well, I don't know, this socialist ideal.
And he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
I would say this: if you want more, put in more. Don't expect the government to give you a handout now. That ain't never work out for nobody.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what...
Bro, the way Walz turned over is like, you have something to say to that? I'm like, well, duh. But
Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor,
please.
Thank you. Margaret?
A lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
Oh, but you say Kamala couldn't do anything. She don't have a job. But all these decisions Biden was making, she had like kind of a last say or a pass by, like, hey, what you think about this? And she nodded her head. And this is where we are 3 years later from Kamala just nodding her head. Okay, guys.
We want to ask you about your leadership
have no job.
qualities.
Okay.
Governor Walz,
Or no
you said you were in
no
Hong
power.
Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
No, his answer here kind of was telling, because while he said he misspoke, I'm like, they would never hold Vance or Trump to the same scale or to the same standard. They would call him a full-blown liar, but he was able to just kind of flip it on like a misrepresentation of what I said.
Did you hear where that source
I
came
misspoke.
from? Did you hear where that source came from?
Go ahead.
It came from a Minnesota radio station. His own people snitching on him. If you didn't catch that, it came from a Minnesota radio station. His own people.
Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this,
He
look,
cooked this tampon.
I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud
How
of
many
that
y'all
service.
gonna keep saying the VP
I joined
has
the
no
National Guard
power?
at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher.
I was
My
one of
first
the
year out, I
lowlights
got the
for him, actually,
opportunity in the
Swag.
summer of
I ain't gonna lie.
'89 to travel to China.
Got wrapped up on this
35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program.
Y'all about to see. He's about to go through all. He kind of gives a Kamala word salad, but I like what the moderator did at the end, because she low-key called him like, you really didn't answer that.
You about to say what I said.
Yeah, literally. Y'all gonna see.
Program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times. But it's
that
always
admission
been
right
about
there
that.
was scary.
Those
I'm
same
like, bro, I would never get on no debate stage and call myself a
No,
knucklehead.
go ahead. That was the most honest thing he's
I don't
ever
care,
said.
bro. I might say that amongst my peers, amongst my delegates, amongst the homies. Like, I'm silly as hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? I might say some shit, but on the debate stage for our VP.
Boy, I ain't never seen nothing that crazy. I'm like, man, but I'm still the most competent man in the world.
Bro,
but, hey,
facts.
I'd still flex or something. He said, I could be a knucklehead.
Bro,
I'm like, but it's humanizing. It's humanizing.
No. In moments like these, you gotta fake confidence. I ain't gonna lie. In moments like these, even if you ain't got it, you gotta fake that confidence, bro. You talking about VP of the free world and a consequential time that we're all in right now, that we're all facing, and you gonna get up there and say you was a knucklehead. I ain't like that. I ain't gonna lie.
people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress,
I know he said that
I was one of the most
satirically. I know he
bipartisan
said that
people,
jokingly,
working
but I'm
on
just
things
still
like
like,
farm bills that we got done,
I ain't
working
like
on
it.
veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing.
I mean, hold on. Then why the hell are you there?
Right, you go there yearly, bro.
I mean, Come on now, you can't just say this is just, oh, I'm taking there to warn somebody. I'm like, bro, if you go there all the time.
He goes there yearly. He's taking American students with him.
Vacations. I don't know, dog. I don't know about that. But okay.
So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So
No, I cannot explain this discrepancy because I misspoke. That's all I'm going on. I'm like, okay. And see you, Troutman. Appreciate you for pulling up.
Well, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Bro, he pretty much said I said what I said. That's what's crazy, bro.
I'll take trips to China, man. What of it?
Like, that's wild as hell, bro.
Yeah, I go to a communist country. Yeah, I don't own no property, no nothing. And I believe in socialist ideals. What about it? And I go to China, bro. I'll dap them, the officials up. What about it?
We let that man off the hook with that one. I ain't like that. I was just like, man, he said that.
Kind of just seems like he
responded with, I said what I said, and they let him get off. Like, shit.
Bro, let that have been Trump that takes trips to China like that. Bro, China sympathizer, communist sympathizer, all this stuff he'd have been. You know how much, bro, imagine if that was Trump. All right, everybody, let's just say it was Trump. Imagine everything they'd have called this man. Imagine it.
He said, look at his shame. Hey, now you funny, dog. But he did look a little bit timid throughout. I ain't gonna lie. It was like something was holding him back. I don't know. He already admitted like he ain't the best debater, but it's like he came out with that sunken look. I was like, bro, shit, shape up, my nigga.
Bro,
like,
it kind of sounded like bro didn't expect there to be a debate.
Like that nigga needed a Celsius or some shit.
I'm weak. Oh, man, he needs something. He's a pick-me-up.
Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because...
And that's why we kind of see J.D. Vance is real, because we're like, all right, bro just said, I ain't gonna lie. I was in disagreement, but then I seen him in the office and he delivered. And I think Trevor Noah also said the same thing. He was like, bro, this is the first person to actually get in office and actually do what he said he was going to do. And
even Trevor Noah, you know he's a hardcore lib, bro. Hardcore lib, Trevor Noah.
Man, shout out, Ray. We appreciate you. People honestly miss that Trump sometimes supports things / people to reverse psychology. Because media will investigate and expose it. He's not dumb.
And that's kind of what he did with the whole, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs in Springfield, Ohio. Like now everybody can't stop talking about it because it brought light to an actual issue. Like I said, Springfield is like a microcosm of what's going on in a lot of communities across America. These immigrants, they're infiltrating the town, entering the town, whatever you want to say, whatever term you want to use. And they're competing for resources that are already scarce. That's housing, that's government support, jobs, right? So it is kind of funny to think that the media really wanted us to turn a blind eye to what was going on in Springfield. But shout out Trump and Vance for really highlighting, you know, Springfield, Ohio, but what really is a problem that's kind of affecting a lot of communities across America.
Because, bro, it's so funny. Before the debate.
Wasn't nobody talking about Springfield, Ohio?
Nah, I'm going to be real with you. I heard about it 2 days before it popped off in the debate.
No, you're right. But national notoriety?
Attention?
Yeah.
I was over here thinking, like, damn, reading cats and dogs out there? Like, what's going on?
Shit, in Springfield, Ohio, for those of y'all who don't know, bro, we about 40 minutes east of Springfield. It's a small city, bro. Small city, ain't even in Ohio, bro. It ain't one of our mid to major size cities, bro. It doesn't get a lot of love, don't get a lot of attention. And I ain't gonna lie, Springfield is kind of run down little city. So wasn't nobody about to talk about Springfield until Trump put them on the map.
Yeah. And it was kind of crazy because I'm like, dang, bro, I ain't gonna lie. We've been hearing this from our own people, and then Trump puts it on the map, and everybody tries to put a blanket over it so Kamala Harris can be right, and we can make Trump look crazy. And I'm like, oh, hell nah, I ain't going. We ain't going.
Facts.
Because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day.
It's like all the mid to major cities, like, and y'all tell me if it's like this in y'all state respectively, but in Ohio, all the mid to major cities,
Republican state, by the way,
Republican state, but all the mid to major cities are blue. Yep. And then the suburbs, and then the county, and then the districts outside of those areas, which kind of make up the largest proportion of Ohio, to be honest. They're red.
The rural areas.
The rural areas are red, and then the mid to majors are blue.
Oh God. And as you go outwards, it gets redder. Like, so it's like this, since we're in Columbus, if we go outwards, I don't know, maybe like to Westerville or Upper Arlington, we might.
These are suburbs of Columbus.
You're gonna start seeing Trump signs.
Right. But if you go into the inner city, like kind of where we at, I ain't gonna lie.
God damn, I'm just gonna say, the broker the area code, the more Kamala supporters you see.
Damn.
The richer the area code or the richer the area, the more Trump supporters you see. Okay, this is the reality.
Damn.
Going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights.
If I had to put it in day in terms of
Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine.
Yeah, bro, you already know.
Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy.
Not facts.
And then he tells us,
for sure.
Send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
For sure.
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing.
It's right there by
a young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade, we made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception
it's like,
and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitor?
I don't know about trust the women. Do we trust the youth is the crazy part. I don't know. It's not about trusting women. It's not like older women making these crazy decisions with abortion. It's the youth making these crazy decisions with abortion. So do we trust the youth with these type of decisions? Because we trust women. Yeah, we trust women over here. But do we trust the youth? Either it be male or female. And no, not at that adolescence. No, we do not.
Monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, I one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump is...
Yeah, maybe if we fix affordability, we'll have less abortions. Maybe. I like his stance on that. I'm like, well, let's not, go too crazy. And let's not forget about the fact that, well, one of the reasons for abortion is, well, low affordability. People do not feel that they can start a family for some crazy reason. People feel
that's what I said. And I did like his stance when it came to the abortion topic. Like, we need to increase access and access to safe abortions and access to options and resources when put in that position. Because like you said, a lot of people, when faced with that decision, they're like, man, I ain't got the money. I'm in a bad financial spot.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, bro, maybe we need to adopt this for a couple years. And I don't know if my guys will agree to this, but if you're a mother, maybe at least, like, I don't know, 1, 2 or more, tax-free. Tax-free. Because that's what Hungry does, bro. If you're a woman and you got kids, bro, everything's tax-free. You don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shout out, because you're contributing to society with kids already. And you're raising, if we pretty much make you tax free, you might just have more money to raise good kids, which would be a net benefit to society. People honestly neglect the importance of kids.
Yeah, interesting proposal. And then to that point, Vance even took it upon himself to so this $6,000 tax credit y'all see Kamala's campaign propose is really a adaptation of a $5,000 tax credit that Vance initiated. Mm-hmm. They just kind of added a band onto it to make it sound a little bit better. But yeah, an increase in options and affordability for possible children and families versus just it being a one option of feed us, delete us.
They would make it 6, wouldn't they?
Had to.
has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade.
Maybe this might be a little messed up, but okay, well, it's like this. If I don't like the weather in Ohio and I want warm weather, I'll just move to Arizona.
Go to Cali, go to Florida.
Yeah, so, people move because of weather, so why can't you move because of the laws too?
Yeah, facts.
If you don't like the anti-abortion, if you don't like the 6-week law in Georgia, well, go ahead and move to North Carolina.
Like, to simplify it, why the hell would I live in Texas if I'm not for guns and I'm not for abortions?
And you hate hot weather.
Like, why the hell would I go to Austin, Texas? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Why would I even do that to myself, right? There's a reason why people kind of settle where they do. And a lot of times the people that you talk to coming out of Florida, they're there for no state income tax. They're there for certain reasons, right? Stance on guns, stance on abortion, all that type of shit. Same with Cali, same with New York, same with Texas. Like, people generally settle where they're most comfortable and where they feel like the state's governance aligns with their ideological views.
All right, I can hear that.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna go to New York if I'm a hardcore Republican 9 times out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so you guys would support a national abortion ban? Well, I'm gonna speak for I would speak for myself. I personally would. I'm gonna be real with you, and I support it off the main fact that's gonna build more responsible people. Men and women, because men can get pretty irresponsible especially if they got the means to just throw 500 at every girl they impregnate, and that's 5 lives they done took out the game, and that's 5 lives they done made these women take out the game. So yeah, I would support a national abortion ban to make more responsible women and men, and it's gonna make people choose who they sleep with, well, selectively and wisely. So we don't got to worry about all this degeneracy going on in the dating market, which is leading to all these abortions or broken families. I mean, honestly, yeah. Now, taking away abortion is just not going to fix all this stuff, but it definitely would push people in the right direction towards it.
When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it,
I'm more so for the Roe v. Wade decision, leave it to the states. I think that everybody, without saying too much or going too deep into it, I think that people should kind of be able to make that option for themselves and align or settle in the state that best aligns with your personal view. Again, and obviously the 3 exceptions, incest, grape, and danger to the mother's health. I'm always going to be for those. Yeah,
but and even in my scenario of a national abortion ban, I would also provide exceptions for grape, incest, detriment to the mother's life. Other than that, if you can't prove it's those, you're having that baby.
You hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported.
Hey, look, man, state to state and a national abortion ban is both government, but something about, just giving people free reign to kill babies just don't sit right with me. I'm just saying.
Federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job of that.
Religious zealots on one side and
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the
progressive
pro-abortion
Marxists
piece of that.
on the
no,
other.
we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for.
I mean, but even with abortion ban, then you wouldn't have those at all.
What's that?
Everything he's describing. Well, I'm just saying, like, miscarriages that just happens. Like, you just can't blame that on there not being abortion. And
well, just for me, I think giving the government, the federal government, the full reservation to make that stance is like, it's kind of giving them autonomy, and I think that's like more so in line with like big gov.
Yeah, it is in line with big gov, but and then again though, like, come on now, we're just leaving these people just to.
That's why I say like the Roe v. Wade decision where it stays is kind of like it's not the best, but it's the best.
It's leaving it to the people because you have to vote on this. And if you don't like the majority vote, then you got to move somewhere where it fits you.
Right, and elect leadership that low key, elect leadership in your respective state that does represent your view. Hopefully, if enough people feel the same, then y'all can overturn it.
All right, shout out Ray. No to national ban. I don't trust Fed politicians writing laws when they sneak in-ish all the time. But judicial loopholes, legal proceedings is wild. Yeah, it is. Hey, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's a tough situation with abortion because it's like I can't really support it too much. But hey, people have their choice, and if they want to have their best choice, go to that area. That is the best bet. Now, I say national ban just because I just see where people are going with this, even in the cities that do promote it heavily. And I don't like the direction they're going in. But, and that's my personal feel. I just don't like the direction people are going in when they are allowed to have it. So I just be like, oh yeah, take it away. That's all. But, to each their own.
No, I can get it.
Providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota
shout
law,
out Ray chiming back in $2. Oh man, I ain't gonna lie, Ray, you be having some little base takes. I'm gonna give it to you, girl.
Oh man.
And she says after vaccine mandates, I see their long game. Like, man, you can't get me to buy anything they selling.
Bruh.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, after the vaccine, yeah, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. I was like, yep. I'm good.
Hoity-boity. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You're right.
So they try to give incentives, try to force you at your job. Oh, yeah, it was all types of. And then you heard about. Never mind. Let's not go into that.
You signed into law. The statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family.
Appreciate that. Somebody had to.
Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple.
Hey, bro, I don't say that, and I really don't say that with no disrespect intended, because there is some first responders and people who were on the front lines who were mandated to get it. And I honestly do feel some sympathy and some empathy for y'all, because like you had no choice, or seemingly it seemed like you had no choice. So for those of y'all who were in that situation, man, condolences. My heart go out to you, because it's just like,
and damn. I hope you're healthy. And that's all I'm really hoping for. I pray that you're healthy. That's all.
Honestly, that's all I can say.
But according to the CDC, the vaccine works and you should be just fine. According to the CDC, us here at St. Kim, do not support any type of misinformation, YouTube. So come on now, give us a break.
Shout out to the CDC and Fauci. They'd never lie.
Yeah. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this.
Jay Varma, all the same.
The way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong?
Just like you and me. That's not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
this. But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this. Just
hey,
mind
Mr.
your own
McKinnon, chill. No. Mr. McKinnon, chill, bro. They ain't ready for that. And shout out Green Bean. Says the Dems keep reverting back to abortion because it's so divisive. The one topic people really back them on. Now, facts.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts. Want to know one surefire way to split America? Introduce abortion to the conversation.
Man. That's why I think this Roe v. Wade was the best situation. But here's the thing, though. National abortion ban, national abortion acceptance. What's the difference? The government's still telling you what you can do.
Like I said, you still ostracize people on both sides. Yeah. Either way, like either pro-life, you ostracize the pro-choice people. You pro-choice, you ostracize the pro-lifers. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I think the best decision as it stands is the return of Roe v. Wade. Let it be up to the states. You know what I'm saying? If
that's the most democratic decision I can honestly think of, is where we listed leaving it to the people and all.
And they realize most people are one issue voters, so they can prop abortion up to be the main headlining issue, and they'll grab most voters' attention by that one issue alone.
I would just
not gonna lie.
Such strong issues should be left to the Republic, though, in my eyes. So the states is the best.
Yeah, facts.
Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals. They get early childhood education. They get health care. So hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Right back with it.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s.
Take my guns now.
So let me ask you,
lady.
Earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly...
Well, I do. The police pulled up there earlier to this young man's house because he was making threats online talking about a school shooting, how he wants to participate in one. or I don't know, saying something along that lines. The police showed up. They asked him, yo, what's wrong with you? They told his dad about it. His dad brought him out, and they had that conversation. For some reason, the dad did not hone in and be like, you know what? You've been talking about that stuff online, bro. Give me your gun, because he bought his son an assault rifle for Christmas. And come on now, if you're Southern or if you're in the rural area, yes, yes, they get guns for Christmas. It's fun, but yeah, that's pretty much what happened in his situation.
Well, to just add on to what you're saying a little bit, actually, it was FBI law enforcement, and at the time they encountered the boy and his father. The father actually stated he had no access to weaponry. So that's what kind of qualmed the FBI's investigation at the time. But lo and behold, what ends up happening?
Wait, but didn't you see the sheriff? The sheriff actually visited him first.
The sheriff came before FBI?
Yeah, sheriff came before FBI, brought the young man out and talked to him and everything. Like, they have it on cam and all. That's what I'm saying. And then the FBI, bro, I think like what shook him up was the fact that the FBI came. He was like, well, damn, can I tell these niggas I give them a rifle? An assault rifle.
I'm weak. Yes, assault rifle. Assault rifle.
But yeah, and pretty much they charged him for neglect. It's like, yeah, you were warned that your son made these posts, and you still didn't disarm him or make sure he didn't have any guns near him. So yes, your ass is going to jail, and yes, it's okay.
That's how it should be. Keep tabs on any of these kids that are making these online threats in these forums. We shouldn't be ignoring these.
Now, the only time he'd have been okay is if this man took his gun, locked up in a safe, and somehow his son figured out the safe, broke it out, and then did what he did. Then you could say, all right, the dad did his best, but the son, I guess, was a little too smart. Then okay, but this situation, the dad could have prevented it. He could have prevented it many a times, actually.
Local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no.
The best idea.
And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is just your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and I here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen. Finland. Even though.
And we're going to go ahead and pivot because we do got a breaking in that Kamala Harris story. So we're going to go ahead and bring that up because is Kamala Harris really black? Well, nobody but Candace.
Gained no more power. Man. So that's just a little back history in case.
And I stand on this, boy. I pray to God I ain't never do nothing wrong to where Candace is on my ass.
Bro, investigative journalism she puts in, dog.
I mean, like, bruh, Brigitte Macron, the motherfucking, like, bro, this situation here alone with Kamala Harris. Bro, I remember when she hopped on that one group who faked the abduction. I was like, oh yeah, God forbid you end up on her radar.
Candace do the work, man. Hate her, love her, she do the work.
Bro, she gonna go in all parts of your family. Like, who are you? Who's your family? Where'd you come from?
I'd be like, where did she find this at a certain point? Y'all gotta go if y'all haven't seen it already. The biggest lie ever sold about the George Floyd story. She did some good investigative work on that.
Let Candace ever chase down a black man like this. She gonna find out the slave boat you came on.
Man.
Exact date. The one your grandfather came
with calls from press.
We about to cook it up. Y'all make sure to like the video, man. Let's get some more folks in here as we close out. So I know that the VP debates
happened last night, but scrap that because this is all I can talk about. I'm very sorry. Plus, I got an email from a man named Moses, and he is swearing that Kamala's paternal line is Jewish. And he's not just speculating. He actually put together an entire compelling document that I'm going to show you. This is all getting extremely crazy, but we are getting very close to the truth. So let's get started. Welcome back to Candace. I just truly do not know how deep this rabbit hole is going to get. The emails I am receiving from everybody are completely crazy. Crazy as in just so informative and so many surprises and twists and turns. By the way, many of you guys have been asking us to put together a visual family tree, so we're going to do that for you guys today. Plus, we're going to share with you all on our locals page a working family timeline and a working family tree so that you can see it and follow along more closely. So definitely head to locals.com and follow us there. Remember, these are all just working timelines. They're very much subject to change. If more information becomes available, we may be wrong about some things. And again, I am doing this just as a sheer investigation. If something is wrong, I reserve the right to correct it. I honestly wish that we would just have Donald Jasper Harris, sit down and answer some questions, or Kamala Harris to straighten it out for us. How could you just be purporting to be black and running around with Megan Thee Stallion, shaking her booty so you can raise money, bringing out Lil Jon, walking out to Beyonce, knowing that you are telling some very big lies. So here's the thing. What everyone agrees upon is that Donald J. Harris is the big question mark in this family. Something is not making sense, and that something is his written piece regarding his Jamaican heritage, his Jamaican ancestry. And I'm just going to quickly remind you of what instantly flagged me as odd about that piece. Well, first and foremost, as we have said many times, he mentions both his mother and his father only once in one sentence in that piece. That is it. Just one sentence dedicated to his mother and his father. Extremely strange if you are doing a piece about your heritage. He also rather mysteriously claims that he doesn't know the ancestry at all of his grandmother, Miss Iris. Miss Iris, he writes, Nay Finnegan. She wouldn't have been Nay Finnegan. She would have been Nay Allen. So that's strange to me as well. Who he writes the entire article about. The entire article is about his grandmother, Miss Iris. So the fact that he is simultaneously claiming not to know her ancestry, we just got to run that through the bank of common sense, right? I was super close with both of my grandparents. It would be utterly bizarre for me to claim that I just didn't know their ancestry. Like, that is just something that comes up if you are very close to your grandparents, as he purports to be. He says Miss Iris raised him. And
every person wonders where they came from. It is a bit cool to look down your ancestors and be like, okay, so this is where my genetics stem from. Nice, cool.
She was, Christiana Brown, Miss Chrissy raised him, and they were fortified and they were strong, and he learned all of these lessons from them. And yes, on Miss Irish, he just very quickly mentions that her ancestry is unknown to him. He also in the piece very obviously declines to mention all of his many siblings and half siblings, only mentions one sibling. Her name is Enid Harris, and we know that he has at least 5. And regarding Enid Harris, we have not yet been able to find anything about her. Now, it is plausible that she got married and now has a different last name, and that's why we can only chase so many rabbits down the hole, but we have not been able to just verify who Enid Harris actually is from his piece. So we've got a sibling who he mentions that we can't find at all, and then about 5 siblings that we can find who he doesn't have anything to say about. So that's interesting. So here is what happened earlier today and why we are so late today on the podcast. We received an email from someone that was purporting to be a very close family friend of somebody in Kamala's family. Now, of course, we instantly fleshed this out, researched the person on Facebook, and it looked pretty legit right off the bat that this person could plausibly be a close family friend to the Harris family. I'm going to be scant on the details here because we've not yet been able to get on the phone, hoping that will happen later tonight with the actual Harris relative. But the conversation that we had with the friend of was incredibly interesting. He basically said that this particular Harris family member would like to talk, that they have been watching the series, paying attention to it, and they have some things that they would like to clarify and some things that they would like to say. And I instantly said, of course, that's exactly what we have been waiting for. We're not doing this. Well, it's getting fun, obviously, but we're doing this because we are just realizing some major holes. And this woman is trying to be the president of the United States. It's relevant. Everybody should be talking about this. We cannot have somebody become the president of the United States who is telling us some major lies about their background. So this family friend similarly grew up in Jamaica and expressed the following to me. First and foremost, that the family is fielding calls, as I mentioned at the top of the show, from various media outlets, namely the Washington Post, calling around trying to gather information. I guess they're trying to fact check the story, maybe themselves realizing some holes, and they have not, by the way, I should mention, reached out to me at all, which is quite interesting. They're probably just trying to debunk it quietly because there's a lot of people that are following the story and realizing that something is quite wrong. We don't know what that something is, but we all agree that something is wrong. This individual family friend also confirmed to me that Donald Harris lived for a time in the household of our white Iris and his father, Oscar Harris, which would make sense because white Iris and father, Oscar Harris, were married until his dying day. By the way, Chris, we can pull up that chart right now if people just want to follow that along. We can pull up the family chart. Now, I want to be clear. This family chart is what we're putting together of people that were married. Obviously, you can see Kamala Harris. We have the people that she says are her parents.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's the cap with her grandmother. She said her grandmother was some ultra black lady, which is a lie. It's actually this person, Iris. And that's actually, her dad's mother. So the problem is, what's going on here and where does, Kamala Harris really come from? And you'll be quite surprised. Let's go.
I have question marks about that. We'll get to the bottom of it. And then we have Donald Harris. Now, I want to be clear. Donald Harris alleges that his mother is Beryl.
So we care that she lied.
That is, we're just putting there up visually because we are speaking about Iris. In fact, we'll make a little edit and connect Donald Harris to Oscar. Beryl seems to be this question mark. But yes, we have now a confirmation from somebody who is saying that Donald Harris lived in the household for a time period with his father and who would be Iris that he grew up with at some point, which would, in my mind, be his entire childhood because of when they got married. And so that fact, again, makes it exceedingly strange that he completely omitted that Iris from his Jamaican Heritage article. Why are you skipping all of these relatives? It just doesn't make sense. I asked this family friend if he ever met or heard of Beryl outside of the pieces of Kamala speaking about her paternal grandmother, Beryl, while he was in Jamaica. And he said, no, he never heard of her. So that's interesting. It could mean something. It could mean nothing. I'm just telling you what this family friend said. He also says that our Oscar Harris had 3 children before he married Vioris. 3 children, he's alleging, before he married Vioris. And this is why I really want to have this conversation with the family member, because I want to put these names together. He also noted that, and this is very true in the Caribbean, particularly in Jamaica, that people sleep around a lot on the island. I know that it is true. And that is of some interest. That Vioris would marry somebody who had 3 children before they got married. That to me is interesting. I, again, am just working to confirm who exactly those individuals are, but it does make it even stranger that Donald Harris has mentioned no other siblings in his piece aside from Enid Harris, his sister. Is it a half sister? Is it a full sister? We don't know. We are looking for more details there. My understanding at this moment, after the conversation that I had, is that far from the representation of the media who looked for family members to say everyone's so proud of Kamala, it seems to me that there are some family members that are not, who perceive her to be problematic, to perceive parts of her story to be problematic. And if we are able to secure this interview with this individual, I don't know if he's going to speak publicly, I don't know if he just wants to speak privately to clarify some things, then it is going to be a major expose, because my sense is that there is a lot of fraud that is being imparted at this moment, and the media is complicit in covering it up. By the way, I should mention here that somebody who emailed me, that we've received so many emails, had this theory that is quite interesting. Obviously, not saying it's true, but their theory is that it's plausible that Donald and Vioris could be the parents of Kamala. That works according to the timeline. It certainly works according to the timeline. Again, we don't know if that's true, and our job here is to simply ask questions and to try to find the answers and to clarify things that were wrong. But I did see a few of your emails coming in that were all of you going, this is what it looks like, this is what it could be, whatever. And then that would potentially, as the email said, that would potentially explain why he doesn't want to mention this person at all. Who knows? That, by the way, that's in full tinfoil hat land. There is no evidence of that. But I just wanted to give that an honorable mention. All right, guys, I'm going to now tell you about this guy, Moses, who sent me an email with some documentation that is fascinating. But first, I'm going to tell you about Preborn, because I always have to throw it to my sponsors for supporting this show. It's been really fun. We know, by the way, that Kamala Harris is the Preborn that are rescued over 300 there.
I actually like Preborn, though. You know, get women to not abort their kids. It's actually a pretty damn good message. I ain't even gonna lie. Hey, I'll take him as a sponsor.
Email that was received, and at first I was like, okay. The headline in the email was Kamala Harris is German Jewish. And the first thing that came to my mind, again, like as we've been doing this investigation, why hide any of this stuff? Like, who cares if your lineage dates back to Jewish people, dates back to Irish people? Like, what is the shame here? And that is putting together a picture that we are missing something, because nobody cares. Like, we live in such a multicultural society that we almost anticipate, when you go back far enough in anybody's ancestry, that there's just going to be a lot of different races and mixes. And so
Swag
it's just
sending in
odd
the
that they're
$2
leaving
super
out.
chat. We appreciate you, my boy. One of the mods, or one of the members, and funny or not, or believe it or not, I should say, man, he most of the time disagrees with us. But
hey, shout
valued
out.
member here, valued supporter. We appreciate it. He says, I'm out. Good night, gentlemen. You know I'll be back. Yes, sir.
Oh, for sure, man.
Catch
Can't
you
wait
tomorrow,
to see you tomorrow,
dog.
big dog.
Yes, sir.
Awesome thing. So I want to take you through what this person emailed. And the first thing that they said was that they had recognized that on the genealogy websites, there was an intentional red herring, a made-up individual to throw people off the scent of trying to figure out who Joseph Alexander's father was. So let's pull up that chart again so you guys can follow along and know exactly what it is that we're talking about, that family chart. So again, we know that that Donald Harris, when he wrote his piece, kind of says that beyond the Miss Chrissy generation, that's his Miss Iris. That's his Miss Irish generation, that he doesn't know anything about his family ancestry. So it sort of stops at Joseph Alexander Harris, which is kind of weird. Well, this guy is saying, no, I have figured this out, actually. We do know who the father was of Joseph Alexander Harris. He had the same name, the first name and last name, but his middle name was different. It was Bravo Harris. He says that Joseph Bravo Harris is the relative that they are purporting that they don't know, but they do in fact know that this is the great grandfather of Donald Harris. And the reason that they're blocking this, he says, is because he belonged to a different church than his relatives, that he was Jewish, and that there is actually a public record of this on his gravesite, which is there's like a website that directs you to Jewish tombs in Jamaica. We have fact-checked this, and this is true. And he says that actually more can be learned about him in a book that was published in 1941 from a man named Jacob A.P.M. Andrade. So the forward, you can see this book is very old. Again, it was published in 1941 in Kingston, Jamaica. And the forward of the book tells you that really this was just a labor of love, that Mr. Andrade, the person who put this together, has painstakingly collected information and carried out research over a period of 17 years. He has interviewed scores of people, written hundreds of letters, and has searched 163 will books and 1,400 deed books at the Island Record Office in Spanish Town. So we know that that is where their family is from, and so that is immediately of interest. We know that this person is going through all of the records. Now, if you go in this book to Appendix L, listed under the, quote, cemetery of former English and German congregation, you see, in loving memory of Joseph Bravo Harris, okay? Born November 2nd, 1855, died on the 20th of September, 1894. Then there is another section which lists Joseph Harris under St. Anne. The person who emailed me is saying that this is an uncle. Under St. Anne, which again, we know that all of the relatives are from the St. Anne parish. And it says also on his Penn property, you see that in the corner, St. Anne, on his Penn property, Inverness. Now, where have we seen the word before? That's a tell, if that is indeed his property. It's an important clue because Donald mentions Inverness as the place where Miss Iris, the grandmother he was so close to but didn't know any details about, he says that she was from there, but like her ancestry is unknown to him. So it does place, you know, the family at that time here, which is a major clue. Joseph Bravo, by the way, had a brother, and his name was Michael Ralph Bravo, and he is registered as a Freemason in Jamaica. This guy shows me this, and here it is. You can
hold on, Freemason. I mean, wait, hold on, bro. What are the Freemasons out here doing down there? Like, well, never mind. Masonry is everywhere. Masonry is everywhere. But at this point, though, we can pretty much say that Kamala lied. Like, she guilty.
Father was a Mason?
Yep. Was she not? Yeah. Well, great-grandfather, I believe.
The Masons.
Fingerprints actually see the logs of the Freemason, the Freemasons signing their names there. He is registered in 1908, and that particular lodge that he is registered in makes him an English Freemason, and that is considered the oldest Masonic lodge in the world. It was established as an underground movement to support the Whigs. Now, a lot of you guys asked me questions in the comment section. You're like, can I speak more about Freemasonry?
It's always the shadow
and that
groups,
is just
Ray.
That would be an entire series. It's relevant. You should learn about Freemasonry. It is definitely, like I said on past episodes, it was an underground movement of people that were trying to overthrow empires, trying to overthrow kings, and they were meeting in secret society, like meeting in these Freemasonry lodges to discuss how to do that. So I wanted to just give you a brief history because I was looking into that. Okay, so if he's alleging that this is the family, we're seeing the Freemasonry thing come up again, and what is it that were the aims of that particular Masonic lodge? And it is true that Freemasonry has a lot to do with the establishment of America. Like, England was not cool just losing America.
Hey, y'all, real quick, if you in here and you haven't already, man, we see a lot of y'all supporting. Well, let's try and get some more folks in here on the conversation, increase the engagement, increase the reach. Like the video, double tap that screen. You can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner as well. Man, we having a great time over here. Hopefully y'all are as well on y'all end. Any thoughts, questions, comments, jokes? Even some of y'all haters that's in here still. Disagreements can be read aloud for $1 or more, man. We'll read it aloud on stream, man. We appreciate y'all continued support, though. Real talk.
After the Revolutionary War, we were then infiltrated by a bunch of Freemason lodges, and it became a way to sort of fight for America within America, but do it in a way that was secret. Anyways, that particular lodge that he is registered in, this is, again, Michael Ralph Bravo, who would be the brother of Joseph Bravo. is the oldest Masonic lodge in the world. As I said, it was an underground movement to support the Whigs. There's a historian who notes that the Whig administration of England organized this Grand Lodge as a loyalist counter to the Jacobite Rising of 1715. We're not going to get too deep into history here, but it dates back to the War of Three Kingdoms between England, Scotland, and Ireland. So again, Freemason lodges kind of rising because they wanted a certain political philosophy to win. This particular lodge was down with Whiggism, which essentially sought to prevent a Catholic ascension to the English throne, especially that of any of King James II's descendants. So they were particularly interested in making sure that the Catholic Church gained no more power. So that's just a little back history in case you're interested in what that lodge's aims were when it was established. So we are seeing that family member. And then of interest is that Michael then settled in Canada. We find him, that Freemason, on a ship manifest. So what's interesting here is we're starting to see the coordinates. We're starting to see a map here of the same places, starting all the way here back in the 1800s in Kamala's alleged family to now, presently, right? We were starting to look at logs, and we know that they spent, the Harris family spent time in Canada. We know that they spent time in New Orleans. We know that they spent a lot of time in Jamaica. And so this person did indeed, Michael, settle in Canada, which would put the Harris family in Canada. We also know, by the way, we haven't yet gotten to her mother, but that she also worked in Canada, was in Canada a lot. So there may be reasons for that, but it is of interest that Canada keeps popping up in our research. Okay, so like I said, that kind of is the person that he found that he believes that they actually do know this ancestry, but for some reason are trying to obfuscate it. What reason that would be, again, is it's just not clear to me. Then he gets into, by the way, we should show that page where he speaks about the conversions that were happening in the book. Yeah. So as this guy is kind of going through all of this and speaking about how, this book, A Record of the Jews in Jamaica, is the title of it. As he's speaking through all of this, he speaks about why it was that so many Hebrew residents in the St. Anne parish began converting or marrying. And what is of interest regarding Joseph Bravo Harris is the fact that, look at this, the Hebrews resident from the same book in St. Anne parish assembled for divine worship on Yom Kippur at the home of Joseph Harris at Brownstown. I was credibly informed that the room Harris appropriated for the service, which was during his lifetime, was never used for any other purpose. Harris was an English Jew. He came here from New Orleans, Louisiana. Again, another coordinate that just keeps popping up. And then the author writes, I have not been able to ascertain the provision for worship that was made in any of the other parishes.
Well,
St. Elizabeth must, however, have had organized worship during the 18th century. It is very pleasing to record that at no time since the Reform movement assumed practical form during the 19th century has religious persecution in the island reached so acute a stage as to at all render it possible for the setting up a Reform congregation, as was the case in some of the neighboring islands, thus to save many on this account from leaving their ancestral religion. So he's just kind of going through all of this,
500 likes,
about how some people
500 likes.
Left the faith, and he says that he's inclined to believe that they did that.
Like and share. Appreciate everybody's support. 500 likes is the goal.
Because they just didn't like the rabbinical Judaism with its unyielding laws and just kind of wanted to marry into other families and become Christian. But that is of interest here. So again, if we can get up that family chart, we're speaking now about Joseph Bravo Harris, and he believes that this is the father of Joseph Alexander Harris. So right in the chart you're seeing, we don't have a picture for him, but we have a blank spot for him if this is if this is correct. Then above that, we have someone that would be technically Kamala's third great-grandfather, Ralph Harris, who married Julia Bravo. That's where that middle name Bravo comes from. And what he's been able to discern is that they were also born in 1832 in England. He married Julia Bravo. They had 2 children together. He then married Sarah Ann Winchester, and they had 2 children together. He also had 1 son with Louisa Mary Evans, and that's where he says he's gotten as far back, but for whatever reason, he is saying that this would, of course, be known to the Harris family because Harris was a big name in St. Anne Parish. She would obviously know that her heritage dated back to this. She would obviously know that she had Jewish relatives, which again just keeps leading us.
And Harris is, well, married to a Jewish man. So, well, at least we know where their attraction was.
So this question of why hide any of this? This is not something that the world would be upset about or angry about. So I just don't understand why we are hiding certain relatives, pretending not to know certain ancestral things. What is the explicit aim of that? And I can't come up with a logical answer. There's nothing that makes sense to me. I'm going way down in my head. I'm like, let me just go in straight conspiracy land. Why would you want to hide a relative? It can't be so simple that it's because you just want people to think that you're Black. I mean, can it be? Can it really be that simple that you just want people to think that you're Black because the Democrats are so reliant as they are upon the Black vote? Maybe, but that just seems really foolish because eventually someone was going to look into this and see all of these holes. Maybe they were thinking it just wasn't going to happen before the election. And that is a reality with the entire media on your side, not poking holes in your story, instead condemning people that question your Blackness. You probably could get away with it at least until election time. Because think about it. This woman was just established, Kamala Harris, in an effective coup against Joe Biden. They were like, yeah, never mind. She's the Democrat nominee. That's it. She's a Democratic nominee. No questions asked. Nobody actually wanted her to be, but here she is. The media then fawned over her. That means that took place in August. We only have until November. All they had to do was have nobody look into this for 3 months. Maybe it is. Maybe it is that simple. It was just an election time thing, and it really is just about the Black vote. Perhaps. But again, this was super interesting. We're going to put this document that he put together also on our locals page so people can look into it and see whether or not they believe that that there is some merit to those claims. I do think that he did a very good job putting that together. All right, a brief break before we talk about some very interesting comments that have been coming from people that are Indian about Hinduism and what they find to be suspicious about Kamala's heritage. But first, I want to tell you guys about All Family Pharmacy. Gotcha. Okay. Now, I know I've been promising you all week that we were going to cut to Kamala's family, but the Donald Harris thing just keeps becoming so interesting. And every time I get one of these emails and just trying to now establish a contact, I keep prioritizing that. But I obviously am seeing all of your emails regarding her mother. And I did want to just show you this one comment because I think it's really interesting. We actually have received so many comments that are developing the same theme, that the marriage between Kamala's parents is just strange. And this is one comment that came in yesterday on YouTube that pretty much sums up all of the comments and emails that we have been getting pertaining to this. This woman writes, Indian here from India with some Indian context. Okay. BTW, love your work, Candace. Kamala's mother belonged to a very high-class bureaucratic family. So marrying someone outside your religion, caste, race in that era was extremely unlikely, especially for someone like Kamala's mother.
So how does Kamala's mother come into it then? Because they're saying Kamala's mom is Indian, and I did think the same thing. I'm like, well, high caste Indian marrying a Black man? I'm like, that's highly unlikely. I mean, to marry a Black man, a man outside your race, the caste system, all that's, I don't know about that. Especially the way they see darker skinned people in India. No offense, India, but we just know, y'all don't treat the darker you're more melanated people fairly. And, that's y'all provocative, so go ahead.
Not to mention marrying a Black...
How to tag us? I don't know. I think if you... Never mind, go ahead.
Black person would be absolutely impossible because racism has been prevalent in India as well. So I completely believe Kamala's dad not being Black, rather being Irish, Indian, Hindu, since he looks like a lot of old Indian men that I see in real life here, especially the South Indians. The Communist Party also seems so interesting because in the 20th century, especially post-independence, communism was extremely popular in India, owing to the closeness to Soviet Union. And even today, some of the most influential and powerful political parties in India, especially South India, the region that Kamala's mom belongs to, are hardcore communist parties with hardcore communist ideologies even today. The head of the state of Kamala's mom is from has literally changed his family name to Stalin. LOL.
Damn.
Total personal opinion, but I absolutely believe Kamala's dad not being Black at all, but Irish Hindu with maybe some Indian ancestry, because that's way more believable, especially when you know the family background and social class and status of Kamala's mom and the Indian society.
So her mom comes from communism.
Her mom comes from communism. Her dad's a Marxist theorist.
The same mom that we're supposed to believe that threw on Aretha Franklin.
We just read out a post that her Unburdened by What Has Been is an adaptation from Karl Marx theory.
Probably got it from her mom now that we're thinking about it.
Yeah, she heard it her whole life and you know, just kind of put it on her campaign trail or put it in her speech along her campaign trail. But it goes back to her roots, really.
Old habits die hard, huh?
Man.
Society and mentality during the 20th century. P.S. as a non-American,
trace it back
I
to her
find
roots,
it
kind of like
insane
Candace is
that
doing
this
right
isn't
now.
mainstream news in your country. I follow global news, especially American news, very closely, and to find no one talking about this is almost a culture shock. Because had it been any other country, this would have been a huge media piece running across all news channels 24/7. Well, I'll tell you one thing, it would have been everywhere in America had it been Donald Trump. But as we know, the media is a part of the establishment. The deep state wants Kamala Harris to win. They're doing everything to assist that win. And the question is why? And I think it's really important, therefore, to establish what her genealogy is. And that's why I am following every angle of this. But it is interesting to see so many people of Indian descent say that exact same thing, that they would not have just allowed her to marry a black man. And so I think that Judge Joe Brown yesterday, when he remarks that Donald Harris is of Hindu and Irish descent, majority white, well, that seems to be the thing that makes the most sense here. And again, still does not explain why it is that they are purporting that she is black, and still does not explain why we do not have more people speaking about it, because
What's up,
if
Tori?
nothing else, you should be outraged, positively outraged at the fact that she is pretending to be black. That is one of the wildest things that I've ever seen. It is so inappropriate, but
And then for those of y'all who be like, oh, y'all weird for pressing on that. What does it matter? What does it matter? I'm just like, is that not like a bad character flaw that we would want to see in a potential leader? Like, she's lying about, it is kind of funny. She's lying about something as minuscule as her race.
I mean, what else is she lying about?
Exactly.
So,
like, it's exposing, really.
If she's gonna lie about something as deep as her race and play into it, then yeah, we got we have a problem here.
And that's the type of candidates they love, those racially ambiguous candidates. I mean, look at Obama. He wasn't like overwhelmingly black, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I like those
by the way,
racially
beyond it
ambiguous
being
type of
inappropriate,
passing folks.
it demonstrates that she's a sociopath. It's really interesting because people got really upset when J.D. Harris had said that women who don't have any children should not be in positions of power to make decisions in the country. And the media intentionally took that out of context. The next thing you know, we have Taylor Swift holding her cat and like, I'm with Kamala because I'm like a cat lady. But what he's actually trying to say is that when you have a family, he's not mocking people that are struggling with fertility or saying like, oh, if you literally cannot have a child, but you desperately want one. He's not throwing you in the same bucket. He's referring more to women who choose not to have children, who instead focus their entire life on their careers. It does tell you something about that person. It just does. That is just the reality of things. People who are just like, I never want kids and all I care about is my career. What does that signal to you about a woman? Like, she's overridden her own biology. And will do anything for power, right? She'll do anything for power.
Like the audience that's tuning in right now.
And you do not want to elect sociopaths into power. It seems to be the only thing that we do, right? Because they feel nothing when they're inflicting pain upon you. They feel nothing when they're lying to you. This is why even the genealogy pertaining to Brigitte Macron is so important, because over and over again, we are seeing that people who don't care at all about your family, don't care at all about your family life.
Or would they?
Have these tendencies to want to be put into places of power to determine family policy. And so this is why, among many other reasons, getting to the bottom of Kamala's true genealogy is a priority. And we're getting close. We are getting incredibly close. If I am able to later tonight establish this connection with her family member, I just can't imagine that this doesn't just blow everything up, like instantly just explode this entire narrative. Because as I said, my instinct is that they too are kind of not down with the things that Kamala is saying and the things that Kamala is doing. And they have some question marks about what it is that she's doing. And they got a lot of family members, tons of them that aren't even being mentioned. Maybe they're not being mentioned because they know that these people don't agree with them and don't
standalone flat earther. I think she's just like a hardcore Christian and they believe in the firmament. They use that to kind of justify their beliefs on the shape and circumference of the earth. So
I don't know. Maybe that's where her climate change theology comes from, or climate change ideology comes from. Like, I'm at this point, like, flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, I always just say, nothing's impossible. Nothing's impossible. And there's supposed to be a lot of things that prevent us from going past certain places in space. So, and they haven't never really came up with a reason how we're supposed to make it past this. I don't know, there's radiation space and this radiation like in space that we're not supposed to be able to get past, but we do anyway. And we haven't been able to explain that part. Now, I'm not speaking up for flat earthers. I believe that there's a universe. There is just more fun to think so, okay? I think, like, come on, bro. Flat earth is boring. The idea of flat earth is just boring to me. The idea of there being multiple planets, universe, like star systems, that's way more fun than flat earth, okay?
And shout out to Main Scoop chiming in for a $2 super chat. He says the white man forced the one drop rule. She's black.
But that's the problem.
I would say she's melanated.
Yes, she's
but
melanated.
She's not black.
Yeah.
If you want to go off of what the classification or the definition of black is, you're going to have a hard time, you know, getting that across to a lot of folks. I mean, especially FBA, foundationally black Americans. She is not that, my friend.
And the one drop rule was back when, I ain't gonna lie, people was high yellow.
She's what you would call, if anything, a tether. But
I'm sorry, but even with the one drop rule, I'm like, that was made back when, like, low key, it was like you was literally light skin. It's like it was kind of hard for you to hide it.
And that's what we sitting here right now doing, is breaking down like her lineage, like, and why she isn't black.
So that term's a bit outdated for the current situation.
Appreciate that though.
Oh God, appreciate your support.
Agree with their political manipulation at this stage. Anyways, guys, we're going to read more of your comments. Before we do, I want to remind you about American financing, because we have mortgage rates in the call American Finance. Please take everything with .net documents. We're going to be posting the family charts that I put together so far, and please take everything with a grain of salt. Don't assume that we are beyond the ones that actually have documentation, but let's not jump to conclusions until we're able to speak to a Harris relative. Then we are going to jump to all of the conclusions. But this is just to help you as a guide, because there's so many names floating around that it's just hard to keep them straight, and that's what's taking us so much longer to pull the show together.
And shout out Diamond for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the support. Well, $10 super sticker. Shout out.
Cute Number sticker. One fan.
Cute sticker.
Together every day, because
Adorable.
We don't want to make a mistake. So head to locals.com. While you're there, support the show. We'd love you to support our independence. Now is a time where we go onto Rumble. So you guys hit the link in the description if you want to join us on Rumble as I answer more of your questions. You guys, we'll see you on Rumble.
Just deactivate.
All right, Rumble fam. What do you guys have going on? Let's get
that's funny though.
All right.
Now she definitely did cut that mug off on Rumble though. But actually, maybe I can go to it real quick. Why not?
Did you play that SNL? Did we ever play that SNL?
No, we did not.
That'd be funny for him.
You can put that.
Yeah,
in
I got
queue
you.
real quick while I take a trip over to S.E.T and Key Media. Or let me show y'all something real quick that's actually pretty funny. Well, not really funny, but interesting. At least in my
intriguing.
In my belief. Always this say. The things you find on the internet is always interesting. Cause
all right.
Now
it's in there.
When y'all look through this, y'all will be sent on a rabbit hole. This is on our post, but you'll be sent on the rabbit hole if you just go through here and figure out where it all goes down. Okay. Oh God. They'll have you Googling things all night. So go ahead and go down that rabbit hole real quick. Hey, shout out Freemasonry. There you are.
Right there.
Hey, right
branching right into the Illuminati.
Ain't that crazy? Federal Reserve. Yeah, really crazy moment.
They might take our string down
Bilderberg
for this.
Group. Yeah, and there you go.
Right there, leading right into where? USA.
So it's kind of crazy where abortion comes up, because I'm like, how the hell we came up to the human sacrificing part? Like, it's crazy work for me, but hey, it just shows you how far we've fallen.
Man, we start with human sacrifice and Baal worship, and it just gets progressively worse and crazy.
Ain't that crazy? But all right, you got anything?
Yeah, pull that up. It's in history.
Let's have a laugh, guys. Let's have a laugh. Let's see here. Go ahead and pull that up.
SNL ain't been funny in some years. This show used to be around even when I was a kid, man.
Appreciate you, Diamond. And she says, I'm out. Good night. I got you on that one.
Shout out, Diamond.
You gotta love it. That would make him the first man.
Low key, wouldn't it?
Sir, first man?
It would make him the first man. Huh, who's calling the shots? Kamala?
Shout out Diamond Man, last one. I love you guys. I'm so proud of the hard work and dedication. Keep up the work. Now, good night. All right, good night, sweetheart. Go ahead and lay down. Legendary, and then we need a some. Huh? Oh.
I just want to say.
Who's next? What?
The
Dramala. Well, let's get into some DARPA. And I'm glad that actually sounded way better than I thought. Shout out. All right.
By DARPA. All of it. And there's a lot more of DARPA in your pocket than you
for to hold a hump scratch.
Shout out Wi-Fi.
Past, you'd pull over and grab your Thomas guide.
Yeah, for you kids, that's a map.
And if you didn't have a map, you'd try to find a gas station or 7-Eleven to ask for directions. Then your fate would be in the hands of the guy working the night shift.
Who may or may not be a serial killer.
Right. But now, all the answers are in your pocket. You tell your phone the address and GPS guides the way. Some cars will even drive for you while you sit back, relax, and listen to your favorite podcast.
Oh, you know, the Wi-Files is also a podcast.
No plugs yet, please. We save those for the end.
Sorry. I could sniff out a plug opportunity like a truffle pig.
The technology I described that got you to your destination, it was created by DARPA. All of it. And there's a lot more of DARPA in your pocket than you think. Your cell phone uses microprocessors designed by DARPA. They also created the batteries to power those microprocessors. Your phone uses wireless technology made possible by DARPA. The touch screen and the microphone came from DARPA. Voice recognition and GPS come from DARPA. And of course, all this data transfer happens using the internet, which was created by DARPA.
I mean, hold on.
Excuse me if I may.
Is this going to be a highly predictable and hack joke about how Al Gore said he created the internet?
I yield the rest of my time, thank you.
DARPA? A whole lot out here.
Yes, DARPA created the internet. Well, technically, they were still ARPA then. Remember, the D was added in 1972. In the 1960s, researchers were trying to figure out a way to ensure reliable communications in case of a nuclear attack. Traditional telephone lines and radio transmitters would be the first to go. They came up with a radical idea: packet switching.
Not all of us speak nerd. Some of us went to our prom instead of staying home to write code on our Apple II.
Well, packet switching is not as complicated as it sounds. Here's how it works. You want to send a message or file from New York to LA, but what if half the country's lines are down? So you break that message into small chunks called packets and send each one independently over the network. On the receiving end, the message waits for all the packets to arrive and then reassembles them back into the original message or file. Each packet will independently try to find the most efficient route through the network at any given moment. The internet still works this way. Most people didn't use the internet until the late 1990s or early 2000s. Some nerds like me were using our phones to dial bulletin board systems in the late 1970s and early 80s. But this new network called ARPANET was conceived in 1966.
Whoa. You were online all the way back then? When you were like 12 or 13 years old?
Yep. I was even younger than that when I first got online.
And you're proud of this?
Well, yeah, shouldn't I be
Did you even know girls existed?
Yes, I knew they existed.
Yeah, now I see.
What?
Girls didn't know you existed.
I was a late bloomer.
Boomer?
Bloomer.
What'd I say?
Under DARPA's guidance, TCP/IP became the universal language for online computers. They also developed the concept of email and invented domain names. DARPA worked with UC Berkeley to create the BSD Unix operating system. BSD Unix heavily influenced the operating system you're using right now, no matter what OS it is. It started with DARPA. Now, these technologies may seem modern, but DARPA sent the first internet message in 1969. Now, this shouldn't be surprising. DARPA technology is said to be about 20 years ahead of civilian tech. like self-driving cars. DARPA built one in 1984. DARPA had GPS in 1973. Microprocessors, motion sensors, and wireless communication.
Appreciate everybody still rocking with us, man. We going damn near on 7 hours. So if you're still in here messing with Set and Key Media, man, leave a like, man, for all the hard work we put into the stream for y'all. Double tap that screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, man. It's free, man. Stop the ninja watching, y'all. Come on, show some support. Appreciate y'all.
And get you a hat.
On God, or super chat into the stream with video or polling suggestions, thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, disagreements. If you a hater, man, go ahead. $1 or more, man, we'll read it aloud.
DARPA had these decades ago, but eventually these innovations became available to the rest of us. DARPA's technology has made our lives so much better, it's easy to forget that those innovations weren't originally meant to improve lives. They were meant to end them. It's the middle of the night, and you're lying prone on top of a dusty building in some far corner of the world. You hug your .50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle. It's pitch dark, but your light-gathering, high-magnification scope gives you full visibility of the alley 1,200 yards away. A door opens. It's your target. Right on schedule. You hold your breath and put your finger on the trigger. Suddenly, a van appears. Your target leaps in and speeds off. Years ago, he'd escaped. Mission failed. Not now. You fire, confident in DARPA's latest innovation, a self-guided bullet. With optical sensors and real-time guidance, it maneuvers mid-flight locked onto its target. Skilled snipers engage targets up to 1,300 yards away or more. The farthest confirmed kill, 2.2 miles by Canadian Special Forces in 2017. Impressive, but DARPA's Extreme Accuracy Tasked Ordnance, or Exacto bullet, hits targets 5 or 6 miles away. Maybe farther. DARPA keeps the details a secret. Many DARPA projects seem like science fiction, some like magic. Scepter lets you see through walls. The Mojave Project bends light, making objects invisible. DARPA's Engineering Living Materials program uses living fungus as a construction material. Structures will no longer be built, they'll be grown.
I mean, that's cold.
Instead of shipping...
It's cool and all, but hey.
What?
Where's my Invisi suit?
Finished materials, we can ship precursors and rapidly grow them on site using local resources. And since the materials will be alive, they'll be able to respond to changes in their environment and heal themselves in response to damage.
Oh, shit.
DARPA likes fungus, but it loves bugs. Project Insect Allies modifies flying insects to attack crops. These insects resist disease and repair each other's injuries in the field. Then there's the Hybrid Insect Microelectrical Mechanical Systems, or HIMEMS. This project, along with Project Dragonfly, creates miniature flying cyborgs. Beetles, moths, and dragonflies become undetectable spies with cybernetic implants and solar-powered guidance systems. They can be controlled remotely or operate autonomously using AI. They've created remote-controlled rats. DARPA trains bees to find landmines. They're developing claytronics, programmable shape-shifting matter. They're developing nuclear-powered spacecraft, autonomous vehicles, and weapons of all kinds. DARPA's technology is meant to keep people off the battlefield. Why risk a battalion of human soldiers when you can deploy a fleet of drones? But sometimes you need boots on the ground, and that means people with guns. But DARPA has a better idea. Don't give a soldier a weapon, turn him into one.
Shit. Kind of like that one Black Mirror episode.
Man.
The human body is an amazing machine. Our musculoskeletal system allows us to do gymnastics, lift heavy weights, and walk long distances. Still, our bodies have limitations. DARPA is developing technology to overcome these limitations. The goal is to increase strength, endurance, alertness, and the overall health of soldiers. DARPA's Warrior Web project is one of several exoskeleton programs in the works. It's an exosuit, lightweight and flexible, similar to a scuba suit. But this is a smart suit. Using machine learning and onboard sensors, the suit knows when and where to firm up to augment muscles. It performs its function.
They introduced that at my job one time.
Oh yeah, to help you.
Yeah,
I remember they had some shit.
Bro,
like
they brought us around back
and
they showed us it, and it was like, yeah. So what do you think about this for the workers? I'm looking at this stuff like, bro, this stuff looks mighty uncomfortable.
Function then becomes flexible again.
Lifting.
DARPA has also developed hard exoskeletons, just like you've seen in movies.
Wow, crazy. You're supposed to help you lift heavier too. That's what I'm saying. The guy even bro was even trying to say that. I'm like, yo, they brought this into a factory.
Like Aliens and Edge of Tomorrow. These exoskeletons not only increase strength and endurance, but they're modular. They can be equipped with all kinds of weapons. There's even a jetpack in development. The Talos suit turns a soldier into a real-life Iron Man. It's bulletproof and weaponized. It increases strength, speed, and endurance. It monitors the user's vital signs and has sensors that analyze the entire environment around them. The Tactical Augmented Reality, or TAR project, is a headset that overlays information over your normal vision. This gives soldiers real-time information like displaying maps, enemy locations, and other vital data right in their line of sight. Project Z-Man was inspired by geckos. DARPA is creating a material that would let soldiers climb walls without ropes or ladders. Now, everyone knows the Air Force gives their pilots amphetamines.
I feel the need.
They might as well call that project Spider-Man, Loki. That'd have been like...
You nigga climbing up walls?
Just... I guess all you just need your basic muscles and just...
that's cold.
That'd have been...
No rope, just climbing walls.
I mean, goddamn. Childhood fantasy would be being lived at that point.
Oh, God.
The need for speed.
Rate going up.
The need for speed. Yep. They literally take illegal narcotics to stay alert.
Be a super soldier.
But the Continuous Assisted Performance, or CAP program, is focused on keeping soldiers awake, alert, and effective for up to 7 days straight without side effects.
Goddamn.
DARPA's Brain Initiative
Didn't they achieve that with Adderall? Jesus.
program connects soldiers' brains to computers. They can control drones and other systems with thought. They can truly multitask, where one part of the brain is operating a drone, while the other part of the brain is analyzing the area looking for targets. In the early 2000s, DARPA started exploring ways of giving humans superhuman abilities without equipment. This is DARPA's Biorevolution program. They studied how animals attack, defend themselves, and regenerate from injuries. DARPA felt that if they could find those answers, these abilities could be transferred to humans. They could give soldiers improved senses, perfect...
I know one thing they need to take is the immortal jellyfish. Like, look up the immortal jellyfish. There literally is a jellyfish that lives like forever. But yeah, you're saying forever? Yes, forever. It literally goes from, like, let's say this. Let's say, you're a baby, you hit like 100, and then you start going backwards in age, all the way out to a baby, and then you go all the way back out to 100. That's the immortal jellyfish.
Eyesight and limb regeneration without external devices. Now, to do that, you'd have to alter human DNA. So DARPA is exploring CRISPR gene editing technology. CRISPR can snip out unwanted genes and insert new ones. CRISPR could accelerate healing. Injuries that might have sidelined soldiers for weeks or months could heal in days. CRISPR technology has already sparked a revolution in medicine, with the potential to cure genetic disorders and even combat aging.
Link below on how CRISPR and AI are about to end the whole world.
Yeah, that episode is scary. But it's interesting and it's real. Now, some of these projects have failed and some haven't, and some are still in development. I have no doubt that DARPA will turn soldiers into superhuman weapons eventually, but they haven't yet. So how do you put boots on the ground and keep humans off the battlefield? DARPA's answer? Killer robots. DARPA started working on robotics in the 1960s. Its first project was Shaky, the first
shout out Ray, the
exosuit maps natural movement for robots. Oh. Hey.
Oh wow. That do sound. Yeah, it sounds a bit threatening though.
Mobile robot
when AI
to
takes
reason
over
about its actions. Shaky wasn't sleek or fast, but it was a start.
I feel like if you name your project Shaky.
Hey, did y'all know that the Terminator is the prelude to the Matrix?
You know?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Who knew? All right.
Prelude to the Matrix.
You're kind of setting yourself up to fail. Well, since then, DARPA's robotics has come a long way. In the early 2000s, DARPA launched the Big Dog program. In partnership with Boston Dynamics, these four-legged robots can carry heavy loads and navigate difficult terrain. They can also be outfitted with weapons like sniper rifles or machine guns. The LS-3 can follow soldiers autonomously and carry up to 400 pounds of gear.
That's raw.
And then there's the Atlas robot. And now we're getting serious. Atlas was launched in 2013, and you've probably seen various versions of this robot over the years. Atlas could run, jump, and navigate obstacle courses. A couple of years ago,
of one of the cops like kicking one over, and I was like, yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Aren't these things adaptive?
Yeah, we don't want them to adapt too much. You hear about Bill Gates donating to Coca-Cola and Pepsi to put nanotech in their drinks?
Oh, shit. No, I ain't hear about that.
I don't know. Anything Bill Gates donates to, I stay away from. Now
I heard about that George Soros acquisition.
Oh, yeah. Purchasing like 200 radio stations.
Yeah.
To spread
conservative ones.
We are not George Soros funded. I'll tell you that right now, off the bat.
Used AI to teach
very
us how to walk,
if you care about
and
your
then run,
influence.
and then do gymnastics. Yeah, you humans realize it's only a matter of time before these things take over and enslave you, right? Some of us realize it. Investigative journalist Annie Jacobson has covered DARPA for years. She says there's no doubt that the Pentagon is investing heavily in robotics.
DARPA's plan through 2038 states without question that the Pentagon is moving towards robotic warfare. They want to have hunter-killer drones that can swim, crawl, walk, run. Drones that can fly 13,000 miles an hour, which is 22 times faster than a commercial jet, to get to a target really quickly.
Ballistic missiles have limitations. Speeds over Mach 20 require too much power and make the rockets dangerously hot. But thanks to DARPA, that's no longer a problem. Missiles can now travel at hypersonic speed without overheating. A target 500 miles away can be destroyed in 6 minutes. Weapons like these certainly keep humans off the battlefield, but DARPA's going to take it one step further. It's creating the technology to wage war without needing humans at all.
Boy,
remember
the day they make reward like a goddamn video game. Like, all right, bro, we're gonna see who can run out of exosuits first before we actually got to put real soldiers. And so whoever puts real soldiers out there first, that's who loses. Think about it, because they take out all your robotic soldiers. It's damn near gonna be like war's gonna turn into like Call of Duty video game at a certain point. And whoever runs out of robotic soldiers got to put real soldiers out there. That's who lose. Because how the hell you gonna beat the robotic soldiers with humans?
It's gonna be looking like that one thing. What is it? Death Robots? You ever seen that?
Nah, it's a good one.
Nah, it's like this one sports league where they got robots fighting.
Oh shit! Oh, the little ones.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember when I was a kid. Yeah.
Remember how DARPA is always about 20 years ahead of civilian technology, maybe more? Well, as early as the 1960s, DARPA started developing computers that can learn independently. In the 1980s, DARPA launched the Strategic Computing Initiative, or SCI. The goal of SCI was to create military strategies by running simulations and learning from them. You're describing war games. War Games was originally going to be a science fiction story about a dying scientist who's saved by a kid genius. But then the writers met Peter Schwartz from the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI. Yeah, SRI, I know those guys. You do. SRI has been the launch pad for many secret government programs. I've talked about them a lot on this channel. And they've long been connected to the CIA, NSA, and DARPA. Well, Schwartz was fascinated by a new computer subculture called hackers. He suggested that they make a movie about a kid hacking a military supercomputer. Oh, yeah. What was it? It was called the Big Mac. No, Whopper. War Operation Plan Response. Oh, right. I'd still rather have a Big Mac. Me too.
Well, the Whopper spends all its time thinking about World War III. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, plays an endless series of war games using all available information on the state of the world.
At the very same time that this movie came out, DARPA was working on its own military supercomputer. Here's how they described it.
The machine envisioned by S.E.T. would run 10 billion instructions per second to see, hear, speak, and think like a human. The degree of integration required would rival that achieved by the human brain, the most complex instrument known to man.
If you haven't caught on by now, we're talking about artificial intelligence. Today, AI is everywhere and accessible to everyone, and it feels like it came out of nowhere, but it didn't. It came out of DARPA. As of today, 70% of DARPA's projects use or are focused on AI and machine learning. DARPA started working on AI in the 1960s. They built their first AI system, a speech recognition computer, in the 1970s. In 1983, the Strategic Computing Initiative...
Hey, appreciate you, Ray.
Yeah, night, y'all. Always a good time, my peeps. Oh, God, appreciate you, man. It's been appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you.
Good to have you in here.
Project received billions for AI research. Then in the 1990s, DARPA launched another supercomputing project. It was, and still is, highly secret. It's affecting you right now. And once I tell you what it is, you're not going to like it. Now it's time to get...
Christian Valentino.
All right.
Appreciate that. $20 super chat. Find my message on chat. YouTube will let me post on chat, but not on super chat.
Oh, wait. Is it back in the chat? Nah, I'll see if I can search for it.
Get the video demonetized and censored.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, if I'm not on a list by now, I'm about to be.
No, they're watching you, human.
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about this.
Or if anybody
Honestly,
could tell
I'm
us
about to
what
put
he
everything that I have at risk.
You're actually scaring me right now.
I'm scared too. Here we go.
Might want to type that one again, Christian.
Welcome. Like the steam engine which sparked the Industrial Revolution of the late 1700s, the internet is changing everything it touches. And at the cutting edge of the revolution is Wall Street.
So we are now 6 3/4 points above fair value.
The early 1990s was the beginning of the tech boom. Internet startups were getting millions in investments.
Down two. Venus is looking 39 and about 35,000 if you want to buy 10 grand.
And they had access to vast resources and vast amounts of data, personal data.
I'm looking, I can't
The
find it
intelligence
now.
community
If
wanted to
anybody knows
gather
what he
this
said.
data to create a digital fingerprint of everyone using the internet. If they could identify bad actors, criminals, terrorists, whatever, they would compare that fingerprint against others. They called this the birds of a feather approach. If Joe's a bad guy and Bob's a bad guy, and they both go to certain websites, then other people visiting those same websites were potential bad guys, so let's track them.
So, surveillance?
Yes.
Of Americans?
Yes.
Legal?
No. Well, officially illegal as of 2010, but the law was murky in the 1990s. And for the intelligence community, murky means opportunity. Still, the intelligence agencies didn't have the ability to manage all this data, but they knew people were out there working on it, and they were all looking for funding. But if you're the NSA or CIA or DARPA, you can't drop by an internet startup and ask them to build you an illegal digital surveillance program.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad look.
It is.
You make them
But
accidentally
it also
build
gives
it.
away the game. Surveillance is only valuable if the target doesn't know they're being watched. So this technology would need to be funded privately and quietly. So in 1994, the Highlands Forum was founded. Ever hear of the Highlands Forum? You probably
Say it
haven't.
again, Christian.
And they
I
like
don't
it that
think
way.
you got it that time.
The Highlands Forum, or Highlands Group, was formed as a think tank, a bridge between technology companies and the Pentagon. The Highlands Forum is an invitation-only group of government officials, academics, and executives from tech and defense companies. Their discussions are private and off the record, operating under the Chatham House rule. meaning members can disclose information from the meetings as long as it doesn't harm anybody, but they can never reveal who said it. Not ever. Although hardly anyone knows about the Highlands Forum, the group is highly influential on U.S. defense policy, especially regarding technology. And they're a private organization. No auditing, no oversight, no Freedom of Information Act requirements. They're a black box. The perfect conduit for transactions you want to keep off the books. So, tech is booming, data is flowing, and we've got our think tank to connect us with the people capturing the data. Now we need the money to fund them. That same year, the Massive Digital Data Systems, or MDDS program, was launched. MDDS would fund scientists, researchers, and companies who worked with big data sets. The Highlands Forum would help identify, facilitate, and coordinate these transactions. To keep these transactions private and secret, the MDDS moved money through unclassified mainstream agencies like the National Science Foundation. Computer scientists were getting millions in grants from the NSF, totally normal. Damn. They didn't know who was really behind the money. And MDDS was highly compartmentalized. Damn. It had tons of projects and departments. Nobody knew what anyone else was doing or who was even in charge. And this was by design. But the overall program was managed by the CIA, NSA, and DARPA.
Yeah, bro, I think we do our job,
we've got
right?
black budget money flowing through the NSF. And we've got our private organization, the Highlands Forum, looking for opportunities. So the word goes out to researchers in academia. If you can handle big data, we'll give you big money. Then a promising project emerged. 2 Stanford graduate students working on a search engine made a breakthrough. In the early 90s, searching the internet was difficult. Popular engines like Alta Vista and Lycos produced hit or miss results. Searching hiking gear would show pages mentioning hiking or gear, often irrelevant blog posts or articles. Users had to scroll through pages of useless results. It took forever, and I remember it well. 2 Stanford students developed a system that changed everything. Their automated web crawling system identified a web page's context, not just the text. Then pages were ranked based on relevance to specific queries. Pages actually discussing hiking gear would rank higher for that query. High traffic pages and pages with lots of incoming links ranked even higher. These were signals to the algorithm that a page was a good match for that query. Using this search engine felt like magic. Usually the first or second result was exactly what you were looking for. Somehow it knew. The system used an optimization technique called association rule mining, or query flocks. This assumes birds of a feather stick together, meaning people searching specific keywords tended to click the same result.
Yeah.
Query flocks worked with people too.
That's why you feel like Google's reading your mind when you kind of type up how to, and then the first thing you was already thinking of is like one of the first 3 things that pops up.
You're like, whoa, I had to know. Like, trust me, dog. We know. We listen.
And if you don't think these social media companies care about data mining and seeing what sites you frequent and how long you frequent them, they do, because it's a part of a larger scope of data of your neighbors, your family members, your kids. We're not that different, you and I.
Well, scary enough from the ads you're shown on here, if you got like, if you're just watching regularly, trust me, it's off of what you look for.
Yeah.
Based off your Google searches.
Very true.
They know what to show you, and that's what they're trying to entice you to buy.
And these apps loosely ask you if you care, if we allow access to other sites. That's what they mean. Advertisers.
Search engine learned that people with similar online habits search for similar things. If you searched hiking gear, the system assumed you liked outdoor activities and were probably within a certain age group. And the more you used the search engine, the more it learned about you. So your searches always gave you relevant results. Using information you willingly provided, these students had developed a method to create your digital fingerprint. Jackpot. The CIA, NSA, and DARPA learned about this project, and through the National Science Foundation, the MDDS funded it. If you haven't guessed by now, those 2 students were Sergey Brin and Larry Page, and the search engine was Google. You won't find MDDS in Google's origin story, but this is public, unclassified information. It's just hard to find. In Brennan Page's famous 1998 research paper, The Anatomy of a Large-Scale Hypertextual Web Search Engine, they thanked DARPA for their support. You can see this for yourself. It's on page Web Search Engine.
In this paper, we present Google a prototype of a large-scale search engine which makes heavy use of the structure present in hypertext. Google is designed to crawl and index the web efficiently and produce much more satisfying search results. Okay.
Thank DARPA for their support. You can see this for yourself. It's on page 16, section 7, under acknowledgments. Now, there's a lot more to this rabbit hole. The connection between intelligence agencies and technology companies is so...
Hang on.
What?
Pop quiz.
Go ahead.
How do you make your living?
YouTube.
And who owns YouTube?
Google.
Right. Bye-bye, channel. Now would be a good time to ask for Patreon support.
I don't do plugs until the end of the episode.
Make an exception. We're in the deep water now.
He might be right. Truly and honestly. I won't know until it's too late. But telling you this story might have been a terrible mistake. So yes, please go to patreon.com/thewhyfiles. I don't know if we will, but we might need your help. Anyway, this video isn't about Google. It's about DARPA. Specifically, the dark side of DARPA. And it's about to get a whole lot darker.
Aside, he's still about to tell us. Hopefully.
When John F. Kennedy took office in 1961, America had allies everywhere. Cuba, Ethiopia, Nicaragua, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Iran, Lebanon, and many others. But the Soviet Union was fueling insurrections against U.S.-friendly governments. Kennedy promised to stop the spread of communism, but the Soviets were pouring billions into military technology, rocket and missile systems, even space exploration. JFK was committed to keeping pace. He wanted more resources in science and technology. He modernized the military and doubled DARPA's budget, and the timing couldn't be better. The global Cold War had evolved into regional proxy wars with the Soviets. A new type of warfare was being fought, guerrilla warfare. Old military strategies wouldn't work. The situation in Vietnam was especially bad. The Viet Cong were hidden under the thick jungle canopy. You can't kill an enemy that...
Yeah, worst mistake was us pulling up in Vietnam on home turf, thinking that we had the ups.
Bro.
Then to find out they had tunnels, they was willing to do some wilder stuff, even when we pulled out the napalm.
Feces line, arrows, man. The guerrilla warfare that they employed was devastating, and that's why a lot of those people came back with not only physical injuries, but
mental.
Yeah, man. It's tough.
You can only imagine.
And that Agent Orange, too.
Man, you can only imagine.
As you can see, DARPA proposed a solution, Project Agile. It was pitched to Kennedy as both a scientific and military endeavor. Kennedy signed off immediately. The first phase was called Operation Ranch Hand. Its purpose was to clear the jungle. DARPA developed the rainbow herbicides, named for their container colors, to kill the foliage. Agent Purple was first, then green, then pink. DARPA was combining different herbicides, defoliants, and toxins, looking for the perfect formula to destroy Viet Cong cover. Agent Orange was the winner. Millions of gallons of Agent Orange were sprayed over miles of jungle every day. Leaves fell from trees almost immediately. Another application, and the trees died. Next, Project Agile targeted farms. Agent Orange could destroy miles of crops in a day.
As you can imagine, there was some chemicals in there that kind of fucked a lot of our soldiers up. And I know firsthand, I had to have a mentor when I was younger who was in that war and would talk about having to inhale that shit on a daily. And there actually has been VA extensions to qualify people affected by Agent Orange so they can receive benefits, because that fucked up a lot of people. Respiratory system, beyond that, nervous system issues, bro, a lot of shit. A lot of issues.
They asked South Vietnamese President Diem if he knew which farms were Viet Cong and which belonged to innocent civilians. He said yes, he knew, and he didn't care. If they weren't traitors yet, they would be soon. Kill them all. Now, the U.S. didn't want to do this, but it only had a few hundred military advisors in Vietnam at this time. They didn't want to send more. Better to sacrifice North Vietnamese farmers than U.S. Marines.
Damn.
So it was done. Guilty or innocent, friend or foe, if you were a North Vietnamese farmer, you were targeted. Your crops were destroyed and your soil was poisoned. Replanting was impossible. Agent Orange's effects were instant and devastating, and nobody knew it was only the beginning. As the Vietnam War escalated, so did the use of Agent Orange under DARPA's Project Agile. Project Agile used other tactics. DARPA contractors included social scientists and experts in human psychology. Propaganda spread through leaflets, loudspeakers, and media control. Subliminal technology kept people in heightened emotional states, from minor discomfort to absolute terror.
Subliminal warfare mind control link down the alley, Sally.
Psychological warfare teams targeted villages, turning neighbor against neighbor. Civilians were forced into strategic hamlets for their safety. 4 million people were relocated against their will. Meanwhile, soldiers complained of headaches, nausea, stinging eyes, and rashes. Agent Orange did more than clear jungle and kill crops. It tortured people for life. Thousands exposed to Agent Orange developed cancer. Children were born with defects. Agent Orange caused reproductive problems like infertility and miscarriages. Heart disease and diabetes increased. Agent Orange was first used in 1962. In 1965, scientists discovered it contained dioxin, a highly toxic compound that causes cancer and birth defects. They kept using it.
Wow.
In 1967, a study proved that dioxin causes birth defects, even at low concentrations. They kept using it. In 1969, a Department of Defense report acknowledged Agent Orange's severe health risks. They kept using it. Public outcry forced President Nixon to stop the use of Agent Orange in 1970. They kept using it.
Damn.
They stopped spraying the following year, 1971.
They don't know what that is.
Now, even in war, there are rules. POWs must be treated humanely. Medical staff and facilities are off limits. Humanitarian aid.
Man. Don't you love going back to the days of America, low-key, military-industrial complex, being bullies and getting the job done by any means? It kind of reminds me.
Savage.
Kind of reminds me of what Israel's doing right now.
Man.
Like, by any means, we don't care.
We don't care what's going on,
We do not
bro.
care. Casualties, bro. Collateral
Kids,
damage. We don't
women,
care.
Don't matter, bro.
We don't care.
We gonna win.
We don't care. What do you mean? We ain't got no choice. We're gonna do whatever it takes.
Oh man. Shoot.
Damn,
boy, taking a page out of
our book.
It was the
blueprint for this shit. I ain't gonna lie.
I guess we were taking a page out the American book.
Modern day blueprint for this shit. If you think what Israel's doing is crazy, if you think what Russia's doing is crazy, bro.
Oh, you imagine what we've, bro. Come on now.
Come on now, America,
Japan,
America,
Iran,
bruh.
Oh yeah, we big boys,
bruh.
Loud. Breaking these rules is a war crime. In 1907, the Hague Convention banned the use of poison in war. The U.S. signed the treaty. Agent Orange was poison. That's what herbicides are. So was using Agent Orange a war crime? No. The United States said Agent Orange wasn't a poison, it was an herbicide.
Syria,
the treaty
Vietnam,
didn't specifically
Iran,
mention herbicides.
Oh, that's some lawyer loophole bullshit.
Oh, man.
Libya?
In 1925, the Geneva Protocol banned the use of chemical weapons. The U.S. signed this treaty. But Agent Orange was a chemical. Of the 12 companies producing Agent Orange, the primary manufacturer was the Dow Chemical Company. The word chemical is in the company's name. So is using Agent Orange a war crime? Nope. The United States said Agent Orange wasn't a chemical. It was an herbicide.
Wait, how is that even possible?
It's not. In 1949, the Geneva Conventions established that civilians and their property must not be intentionally targeted. Only combatants and military targets were allowed. The U.S. signed this treaty, but civilians and their farms were intentionally targeted with Agent Orange. So is using it a war crime? No. The United States said the intent was to disrupt the enemy's logistical support and visibility, not cause direct harm to people. In other words, it was an accident. So what about the destruction of plants and trees on civilian land? Those weren't military targets. Isn't this a war crime? No. The United States said it was a military necessity to defoliate the area in order to deny the enemy cover, which makes trees Any trees.
Any trees.
Anywhere.
Even your
a
trees.
military target. What about destroying civilian crops? Again, the U.S. only intended to destroy crops of the enemy, not civilians. It was unintentional.
Whoopsies.
So, no war crime.
A slip of the finger.
In 1977, the Geneva Conventions were amended to specifically ban the use of herbicides and reinforce civilian protection. The U.S. signed this new treaty, but still denied any liability for the damage caused by Agent Orange. However,
I always say the A in America stands for audacity.
Man.
In 1984, U.S. veterans sued the chemical companies, who settled for $180 million. But the settlement was to support veterans, not an admission of guilt. In 2004, Jill Montgomery, speaking for the Monsanto Company, one of the major suppliers of Agent Orange, she set the record straight.
Names sound familiar, don't they? Do a lot with our crops and our seeds and our agriculture here in America. Aren't they a main supplier?
Yeah.
Fertilizers and whatnot. Okay.
Interesting.
We're sympathetic with people who believe they've been injured and understand their concern to find the cause. But reliable scientific evidence indicates that Agent Orange is not the cause of serious long-term health effects.
Lie again.
In 1991, finally, the VA started providing benefits to vets exposed to Agent Orange, but the U.S. still denies liability. My father-in-law served in Vietnam. He was exposed to Agent Orange. He's watching, so I won't list his illnesses, but he suffered almost all of them. So in 1991, he applied for his benefits. And I'll admit, the government kept its word. He did receive his benefits. In 2021, it took 30 years.
Damn.
Like so many vets, when his country needed him, he didn't hesitate. But when he needed his country, they said, take a number, get in line, and hope you're still alive by the time we call your name. Do I sound angry? That's because I am. Between 1955 and 1975, 2.7 million people were deployed to Vietnam. 58,000 dead, 300,000 wounded, 3,000 missing or prisoners of war, 1,500 still missing. That's tragic, but it's much worse.
Oh, they done.
The VA estimates 300,000 to 400,000 veterans may have died from illnesses caused by the exposure to Agent Orange. May have. To this day, no single person, agency, company, or government has admitted any wrongdoing or assumed any liability for the millions of lives destroyed by Agent Orange. Now, ordinary people like us have so many rules we have to follow. Don't speed. Check grandma's shoes before she gets on a plane. Pay your taxes even though we're going to steal it and waste your money. Pick up a gun. Shoot at those people. Do what you're told. If we break a law, the government will take our money, seize our property, force us into labor, or lock us in a cell. It all depends on the crime. So we follow the law. But if you're a big chemical company or a government agency, don't worry about the law. You can get away with murder.
Just about.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about how many of these companies put these products, these chemicals, things we can barely pronounce, and just in order to lengthen the shelf life, right? In order to make a more of a profit over people, really.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. That definitely got me. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I was like, wow, it's crazy. They will leave these veterans out here to suffer, but
this is collateral damage, really. It's minor and minuscule in the grand scheme of things and the grand agenda when they're looking at it.
You know, it's crazy because it's like we almost forget about the reality of how bad they do our veterans. Like we almost forget about that reality, but we're reminded every single day.
That's crazy.
It's like,
they've never done right by our veterans when I think about it.
Oh God, I mean, and you know they went and paid the ultimate price for us, but then at the end of the day, we see them as heroes, but do our government see them as guinea pigs or something like this? Like, what's going on here? Because you treat them like one, but I don't know. That's wild.
All right, take it easy, man.
Man, that was a wild one.
I needed a minute. The story of DARPA is hard to debunk, and that's because most of it's true. What we know about DARPA's projects come from them. Their websites and official YouTube channel openly share information. They have a podcast called Voices of DARPA. Even the experts in covering DARPA, Annie Jacobson and Sharon Weinberger, get their information from the agency they're writing about. When Jacobson gives a speech, writes a book, or appears in an interview about DARPA, she's not sharing classified information. She's not speculating, she's reporting. She never claims to know anything that we can't find out for ourselves. But still, most information is secret. What we know about DARPA is what they want us to know. There's no transparency, none. Also, DARPA is exempt from laws that other government agencies have to follow, specifically about hiring practices, managing personnel, and managing budgets. They can run the agency however they like. DARPA is only 220 people. That's it.
Really?
With a budget of almost $4 billion. Now that's...
Yo, only 220 people, and they control like all this technology, influencing...
$4 billion budget.
Yeah, influencing hella industries and all this wild stuff. It's like, yeah... That's a problem.
There's a lot of freedom and power,
200 powerful people.
But it's much more than that. DARPA is allowed to fund projects through what's called other transactions.
Oh, wow.
No congressional approval needed. No reporting required. Choose the projects you want to fund and fund them. So who's choosing the projects? Annie Jacobson gives us an unsettling answer.
The real problem is that the individuals who are responsible for deciding what weapon systems are being financed and created in these classified DARPA programs are the very CEOs of defense contractors who stand to financially benefit from these contracts.
Annie Jacobson has said that DARPA is the agency driving the military-industrial complex. That agency is run by the companies that profit from the technology they create. This is exactly what President Eisenhower said would happen. If you make war profitable, you'll always have war. But to be fair, DARPA's innovations have made our lives better. Not just because of cell phones and GPS, DARPA's achievements in prosthetics have allowed paralyzed children to walk again. They've created medical techniques to diagnose illnesses earlier.
You know, I would almost...
the duality.
I would almost hold this in parallel to the creation of the internet. Like, made with good intentions, but along the line, it just...
got out of hand.
Became perverted, really.
Yep, got out of hand, came perverted, got a little too twisted, and here we are today.
So we're dealing with something that was made with great intention, has connected people from around the world, made a plethora of opportunity.
Or maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe it was always meant to come out as like a good thing, but then it was going to be turned into something evil in the end. Like, they always release it as like a Trojan horse. Oh, it looks nice, it's great, it's new, it's shiny.
You let it right in.
And then you let it right into your life. And then it just destroys your entire like kingdom or foundation or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, this is where it was bad. It's like, it looked nice in the beginning, but now we're here in the end. We're going like, we probably should put a little bit more control on this. Yeah, because, well, bro, the internet, the fact that any kid could hop on the internet and search up anything, no limitations, was a bit wild.
Right.
The fact that me and you were able to walk around with devices connected to the internet, and like, these were before cell phone. We were talking about PSPs. Right. And we're still able to access online. Was a bit crazy at no supervision.
Yeah, they've had internet most 40 years, and they've never been able to implement age verification fully.
Yeah. Like that should have came out in our time.
Bro, you would think like they've never been able to implement any type of verifiable age verification.
And here's the scary thing. When I was a kid, we already had touchscreen computers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we weren't far from what we're at now. Actually, I think we took a pretty great jump, but yeah, it is crazy. Actually, I have one of them.
They've bioengineered tissue and organs that can be used for transplants. They've developed machines that can stabilize injured people in emergency situations. Advanced medical imaging, such as ultrasound, MRI, and brain imaging, all created by or alongside DARPA. Now, does the good outweigh the bad? Do DARPA's contributions offset the damage they've done? I don't know. That's not for me to judge. But this story reminds me of the courtroom scene in A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth.
Right. When the colonel says, my existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, saves lives.
You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about it, Cotties. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Right. So is DARPA a necessary evil? Is evil even the right word? I don't know. When DARPA was formed in 1958, its mission was to make sure the United States was never again surprised by advanced technology. And for 66 years, DARPA has succeeded in its mission. The U.S. has never been surprised by technology.
And he never been caught lacking again.
Okay, the U.S. has never been surprised by another country's technology.
Better.
I can't forget all the suffering that DARPA has caused. But DARPA's done so much good. Can I forgive? I don't know. I'm disgusted by some of DARPA's actions, by our government's corruption, by the fact that because of DARPA, bad people get rich from war. But if I'm being honest, which I always am with you, I have to acknowledge that, as an American, we need DARPA on that wall.
Tough. But I think that's a good spot to leave off on, man. I think it was a good live, bro. We had a fun one, man.
7.5 hours, man, just for y'all, man. So y'all appreciate our hard work, bro.
Man.
Like the video on the way out, man. 3 buttons at the upper right-hand corner, or you could double tap the screen. Man, love y'all, man. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the stream. We're going to close out. S.E.T Media, man.
We out for the night, man. Peace. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Catch y'all.
Shout out
Hold on.
I Am.
Nah, yep. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Shout out I Am. I enjoyed this type of information. Being dyslexic.
On God, the pictures and all that makes it a whole lot better,
You
don't
gotta
it?
appreciate the illustrations, man.
And don't worry, we're gonna do more conspiracy breakdowns like this.
Oh
all the
man,
time.
actually, let's read out the super chatters real quick.
You got
Almost
it.
forgot. Yeah, I'll lead it off, man. If anybody wants to super chat in as we close out, go ahead, feel free.
I'll catch it.
I Am. Shout out Christian Valentino. Shout out Ray. Shout out CN. One of the members. Shout out Diamond for sure. Appreciate you, Diamond. Shout out Main Scoop. Shout out Professor Swagamuffin, Green Bean. Who else we got? Kevin Mitchell joining in the scenery. Appreciate you, bro. Charles, me too. DD Gaming. Martian Gamer. Appreciate you, dog. Special shout out to you. Steph. Love you, girl. Marshland, like I said. Sherry Renee. Jennifer Foster. Brandon Norton. Appreciate everybody, man. Who else we got? Made Me Smile. E-Rock. Who else we got? Reality Check. Appreciate you joining the membership program.
Shout out to the membership, man.
Make sure to check out the membership program for exclusive content, priority on our call-in shows, and special announcements on the way coming soon for the members. Nate H. Shout out. Dana Kiss Me Grits. Who else we got in here? Alex. Anthony Lyons, appreciate your continued support, bro.
And
Alex.
shout out One Nation Under Me, man, for the $2 super chat. We appreciate you, big dog.
Appreciate that. Vlastine, of course, bro. You already know how it is. Antoine Martino, appreciate you, dog. And yeah, that's it. Appreciate everybody who's able to super chat in, man. Appreciate everybody who's able to view and just like the stream. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. Make sure to subscribe. Leave your post notifications on. We're on daily, man. We'll be back tomorrow. It's S.E.T Media, man. We're going to head out on this one. Love y'all.
All right, let me go ahead and close out on Rumble, you know.